That's perfect. Okay.
And this
Brother Christian, even
official recording, yes. Please go on, yes. Yes, please.
I was going to say, I was going to say, are you going to share the recording,
Yes,
the one that you have done? And also, can all the
from
presenters,
yesterday.
yes, can all the presenters share their slides?
Yes, I'm happy to share my slides. I can't speak for others.
Yes, yes. No, I'll repeat the announcement
Yes.
later on.
And
Yes,
Miss Bwalya, what
yes.
happened is that we will upload all those materials on the website. People can access them later, so that we don't just mix up. These things are organized, put on the website, and people can access them. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's all I want to know, because people are
Yes.
asking about the about certain slides, and so I just want to make sure that they have that. Okay, so I want to. Why is this thing not sharing what I have? Okay, let me just go desktop. Can you see my screen? Yes, Sam.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I wanted to, if you were able to receive my presentation for the
Yes,
paper okay.
yes, I did.
So you let me know if
I
you need
did.
anything from my side.
Okay, no, just the presentation for today.
Okay. So do you even know the time and slot
Oh,
where you?
sorry. I'm gonna send that through to you when I'm done with my presentation.
Okay, no, thank you.
Okay.
So I have put in the link in the chat, the link to the meeting again for today, if that's helpful, so people can copy and send to others.
Okay.
Thank you. I've just done that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're
All
welcome.
right. Here we go. So let me start with my presentation so we can start the day. People will find us along the way. All right. So my presentation today is on the exploration of African spirituality and traditional practices in tertiary institutions. And this is based on a structural partnership between CALT and ACIPS, the Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching, and the African Center of Intangible Phenomenon Studies in advancing epistemic decolonization. Sorry, I've moved this. Okay. So in front of me, I'm a very big literary person. Well, it's not something that I've studied formally, but it's something that I'm very passionate about and very interested in. And I thought I would open this conversation, and it's a conversation with these books, and with special attention to the one in the middle. Called A Pig in the Coffin by Denis M-Pauluso. The reason why I picked these books is they specifically speak to the fractured, splintered, and multiple and schizophrenic identities that we have as Africans in this day and age, due to our colonization and oppression. And it speaks to the mental state that we are in, that we carry through even into our educational institutions. So I just want to give you a little bit of a background of the book, A Pig in the Coffin, and why it speaks to, or at least to demonstrate why it speaks to what we are talking about today. I don't know how many of you have read the book. And then the two books on the side, The Houseboy and The River Between by Ngugwa Thiongo and Fernando Oyono, are both books from the African Writers series, who spent a long time post-colonialism stage writing about the things that happened after colonization, during and after the colonization of our people. And I found those very interesting. But I'm going to focus on this pig in the coffin. And so this story is about the death of a bishop in a village in Malawi. And this bishop also happens to be born of royalty. So he's supposed to take on the chieftainship as well in his community. But he decided to uh, die before, okay, he didn't decide to die, but he died. And so now there was a war between the church. They felt they had a claim over him, and so they should bury him. And then there was a claim from his people from the village to claim him. So in that time, his brother took over the chieftainship, and so they had a fight. They took it to court because the church people were like, we cannot bury him with this under such traditional conditions. Those are not appropriate for a bishop. And the other group was saying, but he was actually supposed to be a chief in our village, so we cannot not bury him in our cave. And the judge actually decided to let them sort it out. So they agreed that, okay, we will do the ceremony for the funeral will be the traditional ones. Then you can bury him where you want. Okay, the church can bury him, but we're going to do the traditional ceremonies. And so the ceremony, one of the main features was they had to carry his body through the house, from the front door through the back, like straight through the house, and that only took a minute to do. So they did this, and then the church took him to go and bury him. Then a few weeks later came out a rumor that he was poisoned, and so they had to take this very seriously, and they decided to exhume his body. So now there was another fight because the traditional people do not believe in his body being exhumed, and the church were like, "Hey, we have to exhume his body because there's the claim that he was poisoned, and we need to do an autopsy and all of that." Now, when they exhumed the body and did try to take the autopsy, instead of finding, and mind you, this coffin was sealed with gold and everything. When they tried to open the coffin, they found a dead pig inside. Okay, they found a pig inside, right? And then the news people decided to sensationalize this. One said they found a pig jumped out of the coffin and the doctors ran off. The other one said it was a dead pig. So there was a whole lot of conversation around that. But also what struck me was the conversation around this pig. And so the church believed in that people the life after death situation, but you would normally I think it's transmigrate or something like that into a a a higher being, so like an angel or something like that. So if you now come back as a pig, then something is wrong with you, right? You did something wrong for you to come back as a pig or an animal, because they see animals as lowly, it's a lowly form. It means that you didn't live your life very well. And then the traditional side of people thought, you know what, actually, coming back as an animal, but they would rather choose a lion or something like that, a lion, a leopard, something of great stature, or that symbolizes great stature. And if you come back as an animal, it's because you are coming back to avenge all of those people that mistreated you. But normally people would come back as a lion for a king status or something like that. But the fact that he came back as a pig, they say, showed his humility, and it showed that he had a sense of humor. This is what they were saying. Now, what I'm trying to highlight there is, first of all, the tension between the imposed religion and the indigenous religion or the indigenous spiritual practices about burying somebody who is actually of great importance in both communities, right? At the time that he was being buried, he was because he was part of the church. He hadn't gotten to the point where he had to choose whether he wants to be a chief or not. And then the thought process about finding this pig in the coffin and how I just found that interesting how the church people found the pig becoming a pig or coming back as a pig as a lowly form of life, and how the traditional people actually revere animals or respect that animals have a place, and actually spoke to the fact that coming back as an animal when you do specific portions means that you're coming back to do vengeance. They in their analysis or my analysis of their analysis, there was no hierarchy with the animals, whereas with the on the Christian side or the church side, the animals were seen as lowly. And this speaks to how we as Africans have always moved in the world, respecting nature, respecting everything as sentient beings, and living with those and not living above or living in a superior way to those. So the other two books I chose because they kind of follow um, a similar conflict between our colonized selves and our indigenous selves, and how we have to move in these spaces. So for me, I feel sometimes the deity is a little bit of a cage, a golden cage, where as far as we were taught about education, it's going to set you free, it's going to do all of these things. It will make us rich, it will make us successful, it will raise Africa for us to you know to go to school. And I even had a debate with my mom. I was like, okay, so you were almost one of the I think maybe the second cohort of students that went to university in Zambia at the time. And as far as we know, university was supposed to change how the country was doing economically, change all of these things, literally change a lot of things for our communities. But you went, you studied, you got your doctorate, and what changed? What changed except the fact that you're able to make your particular life better and the lives of the people around you. But as a collective cohort of PhD graduates, what changed? And then I look today and I still ask the same question, what changed? Because even in the membership of being in a government, what changed? And that then brings me to the conversation on the project, the Epistemic Decolonization project, which is a university capacity development grant project. And this is funding that we get from DHET, and it's a 3-year cycle. We're in the last year of the cycle, which is 2026. The predecessor of this was, again, another UCDG project that we had that was called Decolonizing the Curriculum. And all of these things were response to the Fees Must Fall and Roads Must Fall movements, where our students had an uprising, one against the fact that we have to pay such exorbitant fees to study, and we know that the larger community does not have access to the finances, does not have access to the finances that they need to go to school. And then on the Roads Must Fall, it was about the oppression of the statues, or the not just statues, but the structures that we study in, where you do not see anything that represents the fact that we are African students and these are our African institutions. Instead, we have statues of our oppressors. We have roads, we have all of these statues instead of people that are significant to our liberation, and even people, great people of past who were educators, maybe not in a formal sense, but people that led our people into greatness nevertheless. And I find an interesting point to this is it's never the university people who are learned, who go through the process of uh, um, obtaining a master's and a PhD that actually trigger these conversations about the coloniality of our curriculum. It's always the students. June 1976, it was students. And every other time when there was an uprising, it was for change in our curriculum or change in the way in which education is being decimated. It was the students. Okay, so our project, the initial project, just delved into the question of what is decolonization. So all the universities panicked and needed to address this. So the response was, okay, we need to figure out what decolonization is. What is decolonization? And a lot of the time, people who were asking this question, some were being really disingenuous because they actually knew, except that it didn't benefit them to actually understand what decolonization was about. So, so we spent the first 3-year cycle of the first project trying to unpack what decolonization meant for us as at DUT. And then this time around, we recognized that no, we really need to go into the curriculum and stop asking what it is and start asking how and why. Those are very important questions. So how did we look at this? We looked at it by we realized that we needed to critically examine what was present, what was being amplified, what was absent, and what was being silenced in the curriculum. And we needed to interrogate we needed to build a structured and a guided framework to interrogate the decolonization of our curriculum. And the aim of this is to build a socially just higher education space, society and world. So what happens is we have almost 90% of our university, especially here in KwaZulu-Natal, as Black students. But they are being taught in language that is not theirs. The textbooks that they have are not textbooks that reference anything African that we are doing as Africans. Like, for instance, we had a workshop with the business school, and the business school talked about how we are not looking at why is Dangote not a case study for business school? Why are we looking at Elon Musk, for instance? I'm just giving an example of a situation. Why are we not bringing in our traditional practices, traditional knowledge that into the classroom spaces, and also the fact that students come with knowledge from their backgrounds into the university spaces. What knowledge do they have? Can it be used in the space? And how do we allow that to happen? And when we get to that point, one of the major issues that we have is how do we assess this? So again, this is speaking to what I was just saying, whose knowledges and perspectives and worldviews are centered, dominant, valued, recognized, legitimized in the curriculum, and why? Whose knowledges, perspectives, and worldwide views are neglected, marginalized, or erased in the curriculum, and why? How does the curriculum relate to the students? Does it speak to their lived experiences and realities? How can we foster plurality of knowledges? And I want people to understand this. When we're talking about decolonization, one of the biggest fears or cries is, oh, but now what we are going to do away with English. What are we going to do for those who are not of African descent in the spaces? So what will we do? We can't speak Zulu. We didn't say we were going to get rid of English. That's not what we said, but what we are understanding about what should happen when it comes to decolonization is to decenter Eurocentric and Western ways of thinking and doing, and center plurality of knowledges, because we have South Africa has a very unique position, because you have Indians, you have white people, you have colored people, and different, well, we all, other African countries have different tribes, but here we have a larger mix of other people from different heritages in the mix. So what we are saying is, if you are Indian and you have knowledge of your Indian, bring that in. Let's mix all of these knowledges together and make different or provide different worldviews for our students, different perspectives, bring in different ideas, share those ideas. We are not saying that we are going to completely eradicate English and all of that, because that's just replacing one way of, it's repeating the violence, but from the other end. And we know that that's not realistic in South Africa to do. Okay. So the goals of the project were to develop and implement a curricula that is inclusive and diverse, with plural forms of knowledge and worldwide views for a more inclusive experience, examine how knowledge is structured with an academic program, interrogate what and whose knowledge was given, higher epistemic authority and all of that, interrogate what and whose knowledge just were marginalized from the curricula and why, exploring knowledge blindness, engage with local communities in dialogue, develop resources to integrate decolonized knowledge and pedagogies, implement a pilot decolonized curriculum, which has been, which has been very, why are we here? Sorry, my apologies. Develop, where was I? Okay, I was talking about the implementation of a piloted decolonized curriculum, which has been the challenge, the biggest challenge that we have, because of things like what we are doing now. How do you engage African spirituality in the curriculum? And yesterday, I think we had some very brilliant examples from Brother Chris and Baba Beni and Brother Nano as well. So ultimately, we want to develop a research plan and proposal for ethical consideration, so that we can carry on doing research under this to see what is the best way that we can offer a diverse and inclusive curriculum to our students, that they can see themselves in their curriculum. You know, knowledge of self is a very powerful thing. And the reason why it seems like we might not be confident, I'm thinking about the question that was asked yesterday about why do we seem to be inferior? And it's because we're not moving with the knowledge that we have. We are moving in a knowledge system and with knowledge that is not our own, or it is our own when you look really back into in time, where it's knowledge that was stolen from us and rebranded, but we don't recognize it, because again, we spoke about how spells were used, words as spells, in excluding us from that knowledge, so we don't recognize it as our own, and therefore we're not moving in confidence. You'll find like students have got very brilliant ideas that they want to share, but they can't express those ideas because they are not allowed to use English to express those ideas, or they think they're not allowed to use, I mean, they're not allowed to use their vernacular languages. So they think they can't express what they're trying to say. And some of them fail because they know the content, and they understand what is required, but they're not allowed to express in their vernacular, and therefore they end up not doing as well. So it's things like that that we need to look at. Although when I'm talking about this, we have a language policy which says, look, instruction is all in English and that's it. But you can engage with your students when they're doing projects and things like that. You can allow them to, or you can bring up isiZulu for them to use when they're working in their projects and explaining, or even use, if it's like a video, for instance, they can use subtitles that are in isiZulu, or explain in isiZulu and have subtitles in English and stuff. But in terms of instruction, examination, and all of that, it's Zulu. But the interesting thing is that test papers come in Zulu and in English and Afrikaans. Nobody questions why Afrikaans is still there, which is very interesting to me. But I'm not going to go into that because that's not my battle. Okay, and then the other thing, that another goal is for us to benchmark and partner with one or more universities internationally who are undertaking the decolonial process. But we're also partnering with other institutions like ACIPS. And I just want to say the tides are turning. And the reason why I selected these two books, these are the new African writers. And they are not afraid to write in their books or move from the power of ancient knowledge, ancient African knowledge in their writing. So, and this, I think the idea of Afrofuturism and fantasy gives them the room to move, speaking to African spirituality in these books. The Eternal Ones, these are both trilogies. So they're trilogies of the Gilded Ones and the trilogy of children. What's the first book? It's called, how can I forget this? Children of Blood and Bone. Okay. So that's the first book of this one. And what is interesting about these two books, the first one speaks to the coming of age of girls, but it goes into the protagonist being connected to the gods. And they bring up all of these ancient gods. But I think both writers are Nigerian, if I'm not wrong, or at least West African. And so you get reference to a lot of the Yoruba goddesses and gods within this context. But what impressed me, or what impresses me about them, is they've gone and researched all of this African spiritual knowledge, and have not been afraid to put that down and move with that in their books. And I think there is a great movement for us to discover who we are right now as Africans. I think that was a big question that came up yesterday. Who are we? And I think Brother Christian also made mention, and even Brother Nana, when he was talking about the rhythm, said, "Stop being afraid." When he was talking about frequencies. To me, these books raise your frequency to be proud of who you are as an African. And I wish that in this day and age, our young ones read more, got off their tablets or the phones and actually read more. And then they would be able to move forward. But the tide is turning, because there is right now a great spiritual awakening to who we are as ourselves. And therefore, this aligns with the relationship and the partnership that we have with ACIPS. So But Menzi came to me. I've known Brother Menzi, or Ubaba Menzi Kakoto Masego. That is what you would know him as officially and formally. But he's my brother as well, so I'll say But Menzi. And he said to me, Bwalya, we have got this program, this institute, which is registered, called ACIPS, and we really would like to start bringing this to our institutions and see how we can partner with that, because it's a research-based institute where we want to explore intangible phenomena of our African spiritual practices and also our traditional practices I know Butmenzi to be very strong on indigenous knowledge systems as well, because I've worked with him in another space, which was planetary health, and we had a planetary health community where we were dealing with the humanities of that space. And so I said, you know, I'm not going to say no, because outside of duty, this is who I am. This is what I want for our people. So I'm not going to say no. Also because it's a very unorthodox way of bringing this type of knowledge into the space, where you are not just coming with academics who can debate and theorize about the decolonization, about African spirituality and all of that. They actually practice it, and actually we need the people that have the practical knowledge of this. They might not be academics, but we have to work with those people and the communities. I don't know much about this, but I do know that this is important. And so this is how we partnered. I ran it by my director, and she said, yes, okay, go ahead. And so we ran, we developed, we started the Sacred Dialogues series. It's a workshop series. And the first 3 workshops that we had, this was last year, I think we had them from August to December. We're exploring the place of African spirituality and traditional healing in higher education. And then it was bridging worlds, integrating ancestral African healing wisdom and contemporary practices. And then the last one we had was on embedding African spirituality in traditional practice and community development. And out of that, the reflections that I got from those 3 workshops, the universities, we need to consider incorporating traditional practitioners and professionals into our systems, um, even at the orientation stage, because what came out, our duty staff were involved. What came out of that was we have staff and students, some who are in the TWASA stage, the stage of becoming spiritual practitioners and spiritually traditional practitioners, Isangoma, and we have students as well who have gifts, but they don't know. And when they're under high pressure, they get triggered, and nobody knows how to help them. Nobody knows what's going on. If you have a teacher who is not of Zulu descent or African descent, they can't, it's scary. So we also recognize that our staff need training by the practitioners in the space, so that they can assist students, or at least call on someone who is able to. That's why I only know of 3 people who are lecturers at duty who have the gift of Ubungoma. And one is a Sangoma, Mam Kize. One I think is practicing. She was here yesterday. Is still in Twasa stage. Well, the last time I spoke to her. And then the other one is also a Sangoma, Mamdeli. And those are 3 people. They are also working as lecturers, so they don't have the time as well to do this. I mean, Dr. Mkiza tried to assist, but also found in some ways some blockages towards this concept of actually assisting students. So she came up with a proposal. They came up with a proposal that students, upon registration, declare that they may be spiritually inclined, so that it's not a shock to whoever is around when something happens, and then they're able to assist. But I am not sure where that was going. Yeah, I'm not sure where that was, where that went to, how far that got, but it seems like it was not really taken seriously. And then the need to build safe spaces for students who are spiritually inclined. We need to have more conversations across cultures, actually. When I put out this, or when we decided to do this decolonial project, I just find it interesting that for some reason people seem to not think that people of Indian descent can bring their traditional practices. It has to be a conversation, because now it looks like we are taking over as Africans in marginalizing everyone else, and we know that that's not where we're coming from. So we also looked at how we can engage more with the community with ACIPS and through ACIPS. Okay, so what's next? We're continuing with the Sacred Dialogues workshop series. Looking forward to running another symposium 2027 and new partnerships that have come out of this symposium. And really, this is lifelong work. It's something that I hope to carry even after I'm no longer working in the institution. It's a passion of mine, but it's also lifelong work in the sense that once we awaken our students, once we awaken our children, it is work that they need to start. So let us put the dent, let's put the marker, the dent. Even if we don't break through, we hope that our kids will continue to dig in that same spot until they have a breakthrough, our kids. So that's what it is, what this partnership has been about in the reflections thus far. I put a Bemba proverb as I am of Bemba descent. Bemba is a language group of people and an ethnic group of people in Zambia from the north. You can also find us in the Congo as well. So it says, Abale babili na manu yabili. So where there are two people, there is double wisdom. And this is the basis of our partnership with ACIPS and any other person or any other group of people or institutes that we will partner with, because this work cannot be done in silos and we cannot do it alone. Otherwise, it just gets diluted into everything else. So the more that we can pull together, we are building a bigger pool of wisdom with how we move forward with this project. Thank you. That's it, my presentation. Any questions? Yes. Yes.
Hi.
Yes, go on.
Oh, sorry. Greetings, everyone. I've just recently joined the symposium, but hearing just from what you are mentioning, I think it's very, very important that we do have these conversations, and at pedagogical levels, and as well as how we produce research, how we produce knowledge, and practice and discipline related, ways of creating expertise within and through the spirituality, and not saying that bridging the gap between religion and academia, but acknowledging the fact that these many things that have been categorized due to a Cartesian way of thinking are actually things that work together, that impact each other. And so I think this is really a great motion. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you in the space. Thank you for that comment. Mr. Kaba, go ahead.
Good day, everyone. Happy Wednesday, and thank you so much for this wonderful initiative. Well, I'll start here regarding spirituality first before I can even come to education. Why do we have to consistently box spirituality we identify spirituality according to time, place, and circumstances. Isn't it supposed to be something that is free? It doesn't have any designation. It should cross all borders, basically. Okay. And secondly, I would like to touch base when it comes to the educational stuff. I've been working with my brother, Mr. Masewo, because I've shared something that I feel it's something that we need to actually, of which you've touched base in your presentation, that our educational system need to give people their own knowledge about things. Like, for instance, I'll make a typical example. If you go to other countries like Chinese, Japanese, which they have kept their cultural education, they've never lost it. That is why it made them become so far more superior in terms of doing things, and they are very knowledgeable when it comes to science, basically, because they haven't lost their identity. So I feel that we need to also acknowledge our identity before we can even change our any other things relating to us in this form of a body, basically being an African, you know. And beautiful presentation. Thank you so much. Leave it here for now.
Thank you so much, Bonga. Can I just respond to what you said about this categorizing thing? You know, yesterday I was having a conversation with my mother. She's a retired English professor from Wusu. And I said to her, I'm like, you know, it's these the way in which we try to be we are trying to become who we are in systems that were built to cage us. And so it is interesting that we follow, in trying to undo this thing, we tend to follow the way in which the institutions are set up, you know. And I was saying, look at my life, for instance. I have to be away from the house from 8 until from 9 until 5, for instance, as a worker. That's what I am in that time. I don't have the time to be the spiritual person I am, or and all of that. That's outside the window. It's irrelevant in terms of how I'm relating to everyone. And then after I come back, I have to be a mom. But in that concept of mother, I'm a chef, I have to be a teacher, I have to be a daughter, I have to be, you know, and then only on a Sunday or a Saturday for some people, that's when you are the spiritual person that you are, because you go to church now, I don't go to church, I'm just saying, I'm just giving an example, but you go to church and that's the only time on that day. This is a demonstration of this fractured, it's like you exist in this schizophrenic or rather multiple personalities in that space. Then I said to her, but look at the way in which we when luckily I've been lucky enough to also engage with my village at home in Zambia, and how the concept of time, for instance, works, and how everything just is part of who you are at once. So I'm brewing alcohol, and it's for a particular celebration or even just for us to drink. I know that I have to make sure I have a special container that I leave at the door as I'm brewing for our ancestors, so that the brewing of the alcohol goes well, it comes out well. That's just, it's a non-brainer. You know, I'm not thinking, oh no, at this time I have to do this. No, I'm carrying them with me as I am brewing. I am carrying them with me as I am cooking. I am carrying them with me when I'm singing my songs as we farm. I am carrying them, you know what I'm saying? That's a completely different set. But the systems in which we live, it is those structures that we need to break down, and they can only come down with, unfortunately, we have to make policies and all of that and red tape. We can't just do things a certain way. We have to follow the rules of the system. But also, the gatekeepers of the system are our very own kind of people who also have a kind of fractured and schizophrenic way of doing things. One and no, and yes, I practice this and that, but they're very selective about it. And then on the other hand, there's no, I have gotten to this point, and so I am the one who controls, like how you have to be very humble to a security guard if you're going to ever enter a building, even if you didn't make an appointment. You know what I'm saying? You have to, kind of batter this person up and talk to their inner being, their inner spirit, in order for them to let you in. So I think that's where we have a problem. It's about how we actually bring down these structures. What we are doing now is from the grassroots up, but we need people in the upper spaces to do it, to help us get there, to pull us up in some ways. Yeah.
You've summed it up nicely. Sorry to just like budging, it's just something that came up to me. We need like a kind of education that will empower people, not the kind of education that will suppress people from who they are, basically. Yeah, that's my take for now.
I'm muted. Sorry, I said we'd have Prophet Anyanwu go first, and then Mafole can go afterwards, in that order. And then we can carry on with the program.
Yes, I have a question. I'm very interested in this. Again, a part of a convening of spirituality and sacred sciences, and how to become a part of it. Because when we say traditional African traditions, those of us who were snatched away, but still have found some way. My father started when he was 8 looking for knowledge. Um, when you said it, I think you said it, but does that include how would we become involved in? But we're not babalaos. We're not all, and different these traditions as are known, and you have the honor and privilege to still be a part of on the continent. But we are doing spiritual work. The other thing, which I asked last night, is uh, when I think of spirituality, I don't think of religion. And so I guess, but so with the work I do is really, spiritually around just basic spirituality, and not so much, even though I do believe in systems. But anyway, I just wondered, does that include how would someone who was not on the continent, didn't grow up through those initiatory processes, become a part of or get qualified? I mean, what kind of criteria would there be to be able to be a part of it?
Sorry, Sister Anyanwu, can you just repeat your question? Sorry.
No, I just wanted to be clear, and I think you said it, but I just wanted to confirm it that when you're talking about, because that's the group that I'm a part of, that's a part of what we're bringing also to the United Nations, is that all this demonizing of African spirituality and all that, um, that to raise it up at that level, even though we don't need them to do it, but it's part of work we're doing. Uh, but when it comes down to it, over the years, I've talked to many people that I would meet from Africa, but they would say, well, no, in terms of people from America coming and getting initiated where you're past the age or whatever. But there are many people that I know who are involved in I call high level spiritual work. How would they become a part of what you're talking about if they didn't grow up in the systems there, but they're still tapping into the invisible spiritual, mystical, whatever you want to call it, realms? They're still working in the realm of spirit. And at a high level, will they still be able to qualify?
Uh, I am not in that space, like a spiritual practitioner in that sense. So if you were to come down and engage, for instance, with a sangoma or something like that, and if they were to give that response, I wouldn't know. I believe a lot of our brothers and sisters overseas do qualify. That's my personal opinion, um, because as far as they are, um, they're tapping into source. I am not how can I put it? Like I'll give you an example. I'm of Zambian descent, right? And I can tell you that our cultures, our spiritual culture and practices, for instance. And by that I don't mean, oh, we go in, we worship, whatever. Just moving in the world from a spiritual being, and I think that would be Ubuntu and all of that. But we're not conscientized to that. We don't recognize it because of Christianity that has taken or run over our society. So you can't even mention things like, no, I went to see the medicine man. These things happen only in like very remote spaces. I even hate using that word remote. I'll call them sacred spaces, in little villages where they still practice those things. But in the larger scheme of things, you can't do that. So now I'm in South Africa. I'm very spiritually inclined. I know that, but I I don't have any, I do the work and move the work the way in which I engage with you, with everyone in this room that I engage with, um, through the concept of our Ubuntu. Um, but I cannot tell you, for instance, if you are, I think that South Africa is very, very special that way in maintaining actual uh, guidance, and they have actual schools and things like that where they can say, okay, you've got a spiritual calling this way, and you've got it that way, like where they identify specific things and say this is the criteria for you to become a sangoma or what. I'm that's not my field. I'm not very strong on that. But I see that Brother Menzi has raised his hand. Maybe he can answer that for me because he's been at this work longer than me. So please go ahead, but Menzi.
Yeah,
And can I
Sanbona, greetings. But there's
make
someone
sure
else who
my
has a
question?
hand up. Can you begin with
No,
them and then I will
Okay.
respond?
I want to make sure my question is clear, though. What I'm saying is,
Mm.
will those of us who are in the diaspora and not grow up on the continent, would you all be the ones that qualify us, or can we be qualified because we're qualified? I mean, I guess that's what I'm wanting, is sort of a uncomfortable feeling to know that we are here, and if we don't go to your schools, we won't be in a category that's qualifying to teach. So that's kind of my question.
I honestly cannot say that whether we qualify you or not. I feel you being, well, a lot of African Americans, for instance, or Afro-Caribbeans, or you are us, you are part of us. That's what, to me, that is what would qualify you. Uh, you know, um, that's what I would say, but I don't know what other people would say. So yes, I
Thank
don't know
you.
if that
Thank you.
makes sense.
No,
Yes.
thank you. I understand, and I know you don't. I've talked to a number of people, and they kind of want you to go through. Dr. Zulu Mathapo, he had a university in South Africa. So, a lot of folks. I had someone from Nigeria. I've worked with a number of people, but I have my own lineage in America. My father,
Mm,
who started at age 8, I have a lineage of spiritual practice since the age of 12. And
mm,
so, what would I need to do? And the other thing is that because we're all working for liberation and a better life for our people. And so,
mm,
I think rather than just getting an A or B in a course, that we should be able to demonstrate something. Now, I can't demonstrate invisibility at this point, but if they have a criteria that has to be met, and it's not just that you are in Africa, born in Africa, you know the
mm,
language and all that, but you actually demonstrate that you can do something that's beneficial for the
mm.
people, then I think that in terms of moving us forward, we need things that work. I guess is what I'm really looking for. So,
Oh, okay. I think, that still needs to be built because we're still struggling with getting to that point on our end. I mean, we do the work and all of that. And like I said, we work in silos. The collective conversation across communities is not something that is explicit to everybody. So I think we're still building that. And I actually think it would be wise while we're building that we're engaging with you as well in the diaspora so that we build something that's inclusive of all of us. Because like I said, to me, this is my personal view. You are us and we are you, you know. So yeah, that would be my response. But I hope other people have heard the question and
Okay.
that they would respond.
Well, yeah. Excuse
Yes.
me. I wanted someone who had their hands up first to speak, but
Yes.
just on
Go
this
ahead.
question alone, there are several. Can I also ask Afro Sazi to turn off their video because they're not presenting, they're not saying anything right now.
Okay.
Someone who's Afro Sazi, can you please just turn off your camera? Thank you. There are several institutions that exist in Southern Africa that can be a landing place for you to arrive at. The best thing is not to come to South Africa and then go to a university or go to an institution that is established like that. But there are various institutions from Africology to Afro-Savia. I think they have in Dumba. Some are, and there is a Umsamo Institute. There is Ukoko Tswana, Ukoko Nhlapo. We have welcomed Brazilian spiritualists. We've welcomed some from South America. We've welcomed some from Australia. There are several. There is the GEK, the Great Empire of Kemet. There is the, what you call the African Hidden Voices. I think one of their representatives was here yesterday. So there are such institutions that whose sole focus is spirituality from an African perspective. So I look at them as landing spaces whereby you can, if let's say, for example, you would like to engage with a university or you'd like to engage with a particular community, you arrive at an institution that is in that community because the communities are diverse. You know, if you want to go and do something in Limpopo and understand something about circumcision and rainmaking and astronomy according to the people of the Lozi people or the Tonga people or the Bapedi people, you will go to an institution that deals with the Bapedi people and that deals with cosmology and astronomy. But if you want something to do with divination, you can go to Umsamo Institute with Dr. Vivi Omkize, who works with universities, yet works with people on the ground and works with Abangoma. There is an institution, one of my favorites is Ukoko Credo Mutwa's daughter, Ukoko Isis. Her name is, I forgot her Sangoma name, but her name is Nozipo. Right. Ukoko Nozipo is a great Sangoma who understands a variety of ways of knowing in terms of the spirit, and they can be a landing space for you, or GEK or African Hidden Voices with the spiritual home with the Imboni or Hadebe, if I'm not mistaken, Imboni Uzwilezwe Hadebe, which is based in the urban area. It's in the city, yet had satellites everywhere. So perhaps I just wanted to assist Bwalya there with regards to that. So let's say, for example, you have 4 days. You can arrive for the first 2 days at an institution in whatever province that you choose and whatever work that you'd like to do. And then you speak with them. They will tell you basically the lay of the land. They will explain to you, how do we work here? How do we contact ancestors? How do we speak to Amatongo? How do we speak to the waters, the moon, the sun, whatever? How do we heal particular ailments if we are healing, you know? And then those institutions exist, and then you can basically find your feet there, and then you move on. And then you can do something, maybe if you want to present at a university or present anywhere else. So the varsity is not the first place to go, you know, and those kinds of institutions are not the first places to go. The first places to go is in the ground. But I guess ACIPS also in the near future will have some kind a platform like that where you can, when you arrive from wherever in the world as an African child, an African elder, you are both welcomed and channeled to the places that could help you achieve your goal more efficiently. Ashe.
And don't go anywhere yet. Just really, really quick, because there's an assumption. You know, I raised a child. He's 39. They say he wouldn't live to see his first birthday. He's 39. So I know something about healing. You know, I know how to contact the ancestors, and I know how to do that without divination. I know how to, know my next steps. So what do you do? My question is, sometimes they will have grandfathering in if they have some type of a testing out on something. Like, I didn't take any COVID vaccine. My son, that they said, he has had certain problems. Neither one of us do all that. I'm 76. I've never taken any pharmaceuticals. And so those are not things I need to learn, because I know how to do them already. So hopefully you have built into the system a grandfather thing, not to assume that we're coming empty-handed, that when we left there, some of
Never,
our
never.
ancestors.
I never assumed that at all.
Yeah.
It's a matter of orientation into the culture because everything is specific. I don't assume. In fact, a lot of the things that we are doing in Southern Africa, there's always a co-creation and a co-learning with our brothers in the living spora, the so-called diaspora. I believe that we are sharing information at all times, and then I do not look down on any African American or Haitian or anybody else. No assumption at all. You know what you know, we know what we know, and we know differently. And then when we come together, we know even better. And we do even better when we come together and we blend our traditions. But anyway, as I said, there are two people, Busi Sauda and Mafole, who had their hands up already. So can I be quiet for now?
Yeah, that's fine. But what I'm coming away with, and I will mute as well for the rest, because I have a lot to do today. It sounds like the system is set up. I'm just trying to avoid another sort of marginalized thing where the work that I'm doing, I can't do it side by side. I have to come behind again, even though I've been doing it for over 60 years. So I wish there were a way that we could really come together on the spiritual, not on the, on the, like the testing out, show me your history. What's my bio in terms of healing and wellness and things like that, hearing from the ancestors. And, I don't know about divination, because I used to do it, but I just ask spirit, and spirit speaks. So I just wonder if there's a way to have the system so it doesn't assume that unless we come and do what was thought of as African spirituality, because African spirituality is very old. It's very, very old. And the sacred sciences are very thousands and thousands of years old. But anyway, I'm going to mute. I kind of got my answer, and I won't know, I guess, until everything comes together. But I'm interested in being a part of it. I'm not interested in being a student per se. I'm interested. I can learn, but I kind of know how to get in touch with spirit, But anyway, I'm muting.
Yeah. Brothers and sisters, Chair, if it's okay to just chip in.
We need to get on with the program.
Yes.
Can the 2 hands or 3 hands in the crowd, can you please post your questions in the chat? We will address them when we get to the discussion section. We need to get our next keynote speaker to come in. Can I please ask Baba Benny to introduce our next keynote speaker?
Chair?
Yes.
Is it okay to just quickly say that in terms of what Tanyao is saying, what
Yes.
I have heard is saying that she doesn't have to come under anyone. She should come as a partner and partner with existing organizations. That is what I am hearing.
Yes.
Just as ACIPS is partnering with you, so can she. She should not see herself as coming under anyone. This is what I am hearing, but she is hearing different.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's what it is. I think we're also hearing different, but yes, we can have that conversation also outside. I mean, I'll take your details as well. But for now, can I please just ask Baba Benny to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning? And I hope our keynote speaker is in the room. Are you ready?
Just a moment, I'll have to go to the, let me go to. Yeah. Just a moment. Yeah, okay. You can hear me? Yeah. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Paliani Chenguo. I normally call him Prof. And he is a Malawian sociologist, a researcher and public intellectual with extensive experience in interdisciplinary research, cultural documentation, and community engagement. He serves as Director of Research at Lost History Foundation.
Sorry, Benny, you are breaking. Benny?
Okay, I'll do the introductions. Let me go. Oh, I was going to just do it for you now.
Yes, Chair, it's fine to read it.
Can I carry on?
Yes, read it to us. Thank you.
All right, okay. So our keynote speaker is, Baba Benny said, is Dr. Paliani Chenguo from Malawi. He's a Malawian sociologist, researcher, and public intellectual with extensive experience in interdisciplinary research, cultural documentation, and community engagement. He serves as a director of research at the Lost History Foundation, where he leads research initiatives focusing on African history, heritage, spirituality, memory, and cultural preservation. His work has contributed to the recovery and documentation of neglected historical narratives and indigenous knowledge systems in Malawi and the broader African context. He is also affiliated with Zonge Research International, where he leads research and policy-related work in areas including labor, public health, social justice, disability inclusion, and community development. His scholarship and activism are grounded in a strong commitment to social transformation, decolonial knowledge production, and the advancement of African-centered perspectives in research and public discourse. At the International African Spirituality Symposium, he brings a grounded and interdisciplinary perspective to discussions on harnessing indigenous spiritual systems for innovation and technological advancement. His contributions explore the relevance of African spirituality, where am I? Of African spiritual knowledge systems in shaping contemporary responses to development, identity, sustainability, and intellectual transformation in Africa and the diaspora. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Paliani Chenguo.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you very clearly. Please come in.
All right. Thank you very much for the introduction, Chair. And in the interest of time, I will not go through all the pages, or rather the whole text that I had prepared. I'll just cut it by 2/3 so that we catch up on time and then maintain the key message that I had prepared. So without much ado, program director, distinguished scholars, spiritual leaders in the house, esteemed participants, I'm honored to address this gathering or this symposium on a subject that speaks not only to the soul of Africa, but also to the future of humanity. As we have learned from yesterday, a number of presentations that were shared yesterday, we learned that African spirituality has been misunderstood or marginalized. Yet throughout history, spirituality has been powerful driver of innovation and civilization. That is African spirituality. And in Africa, particularly, spiritual traditions were not merely systems of ritual, they were actually systems of knowledge that shaped how communities understood nature, society, health, and humanity's place in the cosmos. That's what we learned from yesterday. We also picked out from the presentations shared yesterday that the pyramids of Kemet, the astronomical knowledge of the Dogon people, the mathematical dimensions of Yoruba Ifa systems, and the indigenous medicinal practices all demonstrate that African spiritual traditions contained intellectual foundations that contributed to innovation long before the modern age. So my key point this morning is that moving forward from that background, as learned from yesterday's presentations, as we navigate the fourth industrial revolution, we must ask whether African spirituality can still contribute to the future of innovation. I believe it can. While technologies such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and digital systems are transforming the world, they have also raised concerns about inequality, environmental degradation, cultural erosion, and mental distress. African spirituality therefore offers important ethical and philosophical resources to address these challenges. Its emphasis on interconnectedness between humanity and nature, the living and the ancestors, the present and the future generations remain highly relevant to sustainable development, climate justice, mental wellness, and ethical innovation. Indigenous knowledge systems, including environmental and healing traditions, can therefore contribute to meaningfully to contemporary solutions in sustainability as well as holistic health. The future, therefore, cannot simply involve importing technology to Africa. It must also involve integrating African knowledge systems into the global innovation. We therefore must move from being consumers of knowledge to becoming creators whose innovations are informed by our own histories and philosophies. Finally, the fourth industrial revolution should not become another era in which Africa is technologically present but spiritually absent. Instead, it should be an opportunity to reclaim African spirituality as a source of creativity, ethical guidance, sustainability, as well as innovation. African spirituality is not merely about the past. It should be also about the future. It should offer insights that can help ensure technological progress, to ensure that technological progress remains connected to humanity, community, and nature. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that very concise but straight to the point presentation on what Africa can contribute to our technology. Are there any questions or any comments?
He gives him a protocol for how to respond. He says, "Speak, your servant is listening." Okay, so how does that apply?
Brother Christian, you okay? Can you please go Itihalenia, please? Please, I hope I said that correctly. Please ask your question. Yes.
Can you say it correctly? Shalom, everyone. I'm greatly humbled. I managed to log in finally. And I'm greatly humbled and highly appreciative to find such a platform with such great minds. My concern all along has been that it seems like we have shifted away from our focus on which we should be focused on embracing and preserving the African spirituality, but it seems like we have been focused on now belonging to foreign system and not preserving and embracing our identity. But now being part of this symposium, I don't want to lie, I don't know how to express the joy in me to find such that our people are coming together to define African spirituality for what it is, because we have lost focus. It seems like previously we've been focused on belonging and just going with, but we need to focus on who we are. And African spirituality, most of all, it should be the problems to the current problems that we are facing, so that an African child can find themselves and understand where they are going wrong, so that our ancestors, our Yah, can come and heal us. And we need to understand the value of peace so amongst us. And it's gonna take a lot of teachings. The more we become more vocal and we start, I was saying to a friend of mine yesterday that there are so many podcasts on so many other topics. We need a lot of podcasts that focuses on what is African spirituality and what is its role and how do we become spiritually revived, and why does it sound like African spirituality is not there to solve our problem, whereas in the ancient days it was their main core focus. It was to heal us emotionally, physically, and otherwise. So I'm greatly humbled to be part of this engagement. Much appreciation to the speakers who've been there. That day, I'm pleased to see you. I'm humbled. Much appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. We are happy to have you in the space as well. Thank you so much. Any more questions? Can we move on to the next presenter? Hold on. There's been shifts in the program, so I'm going to just move a few things around and send it to you as well. But I do have the next speaker. Can Brother Freeman Nampong Nandang, is he in the room? Brother Freeman Nampong Nandang. His paper is
there is no freedom. There is no freedom in the room.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up Brother Siphiwe Palera, if you don't mind, if you're in the room with your
He is in the room.
Okay, can you please do your presentation on the Pan-African Spiritual Imperative, Reclaiming Indwelling Divinity for Civilization, Renewal in the Age of AI? And then after that, we will have the African Hidden Voices presentation. I will send through the program as we speak so that you know what time you're on. Brother Siphiwe Palera, please come in.
Greetings. Can you give me 1 minute? I have to go in another room. I'll be right back. Just 1 minute.
Okay, not a problem. Okay.
So, Chair.
Yes.
Whilst we wait for Brother Siphiwe to start,
Yes.
in terms of your outfit in Durban University, that's correct, yeah?
Yes, Durban University.
Yeah. So, what would you say in terms of decoloniality? Would you say that above all else you want to achieve? Thank you.
This is a very interesting question.
That's why I said above all else. I'm sure you have a lot of things that you
Yes,
are want to do.
above all else, I would love for us to achieve comfortably, wholly, using our knowledge where necessary, to move in that space, and that this knowledge actually builds who we are as Africans. It transfers into our societies. I would actually like it to bring the walls down, the walls that separate the societies or the communities and the learned. There's that wall where it seems that only us from internal space, the internal builders, the gilded cages that we are in, we go out into those communities, into our communities. I don't even want to say those communities, that's distancing myself from them, into our communities to get knowledge, to come and sound clever, as far as I understand. But we actually don't bring people. I would like a time when we can bring people from the communities with the knowledge in the way in which they know how, with their own educational system, to come into the spaces and be able to teach our students, and us as well, as staff, as lecturers, as whatever we are. Those walls need to come down. Physical structure, the implied intangible structure that's existing already. So that's that's what I'd ultimately love to see. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, it does. And since Brother Siphiwe is still not here, a follow-up question. So in your partnership with ACIP, ACIPS, ACIPS, some say ACIPS, what above all else are you also aiming to achieve in that partnership?
You see, ACIPS and us. I think that I'm just going to say this in the most, in a way, emotional way, but ACIPS is a very interesting organization. I would love to help, and I would love them to help me, first of all, because I'm growing spiritually. So with the people that I am engaging with, I need internal growth for on a personal level, and guidance as well. I know there are people who have been on that journey longer than me in the space. Um, eh, and then hopefully that makes a better me, so I can transfer this knowledge outside of ACIPS. And but I would like this partnership. It's not just a partnership for duty for me. It's a personal partnership as well with them. We are growing together. It's new. We have meetings every Sunday. It's a family. It's like there's a lot of uh, drama and good things and laughs and all of that. And I think just that in itself is something that I would and it's honest, and it's that I would like to see move into larger spaces. There's just that spirit. All I know to call it is Ubuntu in practice, in a way. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Thank you very much. I think Brother Siphiwe is ready, Chair.
Yes, okay. There we go.
Okay. I'm just adjusting my screen here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are on.
All right. Fantastic. Nsumba, greetings. Abene, thank you. Abene binhamne youle. Thank you, wise ancestors of the past. I just spoke my mother tongue, Balanta, which after 8 generations of ethnocide, I am in the process of reclaiming relearning, while I live in my ancestral homeland after a long prophetic captivity. I am honored and excited to be here to make this presentation, to be amongst colleagues who have a deep interest in this subject that I also have. And I also note that I'm happy to see my brother and comrade Paliani, who made it known to me that it was this conference that has reunited us after 20 years. We first began reasoning and engaged each other while we were trotting Rastafari. And maybe later on, he and I will be able to talk a little bit about that journey. Okay, my presentation is towards Kadesi Weha, the Pan-African Spiritual Imperative. I will define what Kadesi Weha is a little bit later. The foundation and context of this presentation is the central paradox. Africa produced the greatest civilization on earth, right? Ancient Egypt or Kemet, yet faces the deepest challenges today. The question is how did we fall from such heights and how do we recover? Now, the historical foundation, we're going to talk about the golden age of ancient Egypt's spiritual achievement. We have Kemet, the first, oldest, greatest civilization known to mankind. We have a spiritual system centered on realizing the indwelling divinity in mankind. And I would add its relationship to the vital life force energy that is present in every object, both living and non-living. That spiritual achievement had created the first iteration of Homo spiritualis. And this was done through an institution known as the mystery schools at An. Today in the Greek, if you read the Bible, it's referred to as An or Heliopolis. The architectural and astronomical proof are the Giza pyramid complex itself, which I am estimating around 10,500 before the Common Era. Okay. Some of its characteristics, as I'm sure everybody knows, right? It's perfect alignment with the Leo constellation and the Orion belt. And this demonstrates access to divine intelligence. Now, the core spiritual teaching during this golden age was man, know thyself. It was inscribed at the Temple of Luxor. At that time, our ancestors knew and taught that we had two natures. We had a divine nature that is rooted in the 11 laws of spirit, or Ma'at, which encompasses truth, balance, order. And we had an animal nature, represented by the animal parts of our brain, the reptilian part of our brain, and then we had a human part, which is represented by our mammalian part of the brain. And that this nature is driven by ego, emotion, and sensuality. Success during this golden age of spirituality equaled or meant allowing the indwelling divinity to rule one's life. Now, I am assuming that everybody in this symposium is familiar with the Pawet Neteru, the Kemetic tree of life, the cosmogram of our ancient Anu ancestors' spirituality. At that time, just as we have a physical body and a physical anatomy, and I can ask each and every one of you, name the parts of your physical anatomy, the various organs and systems and functions, and most of you could do it. You could say, oh, I have a respiratory system. It consists of the lungs organs. Its function is to inhale, to take in oxygen and to exhale carbon dioxide. I have a cardiovascular system. Its main organ is the heart, the various blood vessels, arteries. Its job is to take the oxygen and circulate it to the various tissues throughout the body. I have a neurological system. Most of you can name the parts of your physical anatomy, their relation to other parts, and their functions. And because of that, and because of knowledge of that system, you can scientifically, right, improve each of those systems. We know this through, for example, athletic training. I'm a world-class swimmer. Coaches that mastered this anatomy, this system, will say if you want to reach the highest level, right, become an Olympic swimming champion or track and field champion or wrestler, you have to do these things to improve these systems, and you have to train them to work together in this way in order to enhance physical performance. Well, likewise, our ancestors also were able to, through the indwelling divine intelligence, map out their invisible yet real energetic and spiritual systems. And they labeled the parts. You can see you have the Ak, the Ka, the Ba, the Kat, the Ren, Kaibit, Ab. I'm not going to be able to go into all of those in this presentation. It's just by way of reference. And they also mapped out that there were 11 divine faculties that emanated from before creation. There's nothing that exists, so there's nothing that can disturb the peace, and then emanated through these faculties that we give the names to: Aser, Tahudi, Sekert, Ma'at, Herakuti, Heru, Heteru, Sebek, Alset, and Geb. We all need to master these things. I'll come back to this. Let me continue. Well, let me say this. The top triangle here represents the realm of the divine or heaven. This bottom area represents the earthly, the human. So this is the divine realm. This is the human realm, the earthly realm. And in the middle sits this faculty where we get to choose where our, for lack of a better word, focus and intention resides. Are we going to choose to, through these faculties, access the divine realm and let it dominate and rule our behavior? Or are we going to use our lower faculties focused on the personality and our physical sensations and allow that to rule our behavior? It's a choice we make. All right, so this is my own diagram to explain this, okay? At the highest level, we have peace because nothing exists. So if nothing exists, there's nothing to disturb anything. So our fundamental nature is peace. Once that divine energy initiates creation, once there is creation, there is what is called omnipresence, right? There is nothing that the Creator created where the Creator isn't. The Creator is present in all things, so it's omnipresent. That is one of its fundamental characteristics. From that, we get the second emanation. If the Creator is everywhere at all times and in everything, there's nothing hidden from it. That means it is all-knowing, or what we call omniscience. And from those two, we derive the third characteristic of the divine realm, which is omnipotence. If the Creator is everywhere at all times in everything, nothing is hidden from it, so it knows everything, it is all-powerful, omnipotent, okay? Those are the divine aspects that we as man and woman created in the image of the divine Creator share in. But we are only able to consciously access that when we use our will to, through the divine faculties of number 4, which is truth. Meaning, From omniscience, all is known, is derived what is true, and from that, joy. I won't explain that in detail, just let it stand. Likewise, from omnipotence, all powerful, comes this faculty, herokuti. It's discipline. Meaning, if you are all powerful, you have enough power to say no to things that are harmful to you and to say yes to the things that you need to take responsibility for and do. There is no excuse for not doing what needs to be done. If you are accessing the omniscience of the divine through the faculty of ma'at, truth, given by Tehuti, and you have the power to what? Limit yourself to that which is truth. Okay? This faculty here, our will, it has no energy, no matter, no program. It's free. It has to be no energy, no matter, no program, because if it had those things, it would be limited. And therefore, what it does is compelled by finite components. And then finally, the lower spheres. So 10 is the earth, okay? Sphere 9 and 10 is the physical body. Then you have a personality, you have an intellect, and you have an imagination. If we use our intellect and imagination only to satisfy the needs and desires of our physical body and our personality, we remain in the lower sphere. We are not guided by the divine intelligence. And this is the root cause of all of our problems on earth. So, in answer to that question, how, when we have the golden age of spirituality and the greatest civilization, how is it that we fell into the condition we are in now? In order to answer that from within our own ancient Anu spiritual system, we have to deal with this divine faculty called Herokuti. And it deals with protection as an active alignment, not a favor. Divine protection is not a separate deity stepping in to change the physical rules of the world. Protection is the automatic byproduct of a population keeping its collective energy vibratory, unified, and disciplined. If a civilization stops doing the rigorous spiritual work required to maintain that high vibration, the protection vanishes automatically. So here you see, right, protection, active alignment. It's not a deity coming in to do supernatural things to protect us. No. When we are in our indigenous African spirituality and that indwelling divine intelligence is ruling our behavior, we have this protective force field. Okay? This is what our ancestors were doing up until the third dynasty in Kemet. For reasons that I'll explain in a minute, that work weakened and caused cracks in the internal spiritual alignment, right, in our shield. And the law of Herokuti, the divine judgment, automatic, right, meant that our protection vanished. What happened? We had an internal breakdown of Ma'at. The third dynasty kings abandoned the servant of God role and instead sought absolute power through human ambition and greed. They violated the principles of Ma'at, universal balance, and the result was Isfet, chaos, injustice. Violence replaced order. Okay? The societal consequences were the following. The old kingdom collapsed through internal revolution. This is before any foreign invaders. The fragmentation, it resulted in fragmentation and weakening of society. The population became vulnerable to invasion and foreign domination, and the psychological vulnerability, right? There was a fear of a second death, and that opened the door to foreign religions. I'll explain that in a moment. Okay? So why did Kemet experience an internal moral and spiritual decline? We need to know the answer to this, because if for some reason, using our traditional African spirituality, we create again this homo spiritualis, this man that is ruled by the divine intelligence. We did that before, and yet something went wrong and it failed. And if we don't study and understand that, we can reproduce that and fall victim to the same thing. What happened was this. There was a shift from spiritual cultivation to externalized ritual. Within the tradition, we call this the Sebek trap. Sebek being the faculty of our intellect. In Kemet's early golden ages, spirituality was an exact science of self-mastery. Initiates underwent decades of training to silence their emotions, tame their animal nature, which was called Set, and awaken their inner Aser, their divine self. Over millennia, the high spiritual standards of the priesthood began to slacken. The spiritual system gradually shifted from a science of inner transformation to a system of externalized ritual, religion, and fortune telling. So much so that, for example, today, you can ask, like, for example, I went to my Balanta community and I asked the young people, why do we sacrifice? Why do we slaughter cows during the Tokorchur, right, which is the funeral ceremonies? And their answer was to show off how wealthy the ancestor was, which is not why that thing started. Yes, that's true. That is what's happening there. But they did not understand that originally, right, the blood carried the vital life force energy. And the ground was the portal into the ancestral realm, because when you die, your body, what? Goes back into the ground. So we live from the ground, and then we return to the ground. So the earth was considered to be the vessel that knows everything and was the portal into the ancestral realm. And so when you slaughter that animal, that blood soaks into the ground. That is a jurisdictional transaction that is taking place between the living earthly realm and the ancestral realm. And because the transitioning ancestor is going into a new community, he has to be presented and, for lack of a better term, pay a rent. And in order to sustain that individual, the more life force energy, the more blood that was soaked into the ground showed how serious his children, his grandchildren, his lineage, how serious they were that this ancestor be received well. This was some of the understanding of why that's practiced, but we had lost that. They were performing the external rituals without understanding the inner meaning of it all and the inner cause and effect mechanism of the ancestral science. The consequence was that instead of cultivating the actual power of the higher spheres, peoples and especially the rulers began relying on the lower intellect, the Sebek, sphere 8, and superficial religious compliance. They thought performing the rituals perfectly was enough, forgetting that true protection requires absolute purity of mind and spirit. Now, I wrote an article that goes into great detail in this particular period and what happened. It's called Understanding the Theban Sorcery Lodges, the False Salvation of the Soul, and the Fall of the Anu at An in ancient Kemet that opened the door to foreign invasion, religion, and imperial domination. So if you want to get a thorough understanding and explanation of how and why this happened at that particular time, you can go there. One of the most consequential aspects was what became spiritual fear. For the individual, this is what the Theban sorcery lodges was falsely teaching and misapplied. That for the individual, the breakdown of Ma'at meant the possibility of a second death in the afterlife. If one's heart was found heavier than the feather of Ma'at during the weighing of the heart ceremony, it would be devoured by the monster Amit, causing the soul to cease to exist entirely. That was a perversion of the original teaching. And here then is where the appeal of a redeemer, a Christ salvation that can assure life in the afterlife, in a heaven, by a simple one-time confession of sin and acceptance of a savior, in this case, Jesus. There was a spiritual fear that came in by this false teaching, because Ma'at, right, did not teach that your soul would be destroyed. So now with our protective shield cracked, spiritual fear, and the increase of both leadership, priesthood, and people now operating from their lower selves and no longer striving to use their divine faculties to achieve the oneness, the peace, the omniscience, the omnipresence, the omnipotence that they share with the Creator. This is what allowed the Hyksos invasion, the first invasion of foreigners, right? This came from Amorite or Semitic foreign peoples known as the Shashu or the Habiru. They exploited a weakened Egypt after internal strife. They aimed at the extermination of the original Anu people and their replacement. The religious corruption, right? These foreign invaders misunderstood the mystery school teachings that were happening at the temple of Luxor or Waset, called An in the Bible. They mistook the spiritual sun people for literal sun worshippers. And this is where they introduced the foreign Abrahamic religions, while our spiritual shield was down, preaching external salvation. This replaced the internal divine realization with worship of external saviors. Now, quick biblical contradiction for those that are well familiar with the Bible. Genesis introduces a paradox. Genesis 1:26-27 says, God created mankind in his own image. Genesis 2:16-17 and 3:5 commands mankind not to realize their divinity. Do not eat from the tree of knowledge. The problem, why create humans in God's image yet forbid them from realizing it? The evidence of the original teaching still is in the Bible, because it affirms the Egyptian mystery school doctrine. If you go to Psalms 82:6-7, John 10:34-35, Proverbs 23:7, and John 8:32. It says, ye are gods, confirming the divine potential in all humans. Meanwhile, Moses, who is a fictitious character designed to use the Bible as a sacred teaching literature. In that story, Moses is trained at this school of On, the original school teaching the original spirituality, and Joseph marries a daughter of the high priest of On. Okay, these are clues that the Bible lets you know that what I'm saying is true. Okay.
Brother Spear, just
yes?
to let you know, you've got 8 minutes left.
Okay, I'm wrapping up. I'm on slide 14 of 19. All right. Now, Kemet's fall leads to the trans-Saharan slave trade. Within the Medu Netur, our original sacred teachings, the foreign invasions into Kemet by the Hyksos, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans represent the metaphysical fall of the global spiritual epicenter. This historical collapse directly sets the stage for the Arab trans-Saharan slave trade. Okay? By this time, the Greeks, the Persians, the Romans, they're already institutionalizing massive chattel slavery in North Africa. Okay? This caused or forced the people of North Africa into survival mode. So now they are focused on spheres 7, 8, and 9, just on how to survive. And so this is what allowed the Arabs to come in and do the destruction that they did in the name of Islam, this Abrahamic religion. Now, the trans-Saharan slave trade leads to the Dum Diversis War and the enslavement by Europeans. Enslavement under the trans-Saharan trade forced large populations into a chronic generational state of fight or flight. This forced the collective consciousness and vibratory power down from the higher spheres into the lowest center of the tree in the realm of Set. A population operating from the lower nature is structurally vulnerable to external conquest. The trans-Saharan trade did the psychological heavy lifting of instilling fear. If you're an infidel, right, you're going to be conquered by these, powerful weapon, horse riding, Muslims, right? It instilled this fear. It divided the people between, right, Islam, Muslim faithful, and infidels, and caused this trauma over hundreds of years. The European transatlantic trade simply capitalized on this pre-existing, deeply entrenched psychic vulnerability, using advanced Setian brutality to complete the material capture of the continent. The Arab trans-Saharan trade was the metaphysical and psychological catalyst, while the European transatlantic trade was the material execution. Now, who was at the head of this trans-Saharan trade? It was these West African kingdoms, Mansa Musa, Mali, right? These leaders of these West African kingdoms, right, were perpetrating this Setian brutality. So the automatic justice, the law of Herakuti, was applied to them. Thus, it was what? West Africa, which suffered the European trade, because it was West Africa that had laid the groundwork through the trans-Saharan impact. All right, towards Desi and Weha. The Balanta people, who are some of the original inhabitants of the Happy or Nile Valley, who migrated from there to their homeland on the west coast of Africa in Guinea-Bissau before 3500 BC. So before Narmer invades and unites the three different confederacies to establish the first dynasty in Egypt. My ancestors left. We had nothing to do with that. We were gone by then. They have a word that best describes this historical imperative. The Sina, which means to recover a soul of a sick person caught in witchcraft by a witch doctor, and Kadesi, which means recovering of the soul of a sick person. Only then can the person experience Weha, which means to be healed, cured. So the Pan-African, I have 3 slides, I'm done. The Pan-African spiritual imperative is this. It's Kadesi, Weha, returning to the source, to heal the souls of sick people harmed by this witchcraft. We invoke the Sankofa principle, go back and get it, learn from the past to build the future. We must recover the original spiritual teaching. Reconnect with the indwelling divine intelligence in order to produce Homo spiritualis. We have to transform Homo sapiens sapiens to Homo spiritualis, meaning we have to master the animal and human nature through spiritual discipline, Herakuhuti. We have to allow the dwelling divine intelligence and rule. We have to allow indwelling divine intelligence to rule voluntary and involuntary behavior. We have to actually program our subconscious through neurolinguistic programming, right? We have to reprogram our subconscious behavior, which, as most of us know, is the majority of our behavior. It's automatic subconscious programming. It's not conscious. This is the reason why people can say, I want to quit smoking, but can't. This is the reason why people know they need to eat right and exercise, and yet they don't. We have to restore Ma'at in individual and society, and we have to apply it in this age of artificial intelligence. We have a new threat, digital colonialism or foreign domination via AI. It's the same pattern, external technology replacing internal wisdom. The solution is to strengthen the divine consciousness through specific technologies designed to do so, just like an Olympic coach uses specific training to produce Olympic champions. And then we build new African civilizations based on this new spiritual foundation. So here's the call to action. For individuals, pursue self-knowledge, develop moral faculties, realize the divinity that dwells within you. For communities, restore the spiritual governance, meaning only those people that can demonstrate that they have activated sovereign activation and they have reached identified levels. I won't go into that now, but there's strict curriculums. There's a way to determine all of this. Only those people who have reached a certain level of realizing their divinity are allowed to serve in government. For the continent, unite on this spiritual imperative, echoing Nkrumah's unite or perish. And for humanity, we have to model the alternative to materialist AI-dependent civilization. My last slide. This is just, everybody will have access to this. I'll drop the link where all of this is available to you. You can download the PDFs, but this is my research that deals with a lot of this and goes into great detail. So let me land there and take questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Spirit. I don't know if we should take questions now and instead move to the next presenter, because we tend to take a long time with the questions. I think, can people write their questions down and hold on to that, and then we can keep them for the bigger discussion later, if that's okay. Does everybody say that's okay? Because we're behind time. We're trying to catch up with time. We're even shortening the lunch period. We're gonna have to eat lunch right here in front of the screen. So are we all okay with that?
Okay.
Yes, okay. So can we move on to the next presenter? I had to shift that around again because Baba Mafole Semantlane, he seems to have to leave soon. It was going to be African Voices, but can African Voices come after lunch, which is about 15 minutes. And then right now we will have Baba Mafole come in with his topic, a decolonial critique of educational reform, reclaiming Ubuntu as ontological and epistemic foundation and praxis. Can you please go ahead, Baba Mafole? Baba Mafole. That's the name that I have here. Are you in the room?
I'm in the room, ma'am. I'm trying to
Okay.
share the screen now.
All right. Thank you so much. Colleagues, please write down your questions where you're seated and keep them. We will address them a bit later on when we have a bigger discussion. Let's just get through the presentations, and then
Can you help me to share, please?
you have been made a co-host. So at the bottom of your screen, you should have the share button, and it will ask you what to share, like your entire screen or just the window. Are you seeing any of that?
Yes, I have. Are you seeing my screen?
No.
No?
No.
Chair,
Yes.
Brother Mafole can send the slides to me if that
Okay.
helps.
All right.
I think he's getting it right now.
Oh, he's got it. Okay. There you go. All right. I am signing off and giving you the floor. Your presentation is 30 minutes, so at 11:40 is your time up. I will interrupt you 10 minutes before. Okay. Go ahead.
Is my screen there?
Yes, we can see it.
You can see it? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
And thank you for indulging me. I have two very close funerals to attend to this weekend, so I'm running up helter-skelter. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And I think it's very opportune that Brother presented before me. And so what we are going to be looking at is maybe putting what he said into context and then moving on to how to work on the decolonization agenda. This is my conceptualization of the Sankofa, the Ghanaian Sankofa. Here, the head that's facing back is the memory of the bird going back to the past and picking an egg to lay for the future. The presentation starts with creation. The creator with his or her energy here and thoughts, and first of all, creating the universe. After the universe, creating the individual, the family, the community, and then giving the family, the community, the law of Ma'at, out of which we developed Ubuntu. And as we grew, people passed on and they became ancestors. Then came in slavery and colonization. What did they do? They separated us from the universe, from the creator, and put in place of ancestors, put in their saints. And our work now is to deal with that. How do they do that? Layer after layer, like an onion, they covered our identity. And they put us in Plato's cave. They gave us pictures, faced us away from the light. And what we have to do is to move, turn back and move into the light. This, oh, sorry about that. Something's gone wrong with my presentation here. Excuse me. The slides have moved forward for some reason that I don't understand. We were here. So we lead our lives like we are wearing shades that give life eternity. And the American natives call the sickness that this slavery and colonization caused wetiko, mind virus and mind blindness. They also came up with, the colonizers came up with the education system to indoctrinate us. And they also came up with the type of economics that they call free market economics, when it is actually fettered economics. And it is like we are living inside an eggshell. And our work is to do what? To break the eggshell from the inside. That is decolonizing ourselves. As Biko says, the most potent weapon of the colonizer is the mind of the colonized. So we have to break the shell from inside so that we can live again. And how do we do that? Go back, family, back to that process and replace, re-honor our ancestors. Right now, according to Fall and Welpe, colonization and education are closely intertwined. What I'm presenting here is to show how we can instead intertwine decoloniality with Ubuntu regenerative transformation. And that is the critique that I am presenting here, so that they can be intertwined. In a nutshell, this is what currently the educators want to reform. But my point is we need to decolonize the educators themselves. We need to liberate the brains and the minds, the hearts, the brains, and the mind. And how do we do that? I have looked at the models that are used in the reform of education. This is Keller's model of what he calls ACTS: attention, relevance, confidence, and satisfaction. I'm going to go quickly through it because there are many slides here. What I have come up with is the ARC model: attention, relevance, confidence, and contentment instead of satisfaction. Contentment meaning we are okay with what we have achieved, but we still want to grow from that. So I have put in a few elements to augment Keller's model. Instead of what he says is in attention, inquiry, I'm saying we need to use appreciative inquiry. He talks about humor. Yes, it is needed for the education, but learners also need to enjoy what they are learning. I agree with him about variability, but he also talks about participation in education. Participation is not, for me, is not enough. We need committed engagement and concreteness of the material that is being learned. He talks about incongruity and conflict. I instead think we need to look at congruity and harmony. And the next element is relevance. In it, he talks about the need for experience. I've divided the experience into two: anchoring experience, which is the current experience, but the experience must also be transformative, looking into the future. He talks about immediate applicability, and I bring in future regenerative usefulness, not sustainability. I heard some presenters still talk about sustainability. Sustainability is reducing harm, whereas regeneration is actually recovering the ecosystem and recovering our identity and our Ubuntu. And we need also to look at the needs of education to meet the needs of society. And this has got to come by choice. The next element is that of confidence, in which he talks about, sorry, I want to remove this. Oh, the screen is gone again.
No, we can see you, Baba.
I don't see my presentation now. I'll get it quickly. Excuse me a second, please.
It means you can see your screen.
You can't see my screen?
We can see it.
We can see
You
your
can see it? I can't see it. I'm trying to get it back myself because I can't see it.
We are seeing it. So put escape. Then come back.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I also can see it. Sorry for that. For confidence, I agree with Keller, but I think what is important is that we need to accept our vulnerability and vulnerabilities of learners so that we can be able to, one of the major vulnerabilities come from our being colonized, coloniality, the colonization of our minds. So we've got to liberate them. So we need also to look at transformation, not to just go on with education as it is. And finally, it is the contentment that I talk about. And he looks at scheduling positive outcomes, at unexpected rewards for whatever work we do for transforming, for decolonizing, and the natural consequences. But I also look at the need for us to be able to learn from the application feedback, whereas we try to decolonize. And we also need to seek growth-inspiring influences from our interventions. And this makes the difference. Keller's model is motivation, but motivation is a low-level outcome. What we really need is volition and flourishing, ancestral future flourishing. And so this is one of the ways that I look at the education reform that we need to transform it. But also there is education uses what they call the PERMA+4 model. Instead, I have augmented it with a program for building Ubuntu civil learning communities, where it is for social healing and recovering our natural potential for Ubuntu and high achievement. On the basis of this community building process, now I augment the PEMA model into a model where we are looking at emotions and spirit as we are looking at spirituality in this conference. We also look at question of commitment more than this is positive emotions, engagement, but I'm looking at committed engagement, as I said earlier. This is the relations. I'm looking at healthy value-adding relations, not just relations. And also, he looks at meaning of the work, the learning that is being done. I'm proposing human identity and dignity as what will give us a better meaning. And he also looks at achievement, but as I said, I look at contentment. And I also augment the other elements into a holistic health, which includes physical, mental, social, and the spirituality that we are talking about. I'm also looking at ancestral, future-oriented growth mindsets, not just growth mindsets. I'm also looking at a regenerative environment, not just working on the environment, making sure that it is also regenerative, and looking at competent, self-driven global citizens. This is what the program will deliver. I have actually been delivering this, building Ubuntu civil learning communities with some groups. And this is how I perceive the augmented PEMA plus 4 model, which looks at, as I said, overall the regeneration, transformation, and knowing. How do we do that? The difference here is when PEMA 4 focuses on positive emotions, I look at fostering positive emotions, and I have shown here the comparison. I've already covered that. But education now has adopted the biophysical, biopsychosocial, and spiritual model from medicine. But the model is not yet bringing about change because it still lacks. This is the model. I will not go deep into it. But what Ubuntu does, functional Ubuntu, when we live and experience Ubuntu, then we are able to help to increase the impact and the efficacy of the biopsychosocial and spiritual model. The other model that I bring into the education system is the geodesic learning model or geodesic information processing model, in which is based on how the brain learns best. And that also uses mind mapping applications. And with that, it helps to increase our own self-regulation so that the output becomes what we are looking for. This is augmenting the process, the agenda of decoloniality. How does this happen in the brain? Coloniality, our brain is actually divided into two: the left prefrontal cortex and the right prefrontal cortex. The right prefrontal cortex deals with fear, and the left prefrontal cortex deals with love. What colonization has done is to lock our brains through fear into and making the fear domain our default mode. What decolonization needs to do is to help rewire the brain so that we can then apply Ubuntu, which is based on love, to unlock the left prefrontal cortex that deals with love, so that most of our work, most of our responses to life should be what? Should be focusing on building great relations, building forgiveness, because forgiveness calms our minds and it helps us to reconcile, so that even the unity of Africa that is becoming very evasive, we are able to achieve that, but by unlocking Ubuntu. Because scholars say that, for instance, Mukuzo says that Ubuntu is under siege, and the processes that I'm dealing with here help to rescue Ubuntu. The brain is also divided into the lower domain, the cognitive domain that deals with 10% or less of our thinking, which long-term suppression has locked our minds into. And it has also the metacognitive, the higher thinking brain, where we are able to think about our own thinking. And the processes that I'm talking about help us to unlock, Ubuntu helps us to unlock the higher brain, so that we are able to look at higher questions of life. We talked about meaning, who we are. We are able to ask ourselves, who am I? Who are you? How can I become a better version of myself? And it also helps us to be able to look at how we can improve the situation, the current human condition, and to flourish. And finally, this is the process that I talked about, the program that I talked about, building Ubuntu civil learning communities. And it is based on how Africans used to meet in circles. This is the circle of dialogue. What does it do? It builds this civil learning, Ubuntu civil learning community is a group of fearless individuals who become leaders, ethical leaders, who submit themselves to a higher power that is more knowing, more objective and caring. It is a group that cares for children and its women and cherishes them, cherishes how to bring up children in the Ubuntu mindset. It also helps people to learn how to learn, as I showed in the previous slide. It also helps us to think about our own thinking. It helps us to be able to grow. It helps us to be able to change, to transform and unlock our Ubuntu, be able to change the self, not change the other, but change the self, and also be able to change our context. It also helps us when we are in community we learn how to communicate honestly with ourselves. Also how to develop deep relations that go beyond our usual masks of composure. It also helps us to also develop significant commitment to rejoice together, to mourn together, and to delight in each other, and to take each other's condition as our own. Building Ubuntu learning communities helps to unlock our intelligence, because then you'll remember from the first two slides, we are then able to reconnect with the Creator. We are also able to reconnect with our ancestors. We are also able to reconnect with Ma'at. What does that do? Helps us to connect with the universal mind, the universal consciousness, and the universal thought. By doing that, again, by switching from the right prefrontal cortex to the left prefrontal cortex, by what is called in the Bible, what is called in Matthew 7, verses 13 to 14, what is called the short or the wide gate that attracts foolish people, that leads to death, and the narrow gate that leads to life. The narrow gate is the longer love brain pathway. And when we are in this community, we have a lot of positive energy that comes from sources that we are not aware of. It comes from the universe. We are able to unlock our own thinking. We think better than the way we could ever imagine we could be able to think. And the results are something that is beyond imagination. And that is the end of my presentation, how we can be able to look at human beings as whole beings that are also spiritual, develop the spirit, develop emotions, develop the social relations, and develop the human being even physical. And that is what is the remedy for the current human condition. Other researchers also say that. For instance, Professor Lee, who is very responsible for the advancement of IT in China, says that even though AI is advancing and there seems to be, we will remember that there has been talk about the AI world order. But he says that AI world order also needs to be complemented with human love, and that, which is what Ubuntu is all about. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for such a informative and insightful presentation. I think you've made it just in time. There's 5 minutes for questions, and then after that, we'll move on to the next presentation. The next presentation, I have shifted African Hidden Voices up, and then after that will be Ubaba Menzi Kakutu Maseko, and then we'll go for lunch. So 5
You said we're
minutes.
going for lunch and then I forgot. It's fine. Sorry.
We had to shift around. I removed somebody. I removed someone from I removed Baba Benny from the list because I said guess first. So we have moved up. So please ask questions. There's 4 minutes left before we start on the next presentation.
May I ask questions of Baba Siphiwe?
Okay, go.
Thank you, Baba Semantlanes. Your presentation, I think it was quite in harmony with Baba Balega's presentation too. I really was sad when we couldn't ask questions of Baba Siphiwe because, wow, yeah, that's what started me on my journey towards spiritual reawakening. It was the Raunefe Amen Institute. I think it's called the Oset Institute. And then I found my way back to my ancestry through the teachings of the Tree of Life about Nederu. So my question to him quickly is this thing of it's not called auto-suggestion. I forgot to write down the word. But how do we use our tongue really how do we really use Heka? How do we really, before one gets deeply into about Neteru and the knowledge of Kemet, can ordinary people find ways to use that auto-suggestion? I don't know, there's another term for it, to really gain spiritual power individually as well as within the community. Thank you.
Yes, great question. You use the word hekau. For those that aren't familiar, he's talking about the vibratory power of sound, of words, right? Or more particularly sound, and how it enables a cause and effect mechanism into manifestation, into physical material manifestation. Rather than get into a complicated explanation, I'll just say this. Our ancestors, and this ties into Nana's presentation yesterday about brain and energy and frequencies. Sounds carry a vibration. You can't see the sound, you can't physically touch it, but you can hear it. That's the evidence that it is something that exists. Those energies, those vibrations, those frequencies is the underlying structure of the physical universe. Our ancestors were able, through the indwelling divine intelligence, to figure out what frequencies specifically target divine faculties that is inside each and every one of us. just like yogi masters or personal trainers can tell you a specific movement to do that will target a specific muscle or provoke a specific biochemical change that will increase your performance. It's a training adaptation. You do this specific thing to target this specific organ or tissue or whatever to produce this specific effect. We mapped out which vibrations, which sounds affect in various ways each of the 11 divine faculties inside of us. If you learn these vibration powers and you perform the training, meaning you induce the state of trance, again, this goes back to Nana's presentation yesterday. If you induce the state of trance, where you can consciously enter your subconscious, and then you can visualize behaviors that you want to change and identify which of the divine faculties govern that behavior. You can then use the Hekal, the words of power, you chant them in order to stimulate that vibratory energy of that divine faculty so that you will automatically, right, subconsciously change that behavior. So then when a similar situation happens that would normally provoke the previous programmed behavior that comes from what our previous presenter was talking about, our fight or flight fear response, you can automatically change that to the divine Ubuntu response through chanting these words of power. And this is what Aset Society teaches, whose teacher, Ra'u Nefer Amen, wrote those 7 volumes, plus a whole heap of other books that have already outlined exactly the scientific step-by-step what we need to do. We just don't have enough people graduating from his institutions and replicating them. That's our imperative. I think I answered your question.
Thank you so much. I recognize.
Could I add to the response?
Yes, very quickly, because it's now the next person's presentation time.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the program that I talked about in the last slide, you remember I showed that it helps us to connect to the universe, to the universal thought, to the universal mind, and to the universal consciousness. The actual workshop program, in the actual workshop program, we put people through questions that ignite what Baba Baleka is talking about. It does exactly the same work as those frequencies. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have some observation. Can I give some comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, brother and sister. I hear the 2 presentations about the Arabic trans-Saharan enslavement, and also about the enslavement that we know, post-Atlantic or transatlantic enslavement. All those enslavements are on the basis of racism. So the hate of Black people. So they take Black people like their own thing, like tools. That is my what I think. Now, about the system Ubuntu, the philosophy of Ubuntu, did South African people, which I'm certain that they are in this room, did they know about it, about the Ubuntu philosophy, when they are beating West African people? Did they know Ubuntu with this behavior of negrophobia or Afrophobia? That is a question.
No,
Thank
let's
you.
not go there.
Thank you so much. Can we put a pin in that question for now? Can we please have the African Hidden Voices presentation? Do you want me to put up your slides, or you will do it yourself?
Yes,
No,
please.
Sister Bwalya,
Chair.
just a moment.
Yes.
Just a moment.
Yes.
Issues of what is happening in South Africa, we cannot deal it here. And as we are also met here as international people, you can feel that not everybody is into that, and possibly our brothers and sisters who are South Africans here may not be able to answer once they are not part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Who is speaking next so I can make them co-host so they can share their slides?
It's African Hidden Voices.
Yeah, but what is that the name on the in the
That's
chat?
the name of the
I
group.
need the name on the chat. Sorry?
Pardon? Oh,
I
it's
need the
Sam
name.
Langa. Sam Langa.
Sam Langa. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
All right, there you go. You've got the floor.
Okay.
You should end at 12:10, and then we go for lunch.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I think I'll just talk while I wait for you to display
Oh,
my
you want me
presentation.
to? Okay, fine.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. And then
Okay, hold on.
Sorry.
Okay,
sorry,
so will I be
sorry.
able to move the slides on myself, or
Yeah,
you'll
sorry,
be
hold
doing
on.
that on my
I'll
behalf?
move them for you. You just tell me, and then I'll move them for you.
Okay.
Just say next slide like that, then I'll do that.
But there is no slide on the screen.
Hold
What we
on,
have is a
I'm
Word
coming.
document. Yeah, thank you.
Just hold on. It's I was trying to I need to first find you. There we go. And then I'll share the slide. Allow multiple presenters to share. Why am I getting this? Okay, I'm just doing this. Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Let me do the slideshow from the beginning. There we go. Okay. All right. You've got the floor. Go ahead. All right.
Yes. Firstly, I would like to extend my greetings to international scholars, African scholars, academics, spiritual leaders, religious leaders, students, African communities and global participants, and all protocol observed. My name is Sam Ulanga Kalangana. I am one of the head researchers from a research institution called African Hidden Voices. That is one of the leading global research institution in matters of African indigenous spirituality and the universal spirituality. And before I begin my presentation, I would like to note that recently African Hidden Voices received an award in Italy in one of the biggest book fair in Europe, where they co-authored a book called The Revelation Spiritual Home, The Revival of African Indigenous Spirituality. That was actually written by Dr. Massimo, one of the global scholars under University of the Cambridge University, under the Cambridge Elements series. And as I speak currently, it was translated into Italian language and it was endorsed by prominent scholars. It undertook rigorous fact-checking or inspection, where internal scholars from the University of the Cambridge University reviewed the book. It also received anonymous reviews and it passed all these phases for it to be actually published under the Cambridge University. So I am sitting with confidence to say we are one of the leading institutions who actually champion African indigenous spirituality. Now, With respect, allow me to present to you a paper with a topic, Spiritual Clarity in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the African Spiritual Identity Question Beyond the ATR Framework, where ATR stands for African Traditional Religion. Next. Now, for us to begin, first we need to deal with the question of the future. We appreciated this symposium as the theme is actually based on African spirituality, the past, the present, and the future in the fourth industrial revolution epoch. But now the issue at hand, which we have actually noticed from the previous scholars or presenters from yesterday's session up until today, it's that we have been presented information about the past, which is history. And remember, not everything that is historic is factual. So now the question is, as we are presenting the history about our spirituality or our ancient knowledge system, the question is, who is eligible or what is the framework that can best help us to prove the authenticity of that information and history? Because of now we're talking about the past. The question is, how do we then practice that information if it is not vetted in the present so that we can shape the future? Now, the fourth industrial revolution promises artificial intelligence, digital preservation, indigenous knowledge systems, cultural archives, knowledge accessibility, and across Africa, increasing efforts are being directed towards preserving African spirituality. But before preservation, we must ask, what exactly is African spirituality? Is it Gemet information? Remember, the history of Egypt is divided into two. There's the study of Egyptology and the study of Egyptosophy. Now, Egyptosophy is the spirituality behind the history of Egypt, which we can attest today that everything that we are talking about in terms of the Kemetic history, it's all in the past. Do we still see Kemet up until today?
Excuse me, my brother. Please, can you switch on your camera, please? We want to see your face. Yeah. I'm sorry that others, we never ask them to do that. Sorry.
Okay. Am I visible?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. So I'm using two screens, so I'm looking at the other screen. I hope I'm visible. Okay.
Yes, you are visible.
Thank you. Okay, now the unresolved question. For more than 6 decades, scholars have attempted to explain African spirituality through the framework of ATR. What is African traditional religion? Yet fundamental questions remain. What is African spirituality? Who possesses spiritual authority? We've been talking about the what and excluding the who. What distinguishes spirituality from religion? Who has the authority to define African spirituality? If clarity has been achieved, these questions would no longer persist. Yesterday, we heard a couple of times people who are asking questions and making comments, talking about the crisis of identity, talking about clarity, giving clarity to spiritual matters. This shows us that we cannot move into the future through the fourth industrial revolutions if we have not understood our spiritual identity as an African and who should champion the concept of spirituality or the practice. Now, the continued existence of these questions suggests that the challenge is not a lack of information, as we have known that most of the scholars or presenters here, they gave us extensive information, but the challenge is clarity. Who should bring about clarity in matters of spirituality? Who should prove that what we are actually presenting today is actually authentic and eligible to drive Africans from the present all the way to the future? Next. Now, the missing foundation. Everything has its foundation. We know that as we are actually referencing in the past or referencing the past based on Egyptian history, the question is, in their existence while history was still in the present, what were they referencing into? Or during the existence of the first humans here in Africa, what were they referencing into in order for them to practice spirituality? Then we must understand that there's more into a spirituality than just quoting from what already existed in the past. Now, according to His Spiritual Royal Majesty Imboni Dr. Uzilose Radebe, who is the chairperson of this research institution and also the founder and leading a spiritual guide and leader of the Revelation Spiritual Home, whom this book was actually written about in terms of his institution. He states that we cannot speak about humanity without first speaking about spirit. Humanity continues to discuss identity, family, marriage, culture, society, even including religion. Yet spirit is frequently excluded from these discussions. Yesterday, I asked a question to our fellow main speaker, that what is the distinction between spirit, the human body, and the soul, even including the mind? Because of now, we cannot talk about the practice of spirituality, yet we don't understand what is it to become spiritual. We know that every human being has a spirit, but not every human being is spiritual. Because for one to become spiritual, one must activate the spirit. And through activation, there is a practices that one needs to engage for one to be spiritually active. Now, the consequence is that humanity debates human systems while neglecting the very foundation from which human existence emerged. We talk about knowledge system, but we don't talk about the spirit that gave birth to all these knowledge systems. Next. The problem with starting from religion. We stated a couple of times that the root cause of the downfall of Africa that had led Africa into the Dark Age, as we know that today you go to Egypt, there's no a presence of the Kemetic a way of life, because of it was actually colonized by the Arabs. Now we see most of the Islam regime taking place that side. But now we know that religion is the root cause of Africa to fall into the Dark Ages. And what was problematic was that all these knowledge systems that came about through the African and Western scholars, they tried to understand our ancient spiritual way of life and also the knowledge system through the lens of the Western epistemic methodologies. Hence, we saw the likes of one of the prominent scholars, John Mbiti, who famously argued that wherever the African is, there is religion. Now, the question is, before the existence of the etymology of religion, what were we practicing? How is it that Mbiti can justify the practices of our spirituality through the premise of religion? Now, this statement became one of the foundations of ATR scholarship, African traditional religion. Again, how do we include African traditional and religion in one term? But an important question follows. If African existence is defined through religion, what happens to spirituality? Can spirituality be adequately understood through religion? Or have religion and spirituality been treated as though they refer to the same reality? A couple of times we read academic papers where Western scholars, including the scholars who actually began to write scholarly work about our African spiritual practices, using the term spirituality and religion interchangeably, which is very wrong and problematic. As African Hidden Voices, we give a distinction between what spirituality is and what spirituality is not in the book that was actually published by the Cambridge University. Next. Now, the issue at hand, the ATR framework. African traditional religion emerged as an attempt to explain African spirituality through tradition, religion, and certain spiritual elements. Those of you who understand the concept of ubungoma, isangoma, or a traditional healer, one can explain to you that for a traditional healer to practice, one needs to receive a spiritual gift from the ancestors who carry that particular gift. You cannot practice something that you do not have. Now, two, this concept of ATR speaks about tradition. Hence, I quoted a traditional healing. Tradition only becomes valid as long as there is an element of ukuphahla, ancestral veneration. That's the only time we can say this is a tradition in context of what I'm explaining. Now, we cannot explain spiritual matters using the term tradition because tradition comes after spirituality. Spirituality gave birth to tradition. Religion is totally outside because of it's a system that was created by human ideologies about the concept of spirituality. Now, these certain spiritual elements that we are actually talking about, these are the elements that we say when one engages into a traditional a ceremony, that aspect of connecting with the ancestors, it is what makes that tradition to live. But we cannot classify a whole entire framework of spirit through the lens of ATR. We've seen Mndende, who actually advocated for ATR, to say everyone who has come after this concept were introduced in the 19 or late 1900s cannot speak about those concepts of spirituality, yet already they have defined spirituality in ATR. We dismiss that concept because tradition is something else, spirituality is something else. Next. Now, the problem of interpretation. A central argument of this paper is that religion and theology primarily operate through interpretation. And we know that when we talk about interpretation with regards to religion, we need to pay attention to who is interpreting, the interpreter. Many of religious leaders in Africa, they've tried too many times to interpret the religion, but all their contributions have not been welcomed into the academic space in theology. But we know that when the moment the Pope starts to interpret the Bible differently, his contribution is taken serious. Now it's a key importance that really a religion is about the interpreter. And those who are in authority in those particular religions are the ones who can best shape the practice of religion. Therefore, we cannot speak about theology in Africa because we do not have such a framework. Theology exists because of religion. Now, indigenous spirituality operates through revelation. We keep on talking about the past, but we do not understand while past was present, what were they actually following? And we understand that through rigorous research and through spiritual revelations from His Spiritual Royal Majesty, Inkosi Amakhosi Omoya, revelation, it's the source of spiritual knowledge that can drive the practice of spiritual African indigenous spirituality. Now, when spiritual realities are approached through interpretive frameworks alone, important questions remain unresolved. This creates continuing uncertainty concerning spiritual identity, spiritual authority, and spiritual knowledge. Now, the challenge here is therefore not merely definitional, it is epistemological. Next. The elephant in the room, which is the most important. Now, as one of the undergraduates in banking, we are taught that there's no global regulatory body, but we have too many regulatory bodies that set standards for the practice of banking. Now, that is very crucial and very interesting, and this is what has been adopted by religion, that what is happening into our African indigenous spirituality framework or ecosystem, we're now seeing people trying to represent African indigenous spirituality, yet they lack the spiritual wisdom and knowledge to bring about a clarity. Now, it is because of they think that there's what we call shared authority. There's no such a thing in African indigenous spirituality. What we have is spiritual hierarchy. And this is the principle that brings order and governance in the practice of African indigenous spirituality. Hence, we say we need to address the elephant in the room. Who defines African spirituality? Now, present in most discussions, we hear scholars, researchers, universities, policymakers frequently absent in those discussions are indigenous spiritual authorities, living spiritual practitioners, and spiritual leaders whose knowledge emerges through revelation. If you want to enroll to a course to study medicine, you know that there's going to be a practitioner who specializes in medicine to teach you or to become your educator. Now, the question is, why do we want to represent such a powerful spirituality of Africa, yet we are represented by people who are actually not recognized in the spiritual realm? Next. Now, what the Cambridge study reveals, which I spoken about earlier, the book, recent scholarship, especially Dr. Massimo, whom you can go through and search, examining African indigenous spirituality, noted that AIS practitioners reject the assumptions that spirituality, religion, and traditions are the same thing. He has proven that. He has done his rigorous research across Africa, and he has proved that really these three things are actually different. The study further observed that AIS institutions insist they are not part of religion. This raises an important question. If practitioners and scholars are not speaking about the same reality, how can clarity be achieved? Right now, there was a dispute and yesterday about the concept of about Neteru. Someone else mentioned that, the other mentioned that. Now the question is, if we are discussing the same history, why are we interpreting it differently? This shows us that the issue at hand is the concept of belief. Belief is the one that makes us to interpret and understand things differently. When it comes to African indigenous spirituality, what gives clarity and order, it's revelation, which is spiritual revelation. Next. Spiritual clarity, which is the main discussion of today, that after unfolding all these inconsistencies, we need to begin to seek for spiritual clarity. Now, according to His Spiritual Royal Majesty, spiritual clarity is the condition through which individuals become clear regarding their spiritual matters. Spiritual awakening is not the accumulation of information. Have we seen? There are so many Africans who are talking about the ancient history. But now, have they actually proven that history, if it is relevant? Remember, life must evolve. Even African indigenous spirituality evolves. It's not static. Now, spiritual clarity emerges through spiritual revelation and historical research. Now, revelation must be proven. Hence, I said that book was actually verified and reviewed by internal and anonymous scholars to show that each and everything that this particular person who states that he is actually given a spiritual revelation to govern a nation or to lead a nation, he must be tested, he must be scrutinized. But we don't see this in other people and sectors. Now, without clarity, identity becomes uncertain, authority becomes contested, knowledge becomes fragmented. Next. Now, tradition is not spirituality. Many of us, or many of you, have presented spirituality using the term, again, tradition, interchangeably with spirituality. Now, according to His Spiritual Royal Majesty, tradition remains important, yet, or however, tradition and spirituality are not identical. Tradition preserves practices, but spirituality gives life and meaning to those practices. When spirituality is reduced to tradition alone, the spiritual foundation becomes obscured. Next. The risk of the fourth industrial revolution. Artificial intelligence can preserve information, which is good, that we have seen and we are using as African Hidden Voices Research Institution, as we have a data center. I myself am a data analyst. Archives can store information, universities can organize information, technology can reproduce information indefinitely, but technology cannot create clarity. If confusion exists today, the fourth industrial revolution may simply digitize confusion on a larger scale. Next. The African, okay, thank you. Conclusion. Now, this paper argues that the African spiritual identity question remains unresolved because discussions of African spirituality have frequently begun with religion, tradition, and interpretation rather than spirit itself. Now, since I have at least 2 minutes, I would like to close with a scholar called Robert Kahn, who actually wrote a book about the restorations or the systems of restorations. He speaks about the three systems. He speaks about the original system, which is the original or the origins of humanity, the intermediate system, which is system 2, that disrupts the history or the civilization of the original system, and the restoration systems. And he states that for a restoration, for a revelation to be a restoration in the present era, it has to have an origin. But not everything, according to Imboni, Dr. Uzile Zwagadeba, that not everything in the past in the original system needs to be restored. And this is what we have seen recently, where all scholars, academics, they keep on restoring or reviving all knowledge systems that which not everything requires to exist today. Life has to evolve. Now, we talk about the practice of spirituality. Spirituality can inform all academic disciplines, as we have done under African Hidden Voices. We have spirituality or AIS in psychology. We have AIS in mathematics and science. We have AIS in archaeology and geology. We have AIS in all academic disciplines. We have written extensive papers. I think yesterday Nana spoke about quantum physics. We do have papers on that. We do have rigorous research studies that actually inform how academics or universities can decolonize education. Because we don't speak about history without excluding revelation. Because of revelation, it's present, and revelation connects the past, the present, and the future. We cannot base the present and future on the past because of not everything needs to be restored. So we are saying, as African Hidden Voices, we are open to collaborate with all scholars so that we can be able to have discussions that are important. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation, African Hidden Voices, and you spoke to me on so many things, but I will give a chance. Okay, we've got, I don't know if I should give, I'm going to give you 5 minutes so that the next presentation comes, or would you like to ask questions in the lunch period? Let's negotiate. Hello?
Well, I think this is a bit fresh, and there's a lot of antithesis, and if we can just
Yeah, but please be
use
concise.
5 minutes.
Point, yes. 5 minutes, please be to the point. Don't give a backstory. Just ask the question, please. All of the questions coming after.
So do I go first?
Yes, I saw your hand first. So go first, and then Baba Benny, and then Brother Christian.
Yes, thank you so much, my brother from the African Hidden Voices. You've spoken a lot of antithesis, as I put it. I have a few questions in terms of authority, in terms of referencing, and in terms of practitioners. If we are questioning authorities for African spirituality, if we are excluding practitioners from such an authoritative, in fact, the only living evidence of who we are, I want to ask you to give a synthesis. Otherwise, we go home and as NATAF, we go and sack our practitioners from our group. Thank you.
Brother Lang, Brother Sam, would you like to respond to that?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, but what I can say is, remember, you cannot talk about the practice of spirituality without talking about the source the source of knowledge where it comes from. Remember, in Kemetic history, we know that it has been discussed here in the session. They talk about the deities, but now let's be practical here. were those deities here on earth in practical form, or we did have deity incarnate? Because of now, everything must be centralized on certain spiritual figures who are in a human form. This is why we have a president when you talk about governance of a particular country. Hence, I spoke about hierarchy. Even in Ubungoma, traditional healing, you cannot speak about Isangoma meaning Ubungoma idlozi, meaning the working spirit that should do the practice of traditional healing physically. It needs a host. So even the concept of African indigenous spirituality or the practice requires a central figure who will be able to take information or revelations from the deity and be able to share it with the nation. So we cannot speak about the practice of spirituality through history. We need those who are authorized to reveal to us what is it that the spirit world from the upward theory is actually saying. You go to the ancient Mesopotamia, the first civilization called the Sumerian people. The Sumerian were African people who were actually following a hierarchy where the one who was actually revealing the laws and the revelations was a spirit king. It was not a priest. Hence, I am saying that you cannot speak about the practice of spirituality without the authority. Now, I hear Maseko speaks about one ring ruling them all. Why don't you question the concept of political structures, why there is a president, but you're questioning a spirituality? You cannot speak about a hierarchy in material knowledge and then dismiss hierarchy in spiritual knowledge. Thank you.
I think for time's sake, I will push the response in my own.
Related. Yes,
Thank
we'll
you.
have Brother Christian real quick.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if I can be that quick, but
okay.
Yeah, I still don't understand what Brother Sam is actually telling us. I'm trying to kind of simplify in my mind what he's telling us. So, in West Africa, in terms of hierarchy, if you like, if I put it that way, in terms of the king, the house of the monarch, the Ochiame, the people, you can't separate the house of the chief from spiritual. There is no fundamental difference between spirituality and the chief, if you like. Yeah. So there is no separate hierarchy that we must go to, as opposed to say political hierarchy. So I'm trying hard. Maybe this is a Southern African thing. So I'm trying to get my head around it. So in that sense, if you ask a question, who has the authority? Well, the authority is in the stool. That is what the authority is. The authority is in the skin. The authority is in the stool of the nation. That is where the authority lies. That is where the Spirit speaks to us from. So anyway, I'm just trying to get my head around what the brother is actually telling us, because I want to understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Christian. Can Brother Kluga go as well? And then Brother Langa, you can respond real quick, Brother Michael.
I also want to understand brother very well, because yesterday, from the explanation of the quantum physics connecting to African spirituality that we got, my understanding was that we all have certain spiritual backgrounds that when we get to know how to tap into those realms, then we can function properly. And today, the brother that spoke before our brothers that is speaking now said that the reason why yoga masters sometimes identify certain parts of our body to work on is because they want you to achieve certain results in certain parts that they've identified. So if we all have these spiritual backgrounds, and the issue is for us to know how to tap into those elements to make us efficient, then where is that spiritual authority that we need to, for lack of better words, we need to go and ask before we can be functional? Now, brother, when you were talking, you said spirituality gave birth to tradition. Then you also said revelation is the source of spirituality. I am thinking that in order for you to tap from, or in order for you to get revelations, you have to be in your spiritual mind in order for you to get revelations. But if the way you've put it other way around, that in order for you to be spiritual, then you need to be in that revelistic state. It's a little bit confusing for me. If you can explain it better, please. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can we please, Brother Sam, can you process those questions, or are you able to answer them really quickly so the next presenter can go, then we go for lunch?
No problem. Okay, I'll try to be short, but because we are talking about a very sensitive issue here, which is spirituality, I did state that one, a huge mistake that is done by humanity, and according to Inkosi Makhosi, it's that we are trying to discuss matters of humanity without involving spirit. Now, my second gentleman here speaks about spiritual consciousness. He references the mind. And I did ask the first speaker yesterday that what is the distinction between the spirit, the mind, and the soul? Now, we have written extensive papers about neuroscience, where we even give practical details about the three distinctions. Now, let's not go there because of its, I only have limited time. Now, I'm saying there's what we call the physical, spiritual, central beings. These are deity incarnates who are actually sent from the spiritual dimension to the physical earth on a spiritual journey. They are the ones who are given the authority to guide and lead. And the concept of hierarchy does not start on earth. It began in the spiritual dimension. Hence, one of the previous presenters even gave us a concept of hierarchy that at the highest, according to him, in context of the heaven, there's what we call a peace. But now let's go deeper. Now, we also have studied the history of the Ile-Efe. Or Iran, the concept of the Yoruba, where they state that the first king was divine, and his divinity came through the spiritual realm. You see hierarchy of divinity in context of a kingship. You speak about chiefs. The concept of chiefs and kings was never created here on earth. It is the concept of the highest spiritual forms of spiritual practices in the spiritual dimensions. Hence, I said the problem we are experiencing today is that we are trying to represent the spirituality and its knowledge systems without having people who can actually give us clarity. Now, the root or the source of knowledge, when you talk about spirituality, it's revelation. You cannot speak about spirituality without the symbol revelation. And not everyone receives a revelation. It's a gift. and it comes through certain figures. We talk about the ancient spiritual kings who carried both kingship to rule and also spiritual guidance to lead the nation. There's a scholar, an economist called Michael Hudson, who can explain, or who explained the correct way how the economic system began. It did not start with the Greeks in Europe. It started in ancient Mesopotamia, where economics was actually run by the temples and the palaces. Now, we need to understand that everything has hierarchy. Even in a household, there is hierarchy. So the moment we start talking about spirituality without identifying those who can assist us to bring about clarity, then we are getting lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Langa. Can I please ask that my brother Menzi, are you ready? Brother Menzi?
Yes, greetings everyone. Yeah, I was born ready. It's just
All right. I
Mkushane,
know.
so I'm working on the Mkushane.
All right.
Yeah, my voice will be a bit deeper today because I'm just healing I'm healing myself from the cold. Sanibonani nonke, ngokuhlonipha, ngicela ukuhlonipha abakithi, lencamanes, okhubonye kaNdlovu, omdandulukwana, omgazi. Ngihloniphe nogogo, obhungane, omakhulukhulu, ogogo bami kwaZulu, bona bakomalandela, bakajama. Ngihloniphe nazo zonke izithunywa esihamba nazo nezithunywa enihamba nazo nonke. Ngiyabonga kakhulu for ithuba. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak today. What I will do, because as I said with my voice, I am going to just read my presentation because I'm afraid of losing my voice in the middle of it. So I don't want to be going in different tangents. So I'm going to have to put on my glasses.
Hold on, Puti. Hold on. Just hold on a minute.
Okay, you can put up my
yes,
my summarized presentation. Yes. I'll read the full one, but I will also cut it short because of time. Okay. I won't do 9 pages. I'll do maybe 5 or 6 of those pages.
All right.
When you're ready, let me know.
All right.
My plan, if I wasn't feeling ill today, I was gonna actually start my presentation with a song, because we are having a spiritual gathering, but we have not sung, not even once. We spoke about drums, but we have not even gone, clap hands, sing, anything. But it is well. When we gather together physically, we will do all that. It will be wonderful.
Sorry, I'm just, my apologies. I'm trying to get to your...
Hey, of course.
Oh, of course.
Hey, of course. Okay, my presentation, just in an introduction, my presentation will straddle education, spirituality, and religion, and folklore, as well as mythology of Abantu. Specifically, I will speak about Abantu, from whom I come from, who are Amaswati, Amazulu, and Namaxhosa in my bloodline. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. You're good. You can skip to the next page.
Hold on. I need to, it's coming because of my thinking, it's coming as a PDF, but I wanted the power to convert it to PowerPoint. It's telling me
I
as
understand.
Yeah. So
and thanks to the rest of the speakers, and thanks to the brother Sam for his presentation also. Very robust.
I'm gonna have to do this for now.
And I'm still tingling from yesterday's presentations. That mathematics was on another level. So my first, to introduce my topic, I'd like to just introduce again the concept that almost everyone has spoken about, the concept of Ma'at and the concept of Isfet. We speak a lot about Ma'at, which is order, harmony, truth, righteousness, rightness, ukulunga. I call it ukulunga nobulungiswa in isiZulu. So my presentation, I will speak also in isiZulu and English, because some words, I believe, they have more meaning when I say them in my mother and father tongue. So we speak about Ma'at a lot, but we speak very little about its opposite, which is Isfet. Now, long ago, I think about 12 years ago, I came across a very good book by a Zimbabwean author. I'm trying to remember his name. His name and surname were the same. His name or his clan names. I forgot his name. I'll recall it later. But he wrote a book about Ma'at, but he called it Unu. And now the Karanga people will correct me, those who speak Sishona or Chikaranga. The word Unu itself means humanity, or exactly Ubuntu. But we know in the spiritual practices for us who are spiritual practitioners, that the word Ubuntu, as much as it's been misused and abused by people with business interests and everything else, it's much deeper than just a depiction of what a human is, right? And I believe that the teachings of Rao Nefer Amen and other teachers have held, and Baba Pengu, Mfuniselwa Pengu, for example, who wrote Amazulu, ancient Egyptian origins, spirits beyond the heavens. He breaks down Ma'at and the word Ntu as meaning the same thing, as well as the word Unu meaning the same thing. And for me, I found it quite interesting that one of the ancient temples in ancient Kemet was called On. But in the African language, it's in various African languages, that very same word On or Un is actually Unu. When you break it down etymologically, perhaps maybe in another conference I will break it down. So but Ma'at, Unu, Ubuntu, Isintu are basically essentially all leading to the same thing. It is a way of righteousness. It's not a god, it's not a goddess, it's not a deity, it is not a stiko. There is nowhere where Ma'at exists where you can go and bow to Ma'at. There is nowhere we have depictions, pictorial depictions of these, what the white people will call, what is it? Archetypes. But there is absolutely no god called Ma'at. There is no god called Osa. There is no god called Ra. There is no god called Ptah. There is no god called Sekhmet. These are not gods. We'll get to that later. So Ma'at versus Isfet. So in the timeless Kemetic framework of balance and harmony, contrasting with greed, manipulation, and chaos. So Isfet is basically disorder. Ma'at is order. Let's just put it like that to just basically simplify it. So can you move to the next one? The reason I start with this one, you can move to the next slide, but I'm just talking through it. The reason I start with that one is because in African spirituality, the custodians of African spiritualities are usually the healers. But in the healing professions, you will also find people who manipulate their gifts of healing for personal gain. You will find people who manipulate their gifts of healing for harm. You will find people who, instead of living up to Ma'at or doing Ma'at, because Ma'at is, as I said, not to be worshipped, but it is to be done, not by just the kings and rulers or people who are elevated in any way, but by absolutely everyone in the kingdom. In fact, by absolutely everyone in the world. If you do Ma'at, Ma'at does not have blessings, but Ma'at harmonizes the person to the rest of the cosmos, which is already in harmony. But by the minute we start to practice Isfet, we practice things that have to do with chaos, we are basically using some of the same principles of Ma'at, but we are upending them or turning them upside down. So Ma'at is the opposite of Isfet, and Isfet is the opposite of Ma'at. Later on, I will break down why these things go in binaries, but there is life also beyond the binary. So I'm gonna just read this. I'll keep this on the screen while Bwalya is trying to do something with it. So my presentation is called Exploring the Intersections Between African Spirituality and Technology, Identity and Social Transformation, Situating Ancestral Wisdom with the Realities of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Right. So I started with a quote here on purpose. I will read it. I'm quoting from a book called The Toxic Mix, What's Wrong with South Africa's Schools and How to Fix It. And the quote goes like this: astronomers told tales of the stars and of the origins of the universe. Medicine men and women healed the sick and cast the bones to understand the psychological depths and fears of their people. Painting, dance, and music flourished, telling the tales of achievement and of the origins of the people in the world, or what had gone before and how the future might be faced. So I'm quoting this quote just to illustrate that in our traditions and in our spiritual practices that are very holistic, the past and the present and the future are not in contestation. They are not fighting. We are not stuck in the past. We are not stuck in the present. We are also not too anxious about the future, unlike people from the cold climates who are called Eurasians, right? So this quotation was to show you that African people traditionally have a very fluid relationship with the past, the present, and the future. And that speaks to how actually we can face the so-called fourth industrial revolution. I don't think it's the fourth, because I think we've been technologically advanced many thousands of years ago. There are dips and falls in civilization, dips and falls, dips and falls like a wave. We've been highly advanced before, and there was a time when we lost it because of many different reasons, including the Maafa and colonization. But we are now again regaining the thing. This conversation is one of those reasons why I think we are regaining our former constitution, so to speak, as an African people or as Abantu. So spiritual people are usually materially poor, but socially rich. When an eccentric or creative spiritual person is wealthy, it is colloquially attributed to some alleged dark or black magic or witchcraft. There are truisms that exist in African communities whose origins or sources are difficult to trace. This work is an attempt at tracing them and finding out how did people who are culturally connected and resource-rich end up largely impoverished, while only a few of them appear to thrive. There must be ancient as well as contemporary reasons why certain magical formulas became transformed to what is considered witchcraft today. And there must be some social contract that were entered and breached. And through the ages, some magical acts became taboo, while others remained on the realm of healing or positive magical arts. This is the ever so slight distinction between a healer and a killer, a healer, a lover, and a manipulator. Between a medicine person and a manipulator, in the language of ancient Kemet, the latter acts from Isfet, while the former acts from Ma'at. Concepts that we shall expand upon shortly, which I think I started with already. Whatever may have been used for protection became available or susceptible to manipulation towards social harm. You can go to the third. Yeah, you can stay here. Whatever may have been used for protection became available or susceptible to manipulation towards social harm. The natural and ingenious technologies of indigenous knowledge practitioners have become the avenue of sorcerers and even so-called warlocks. But can some of this wizardry be augmented and utilized for the regeneration of African communities and the renaissance of African civilizations? These are the questions I wish to explore here. So the challenge of defining African spirituality. Interesting that the previous speaker also started with that definition. How do you define African spirituality? But this is Masego's definition. You see, the challenge of defining African spirituality is intentionally spelled with the capital N, is the term I have chosen to denote the myriad or multifaceted ways in which Abantu express, live, and practice their indigenous ways of being. I use this term precisely because of for many African people, their lived experience, modes of worship, work, and approaches to medicine, and even their superstitions are often intertwined. While there has been a significant impact of erasure from Western systems with their colonially imposed religions, foods, industries, and educational institutions, Abantu have largely retained many of their ancestors' traditions. The structure of the neocolonial system has not totally subdued Africans or Abantu. Through language usage, customs, and amasiko namagugu, culture and heritage, Abantu have retained isintu, either symbolically or through ritual practices. We cannot separate umuntu from amasiko akhe. Interestingly, I was in the car with my brother recently when I was in KwaZulu, and I was with my brother, and he was saying, sadly, the people, our people know Ithakazelo Zabo, but they do not know the source of Ithakazelo Zabo, and they don't go very far beyond maybe 1,000 years, maybe 5 or 10 generations. We need to understand the source and create new Ithakazelo. Ithakazelo are clan names, the praises, basically your lineage. When you basically recite your lineage when you meet another person, and people can call you by any of the names of your lineage. Even the ones who have chosen or have converted to what they call kingdom principles or heavenly kingdoms, Amakola usually, through Abrahamic faiths, still maintain certain types of Ubuntu or Isintu in their daily life, traditional ceremonies. What many do not recognize or really see faintly is that Isintu is presided or under the spiritual guidance of Amatongo, the great ancient ones. Others call these Abadala, right? A guidance that exists in the liminal spaces as well as within the languages we use. It is important to appreciate that Abantu of the southern parts of Africa never had gods. We still do not worship any gods. Our gods are our parents. Our gods are nature, and our God is the cosmos itself. We are relational beings and not religious beings, contrary to what the statisticians say. But what we have become under the structural adjustments of modernity or westernization is quite something else, and we are regaining ourselves. For example, there is no African person, no matter how modernized, who does not carry their father's name, surname, and clan definitions. Even when you do not know the actual name or whereabouts of your kinfolk, as long as you live, they are within your DNA, your bloodlines. The very names we carry are symbolic of not just uprooted family trees, but they are interconnected to the very roots, rocks, soil, and underground waterways of the land. These natural elements are abodes of izithunywa zikamenzi, the creator's attributes, namely, you can skip along from this one. I wanted to emphasize that we are relational beings. So izithunywa zikamenzi, and now I am not talking about menzi, the person here. When we speak about umenzi as people who speak a language called isiZulu, we are speaking about the word itself just means creator. We can use the word menzi or can use the word umdali, the creator, the source of all names, the source of everything. So when we speak about isithunywa, the word isithunywa means messenger or even attribute from that same source, which is unseen. And we do not worship menzi also. We do not worship the creator. And I will get back, I will explain that soon. So izithunywa zikamenzi, they live in nature, as I've already explained. These are some of their attributes. They are called Ma, or Divine Earth Mother, or the Creatrix. Nomkhubulwane, Inkosazana, the Rainbow Princess or Queen of the Heavens. There's Mvelinqangi, which is the name that most Zulu-speaking people use. They use the word Mvelinqangi, which means the primordial source or the first mover, or the first appearance. Mlenze Munye, the protector. Now, Amaswati, they speak of Mvelinqangi, but they speak mostly of Mlende Ngamunye, which is the same, the protector, the mysterious ancient one who straddles heavens and earth. Sonzwapi, in the Kemetic sense, Mlenze Munye will be called Shu, which connects the heavens and the earth, and his breath. Sonzwapi, or Sodumo, which is Umelapi, or the healer, the inspiration of the healers. Unzondo, which means change. When you speak of the earth, you say Mhlaba Kanzondo or Mhlaba Wanzondo, which basically means the land that is ever changing, the land of the ancient one, the land that is cyclic in nature, right? The cycle of material life, right? Nomoi, which is the queen of the earth and the underworld. Now, there's a deeper level of Nomoi, which people who are initiated will understand what Nomoi really means, because it has to do with also underground creatures. Is it Dalwa that we cannot see physically, but for those who go through the initiation, they encounter some of these. Some of them are serpentine. Izitalo is a creature. Izitalo is a creature. A supernatural creature. There is Simagade, which means or Sonini Nanini. People use that word, eternity or everlastingness. And there's Somandla, which means strength, power, and divine energy. Now, these are very different. Not very different, but they are slightly different from the Orisa or the Orisha in the Yoruba culture. But there are many similarities. Much of the knowledge regarding these names can be attributed to the writings of the three key Southern African scholar activists who also happen to be respected poets, storytellers, and healers. Usolwazi Mazisi Kunene, ancestors rest his soul, Umkhulu VVO Mkhize, who's still with us, and Isanose Umkhulu Vusamazulu Mutwa. May the ancestors rest his soul. I should also make special mention of Dr. Nokuzola Mdende, as well as Dr. Nomagugu Ngobese, whose dedicated maintenance of the often neglected ceremonies of Nomdede or Nomkhubulwane and Nomhoi ritual is commendable and deserves special attention. Just next month, we have been invited to Nomkhubulwane Culture or this month actually, to the Nomkhubulwane Culture and Youth Development Organization's annual festival under the theme Sibonga Isivuno. We are being thankful for the harvest. This festival, which gathers Abantu from Tanzania, Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, is clearly not a religious ceremony. Our people are not practicing religion. They are practicing spiritually rooted occasions or ceremonies of gratitude to the sources of life, which we do not call gods or set our shrines to or altars for, but they are part of Isintu. Isintu nobuchwepheshe besimanje, IKS, and today's technologies. Is African culture time-bound or as dynamic as the practitioners claim it to be? How do we improve on sacred phenomena that are considered traditional if we also aim to preserve them and keep them from the erasure that technology often introduces? To respond holistically to these questions, these are some of the factors that we are considering in this brief study. Isintu, as African people's way, is ethical, creative, egalitarian, and it's an economic way of being. Ubuntu, as the guiding principle, encompassing the beliefs, history, and the moral compass of the people. Izinto, material culture of Abantu, productivity and competition within and without. Abantu, and their levels of adaptation to emerging sciences and technology. So I'm saying these are the four things that we must consider. We must consider Isintu, consider Ubuntu, consider Izinto, and consider Abantu, and know where each one fits. Konke esikukhulumayo nesikwenzayo sikwenzela phezu kwesisekelo sabadala. We do everything on the firm foundation of the ancient ones who set the pace for us. Kepha lokho akusho ukuthi simelwe ukuphindaphinda konke abakwenza. Phela izikhathi zishintshile nezinguquguquko zifana nomhlaba wona ojikajikayo. This does not mean that we ought to repeat the things that the elders have done with obsessive exactness or traditional rigidity. Not only have times changed, the planet itself is always in constant revolution, as some of the names of the Isithunywa depict. Language, as well as the question of whether African culture is time-bound or dynamic, is central to decolonial scholarship. Rather than being static, Isintu is inherently dynamic, adapting continuously through history. IsiZulu esisikhuluma manje is not isiZulu esasikhuluma 300 years ago. The Zulu we speak today is not the isiZulu that we spoke 300 years ago. Very often, it is the artists, the healers, the poets, izanusi, as well as amakhosi and amakosikazi, who are the engines of innovation. The creative visions and culturally fluid works of artists, poets, sculptors, painters, builders, designers, and architects ensures that the people are consistently gravitating towards the future. So it is not a question of whether Isintu can work with with present technologies. Isintu is inherently part of the dynamism. The healers and poets often work very intimately with the rulers, the heroes and monarchs of the day, to ensure that health systems, the environment, and the principles of existence are adaptable to the ever-changing times. The traditional role of monarchs has been to safeguard and preserve not just the survival, but the cultural institutions of the people that they have been entrusted with. They must ensure that the community is ethically, militarily, economically, and above all, spiritually secure. But how do they ensure that this work is done in an epoch where cultural, economic, and religious invasions have been instrumental in destroying all of the native or indigenous institutions? You can skip to the next one, please. Our thinkers, scholars, and cultural activists who exist in every walk of life and profession are now entrusted with the unenviable, keep it there. Our thinkers, scholars, and cultural activists who exist in every walk of life and profession are now entrusted with the unenviable duty of deconstructing, critically analyzing, and restoring the ancient ways without being stuck in the past. It is a very precarious balancing act, and it cannot be done without the active participation of every member of society. The instigators of such a heavy duty must necessarily be radical and fearless in their tasks. They must be innovative as well as loving in the face of ridicule and often toxic relationships with family, friends, and others who appear comfortably numbed by the status quo. It was one of the Black Panther Party's key revolutionary figures who stated that it is the role of the artist to make the revolution desirable or attractive. Technology must be used as a tool, a resource, as well as a weapon. Ubuchwepheshe nezinto ezifana nama-cellphones, social media, izimoto, ama-drones, kanye ne-science yonke evelayo. Kumele ke konke kusetshenziswe emshikashikeni wokwenza izinguquguquko ezibambekayo noma ezibonakalayo emphakathini. I'm basically saying in isiZulu that technology must be used to make tangible changes in our society. Ababhekene nezolimo noma izimboni zokukhanda okudliwayo bafanele bazwane kakhulu nobuchwepheshe obuqondene naloyo mkhakha. I am saying basically those who are responsible for the agroeconomics, they must be working hand in hand with those who are healers and those who are researchers and those who are rulers. However, the introduction of modern value-laden technology threatens erasure unless navigated intentionally. I'm going to skip this part because I wrote a lot of this in isiZulu, but I was trying to explain that a lot of the technology is capitalist oriented. We must move the center of technology. Technology must be people-centered rather than capital-centered. Again, going back to technology must not focus on creating more of izinto, more material things that are physical that we must hold, but technology must be used to improve human conditions. I'm going to skip along because I'm mindful of time. I'm going to go to the how, because we speak a lot, but we don't talk a lot about the how. You can keep it there, it's good. So the how is this. This is the framework. It's into an ethical, creative, egalitarian, and economic way of being. It's into is comprehensive, ontological, and epistemological framework, a distinct way of processing reality. This is not merely a collection of dances, clothing, and folklore. Okay, I'm going to read this through also in terms of the framework. The framework for us restoring Isintu. I use the word Isintu again in a holistic way. It's our way of life, it's our culture, it's our heritage, as well as our spirituality. In fact, I translate the word indigenous knowledge systems just to the word Isintu alone. So this is the framework. Isintu, ethical, creative, egalitarian way of being, and Isintu. Ethical and creative. So Isintu must be innovative, ethical, and creative. It must espouse a new economics, not dwelling on the same economics that has been used by our enemies for all this time. So traditional African economic models were largely cooperative, focused on sustaining the community rather than creating extreme wealth for others and followers by others. I'm going to skip to the presentation. Isintu is digital. Isintu is a living blueprint. It is not a primitive stage of development that needs to be replaced by Western modernity, but an alternative, highly sophisticated system of governance, technology, and social balance that prioritizes human dignity over profit. And Ubuntu, the guiding philosophy and moral compass. Ubuntu provides the normative framework for Isintu, and it talks about the usual, the known maxim, which is called Umuntu Ngabantu. All heard about it. And I already mentioned that it's relational. It's about the elements. It's about the environment. Ubuntu is not just about Abantu only. It's about our relationship with nature and our relationship with the animals, our relationship with everything around us, the mountains, the hills, the stars, and the planets, everything. Okay, a digital shift. In the digital shift, I speak about this. In the age of artificial intelligence and the fourth industrial revolution, global technology models often amplify hyper-individualism and algorithmic isolation. Ubuntu serves as a critical regulatory and ethical lens to counter this digital colonialism. Again, I skip. It is also the work of policymakers, the legal infrastructure, and the monarchy, the land custodians, to ensure that rising neocolonialism and digital coloniality is prevented. This requires focused investment in African digital industry. And how to apply it? Scholars have increasingly pointed to digital Ubuntu, using advanced platforms to build collaborative ecosystems rather than competitive and isolating algorithms. And I already mentioned about Izinto, which material culture, productivity, and competition are important in order for us to rise economically. But we have to do this with Izinto within our center. And I mentioned the word ukukhonza izinto. Abantu abaningi, khonza izinto means basically the worshipping of things, material worship. And in people's worshipping material, we become not only materialists, but we lose our soul, we lose our sense of being itself. I'm skipping along to the conclusion now because I'll skip to the word up to the part that says Abantu, adaptation to emerging sciences and technology. Abantu have always been highly adaptive, creative, and open to transformation and improvement. Siyazithanda izinto ezinhle ngokwemvelo. It means we love beautiful things by nature. Esingakuthandi ukuthi izinto zilethwe kithina ukuzosigqilaza noma zisihlukumeze ngokuthi siqede ubuntu kithina. I've already mentioned that. Basically that we love things, but we do not love things to come and change us. We must not be changed from external sources, but things must come from within. We must not be bourgeois. If technology then, from cybernetics to interconnected computer systems to drones, robotics, and other emerging innovations are a form of modern wizardry, then African people are not strangers to it. Like in my introduction, I was speaking about wizardry, the fact that, I won't go deep into it. African people are not strangers to wizardry. If our people can control and command lightning and heal diseases or ailments that are impossible for mainstream medicines to deal with, then Africa has always been ready to lead in spaces of science and technology. The missing elements have always been a general lack of access and opportunity. The fourth industrial revolution then should be an epoch that transforms the fortunes of African people only if we can ensure that we secure our own sovereign data centers, ones that don't cost too much on our rivers and our soil, while protecting our creative and cultural intellectual property. And I think there's something else I need to skip here. Historical adaptation, modern tech intersection, strategic trajectory. What I will do, I will send my presentation. I think I've already sent it to Sacred Dialogues, but I will send my presentation so people can read it in full and get the gist of it, because now one is rushing towards a conclusion, which I think I have reached. Okay, let me just read my last part. This can only work when such programs are established regionally and not just in the individual countries. So I'm speaking here about African unity, as well as regional integration. Integral Africology, which is the school of thought that I espouse. Integral Africology takes into account that the African continent and the diaspora are part of a cultural unit that may appear divided by distance, languages, and hemispheres. Yet the people are Abantu. The Black peoples of this world are all struggle with similar socio-economic challenges, and there are creative and cultural connections that can be leveraged through focused and conscientious use of emerging technology. Tech as a tool, Ubuntu as the code. Ubuchwepheshe kumele usebenzele thina, hayi ukuthi thina sisebenzele bona. Basically, technology must work for us and not us for it. Inzuzo yomunye akumele ihambisane nokulahlekelwa komunye. One person's gain must not mean the loss for another person. Ubuchwepheshe sifanele ukubusebenzisa ukuthuthukisa izimpilo zabantu ngaphandle kokuthi siphenduke sibe izigqila zabanye. We must use technology so that we can self-determine without us becoming slaves to others, whether they are Chinese or whatever. Human dignity must be encoded into the scientific and technological inventions. Let emerging tech handle the speed, the data, and the scaling, but let the foundational programming algorithms and user interfaces be governed by Ubuntu principles of inclusivity, rationality, and community health. And lastly, the last point really, active knowledge production, which I think ACIPS is already doing. We preserve our traditions not by shielding them from technology, but by building technologies within them. This means coding in indigenous languages, designing AI and other technologies based on communal logic, and ensuring that Abantu are the architects and not the servants of the new digital landscape. Ashe, ngiyathokoza. Sengiqedile.
Oh, siyabonga, Menzi. Thank you so much for that. This last part that you have just brought up is interestingly what we were doing last week. So the students of accounting and informatics and a few other faculties, we organized Indigenous Language Week, where we had boot camp. So we got people from different fields to come and speak to them. And their hackathon, which ran from Friday morning until Saturday in the afternoon, was for them to build platforms, digital platforms using African AI tools or whatever tools to preserve our indigenous languages. I wish you were there to see that. I know you were half there because I called you. I was like, hey, when you called me, I was like, hey, turn your car around, come this side. This is so to me, what made me feel happy about that was we have a blueprint from some of our IT people. There was someone, I don't know where he was from, and he was presenting in French, but I think someone from one of the Francophone countries. And he literally just gave us the blueprint of how we can go about creating our own impenetrable platforms which protect our knowledge and on which we can build and preserve our existing knowledge and have it evolve. And I was also happy to know that the students were very keen on creating apps to help with in environment, to help with disabilities, and all of this was in scalable from doing it in isiZulu into the rest of the African continent. So it was amazing to see. I want you to know that the future is not sleeping. The people of our young ones are not sleeping. They are doing things. I think we just need to do a little bit more, bring a little bit more of what we're doing in spaces like ACIPS and African Hidden Voices and a few other institutions that are here. I know which specialize in different areas into those spaces. We need to work with our young ones who are in the university spaces, and also even young ones that are not there but are
Interesting.
inclined in moving forward with the technology. I like your concept of digital wizardry. I think that it fascinates me because it speaks a lot to when I think about I'm in the arts, so I like to watch animation and things like that. I think a lot about African futurism when you say digital wizardry and how people translate those African traditions, practices, and spirituality in those animations in a futuristic way. Okay, there's somebody who has a question. Let's
Questions or
put
comments
from
or
that.
anything, and then we
Yes,
can move on.
I want to just say something. Can I officially just open for lunch? Can we please be back here at 1:25. And those who want to stay and ask questions can stay and ask questions. Those who need to stretch their legs and walk about can walk about. I think that's a fair trade considering our time. Is that okay? Can I get...
Yeah, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, as we are all in different time zones, give us the time in minutes. Thank
Sorry,
you.
my apologies. Can you be back in the next 21 minutes?
21 minutes for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just that we're trying to catch up with time.
That's very tough. Anyway.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation.
I think
I can't hear Bongani. I don't know.
I
Can
think he
anyone
has
else hear?
frozen. I think he has frozen. Does someone else have a comment, question, suggestion? Yes, are you back?
Yes, can you hear me
go
now?
ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. No, I have two questions for Mr. Masego. What a beautiful presentation. Thank you so much. So my question is based on Ubuntu. In terms of Ubuntu, are we doing it in the three modes, which is in the mode of goodness, passion, or ignorance? Can you hear me? Oh, you just...
We can hear you.
Okay, and because I wanted to be clear, if when we talk about Ubuntu, in which modes and categories as human beings we are performing it. And my second question is about Dharma. Can you please elaborate for me the real scenario about the meaning of Dharma, if you are familiar with it from the Sanskrit text? Yeah, thank you so much.
I'll start with your last question. I will not speak about Dharma or karma or any of the concepts that are outside of my African experience. I'm highly familiar with the Buddhist, the Krishna consciousness, and many of the Eastern philosophies. And Some of them I practiced before I became back to myself, before I found Isintu as being a complete school of being, not a school of thought, a complete way of being. So we don't speak about Dharma, but I can speak about, or I won't speak about karma neither, but or the Kali Yugas or the other Yugas, the ages, according to a different school of thought. Since we are speaking about African spirituality, I can speak about the fact that there are, I mentioned that we don't have gods as Southern Africans. I can't speak about the rest of Africa. I'm speaking about Abantu who are called Abantu in the Southern Hemisphere, Congo downwards. In my studies and in my experience, Zulu people do not worship Umvelingangi as a god. Only after colonization did we start to say, oh, Umvelingangi is like Jehovah or Yahweh, or Unomkhubulwane is like the Queen of Heaven, spoken about in the scriptures, or Mlenze Munye is like. So that kind of dichotomy, I try not to enter into those religious type of conversations, because as much as I used to be part of a lot of, what do you call these things, interfaith debates and interfaith conferences, I decided that Isintu is complete in and of itself. So when we speak about the world and the cosmos itself, we are really speaking about the entire, as Umuntu, as not just the center of the universe, but as part of an entirety of the universe, right? Ma'at is within me, Ra is within me. Yet I can speak of Ra out there and say the supernatural, the superpowers of the sun that I draw energy from. They can be called Ra, something in the morning. They can be called Ra something in the day. They can be Ra Atum maybe in the afternoon. I'm giving an example. The Basotho, the Botswana, and all of the others, they speak of Ramasedi as light. They speak of all these. So the realm that we are existing is a realm that is sufficient for our well-being and for our survival and for our elevation, the realm that we are in. Other realms exist within the cosmology of the Isintu. There are underwater realms, there are spiritual realms, and even within those realms, there are other realms, right? So Isintu there, to answer the first question now, is to say that Isintu cannot be, it's outside of the realm of ignorance. If you are operating from the realm of ignorance, then you are operating outside of Isintu, because Isintu itself is a knowledge system that is complete, that has science, that has food, that has behavior, ethics, kingship, and mainly, basically, just lastly, when it comes to kingship, I kept on using the word custodians of the land, custodians of this, custodians of this. The way we look at Amakosi as Abantu, we looked at Amakosi, I always say this, I've been saying this for 20 years, each and every family in the African kingdom is a kingdom. Each clan is a kingdom, or a chiefdom if you want to use English. It's a chiefdom. And then we have Inkosi Amakosi. Inkosi Amakosi, Iba Isilo, in a particular, but not all African people and not all Bantu had a hierarchical kingdom that we speak about these days. People were assumed, babekhonza in Siswati sithi siyakhonta enkosini, which basically to submit to a particular king because of mitigating circumstances in the environment. So when you speak about kingdom, we're not talking about a person. We talk about the chair. We're talking about the throne, so to speak. In the ancient Kemetic way, that kingdom was depicted in the crown of the great goddess, of the great Neter, by the name of Osset, whose crown was always a seat. And from her body, this is metaphorical speaking, by the way, meta-spiritual. From her body issues the first king of kings, who is Asar. And all kings, all divine kings emanate from that Asar line through Heru, upward, until we get the physical kings. But it's a long history that I won't get into, because there's different histories. There's pre-historical times where we spoke to animals and we did all kinds of things. And then there's the ancient time, and then there's the colonial time, and then there's this time, and then there's, but all these times are kind of like a chain, and our ancient wisdom contains within it ways for us to work with whatever we have within the kingdoms that we are occupying at a particular space and time. Thanks.
Brother Sam, you can go, and Brother Michael as well. I too have a question, but I can
I'll make it short. I'll try and make my answers short.
Please be quick so that our presenter can also grab a bite, and so should you. I know this is very exciting, very engaging, but yeah, please be quick. Brother Sam, you can go.
Thank you, Program Director. Yeah, the issue of kingship, yes, it's problematic. First, I wanted to ask you the concept of Ubuntu. Does it belong to the spirit or soul? And what is the origin of the concept of Ubuntu? Now, secondly, you speak about traditional kingship. Again, what is the concept of traditional kingship? You are raising a point, Oguti, Embo. There was no hierarchy in terms of Inkosamakhosi Silo, but we only recognize the hierarchy Masisizala in Central or Southern Africa. Now, I did make mention in brief the history of the Ile-Efe, or in Ile-Efe, the Yoruba, that they draw their kingship from the divine king who received a kingship from the spirit realm. So now I want you to explain to us that what is, according to you, the origins of traditional kingship, and what makes kingship traditional, and what makes a kingship divine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very good questions. Can I take two questions so I can answer them all together? Michael has his hand up also. Am I audible? Yes, okay. Michael, you can speak.
Yes.
Bwalya is having a muffin or something.
Well, okay, so am I on?
Yes, you are on. I've noted your
Okay.
question, Sam. I've written it down. Luga.
So I just since we are on lunch and we can ask questions pertaining to all the presentations. I want to the previous speaker. I want to touch on touch on a topic that he raised and also ask some question about it. Now, he said that
Sorry, Baba. Sorry. I was allowing questions that you were directing to me. If you're asking to the previous speaker, which one? Baba Sam Langa or someone else?
Yeah, the one
I just wanted to answer the questions directed to me for now. If you don't mind, please.
That's fine. That's fine.
I don't mind. But I just wanted to take. But otherwise, I can answer the Baba Langa's question for now. Is that okay? Or Modimo Ndaba?
Go ahead, please.
Is your question also to the previous speaker?
Will yield, my honorable speaker. I will yield my question.
Or you will hold your question?
Yes, thank you.
Not a problem, Bob. Okay, Kulu Sam, you asked the original of Ubuntu and the origin of kings.
Yes.
Okay, I think in my previous, just when I finished speaking, I spoke about Asa, I spoke about different realms that we existed in before we came into the physical realm, right? You mentioned it as Embo. You know, many African people call it Embo. In Kenya, they call it Amba. In Kenya, in Ethiopia, there's the Amba Mountains. And their mythology is related to how the kings of the Oromo came down to the Amba Mountains. Okay, let me put it this way, because it's different. Africa has different traditions. Let's start there. Africa is not a monolith. There is this tendency for us to say African culture. I don't think that there's such a thing as African culture. I believe that there are African cultures, right? In the same breath, there are African traditions. The thing that you see the Yoruba practicing is not the same thing that you see the Oromo in Ethiopia practicing, and it's not the same thing that you see Abenguni and in all their different facets, Amaxhosa, Amazulu, Ameswati, etc., practicing. So we practice differently. But we have this thing which is similarities in our approaches. We all have ancestor veneration in as our main thing. We all have natural elements: water, fire, food, right? Water, fire, ether. Food itself is a form of spirit. We believe that food, it's symbolic. It's symbolic of spirit. A fruit is symbolic of spirit in itself too, right? So without ukuhlanhlatha ngiyekude kakhulu, ngifuna ukuchaza i-origin yobukhosi, and then I'll talk the origin of Ubuntu. Amakhosi or kings have not always been male. Let's start there. There was a time in ancient Africa, in many different parts of Africa, where the rulers, the custodians of the land were women. The mothers of the nation were the ones who would be able to enter what is called the sacred hearth, Ikaya Elingwele, right? Ikaya Elingwele, I use the word hearth on purpose because the hearth itself represents something called umsamu. In the home, there's umsamu. But when the transition from many being ruled by women and to be ruled by men, umsamu moved in a way, or umsamu was replicated or doubled. There's umsamu in the home, inside the home, which is like a shrine, an ancestral shrine, or a place to communicate with your ancestors inside the home, in a particular room built to the home of grandmother, right? That is umsamu. But umsamu also can exist in amongst other Nguni and Bantu people, esbayeni, right? So these two elements are all depictions of a homestead, and a homestead has umnumzane, and that umnumzane is the custodian of that whole homestead. So that I'm taking you from the microcosm to the macrocosm, from the small part to the larger part. In a larger clan, which is a clan made up of many clans, Abelung, they call it a tribe. Some people call it a nation, right? A nation is ruled by kings when it is an amalgamation of many different clans and many different families. Now, that is a question of power. Now, a lot of power in terms of physical power, it is known by nature that it is the human, it is the man, the divine man. When I say divine man, I mean any divine man has the potential to assume a kingship through many different feats, through heroism, defeating an enemy, an invading enemy. That person becomes the guardian of that clan or of that nation because of their power and their strength and their show of valor in self-defense. Kings have been established over being able to be medicine men, people who are able to bring rain, people who are willing to chase away the pestilence, or how do you call it, pestilence in this? Like to chase away amalumbo or bad luck or things to do with umhlonyane, skonyane, you know, if there's a thing I'm trying to summarize, whatever problems that are faced by those people, if that person and their family or a member of their retinue is able to assist the nation or assist the clan in any way, that person can be installed and become a king or a queen, depending on their thing. Now, those things then ended up being traditional and being chosen through bloodline. It was, oh, this one is the son of the hero. But so in order to honor this hero, we are going to, you see I'm summarizing, in order to honor this hero, we're going to make sure that the kingship, the throne, remains in the family line of this thing, because this heroism is clearly in the bloodline. This heroism is in their blood, is in their DNA. Whether it's heroism through war, whether it's heroism through healing, you know, there have been healers who have been turned into kings in many different parts of Africa, including in Lesotho. If you look at Lesotho, Moshomi was supposed to be the actual bloodline king of Lesotho, but there was a tradition that emerged whereby Moshomi became the advisor of Mushweshwe. Moshomi was a wise man. He was a healer. He was a wise one. He was a Sanusi. He did a whole lot of things. The office of king needed a soldier. The office of king needed a strategist and a defender at that particular time in Lesotho. So Mushweshwe became that. Similar even in KwaZulu. Ilembe became a king through blood. People will say through blood. But there was a revelation. It's interesting, I'm answering you also, but I'm talking about revelation. You probably would know better than me. But what I'm saying is, Inkosi Ilembe, Inkosi Mlilwane, uNodumeshe zikaMenzi, was dreamed by a person 2 generations before he was born. That's a one who would be who would rule through blood. The one who would rule through blood would become the leader, not the one who is the eldest son, because the tradition was that the eldest son will become the ruler. But Umlilwane uSgidi, uNodumeshe, was the one who was chosen. This is just my opinion, but also the opinion of some elders that I've spoken to in the Emakosini, where King Shaka is from, is known as King Shaka. So, and also through my own dreams, I have seen how King Shaka was actually envisioned before he even ruled, and the fact that he won't rule long, and the fact that he was killed by his own brothers, it was not a mistake. It was written before he was born, right? But he formed a formidable Zulu nation. But he is not the only one who took kingship like that. In Senegal, there were kings who took kingship like that. Not the eldest son, but the youngest son, through conquest and through different kinds of revelations that come through Izanusi of Indao. So kingship, there are many ways. I mean, in the West, last is in Bwalya about kingship. In the West, there was a big revolution against kingdoms. And I mentioned this on purpose because this has happened in Africa too. In the West, there was a big rebellion against monarchs because of their exploitative, because the king, sometimes with great power comes exploitation. People exploit others because they are sitting on the throne. They can do 1, 2, 3, and 3, and no harm will come upon them because they will just kill you if you question them, right? In Europe, they had something called the divine right of kings. It was something enshrined in their religions and in their traditions. They called it the divine right of kings. People, when they started in the Enlightenment age, people rebelled against the so-called divine right of kings. And there are many revolutions that took place in order to depose the kings and install people that are chosen by the people. Same thing in Africa. There are things that have happened in Africa in the Oromo. I've studied the Oromo a lot, and I've traveled to Ethiopia and stayed with the Oromo people. There is a so-called democratic way where a chief can ascend to kingship, through being chosen by the community because of their talent. They use a talent-based kingship, merit-based kingship, and they also use the bloodline. You're going to check your bloodline, but at the same time, while checking your bloodline, you're going to make sure that in your family line, there is someone who has these abilities, and they have a list of abilities, and they've done this for, I think, 5,000 years. The Oromic kingship is older than the Solomonic kingship in ancient Ethiopia. The Oromic kingship is the Kushite Bantu kingship, which is old. Hey, when I say old, maybe this 5,000 years, I'm saying this, they can only remember 5,000 years. And in those 5,000 years, they also had queens, about 10 queens. And in Kush, just above them in the Sudan, there were many different queens also who reigned, and they placed their sons as regents. They remain the queen, and the son becomes the regent, because the son has to take care of the army, take care of this thing, and take care of these different offices. So in the realm of kingship, there are many different offices, and there are many different ways of how a king can ascend to kingship. That's it. But Ubuntu, the word Ubuntu is as ancient as language itself. Goes back amongst Abattoir, and even in ancient Kemet, there was an ancient deity called Montu, who is so-called the moon god. And in Cameroon, the word Ntu is used in Sudan. In many different parts of Africa, the word Ntu is there. It's a word that means the vital force. It's a vital force. And in Kemet, in other Kemetic languages, the word Kantu also is there. There are many different realms to the soul, many different realms to the many different dimensions of explaining what Ubuntu is. Perhaps in another symposium, one can break it down. But I think in my paper, when you read my paper, there are parts where I speak about the different forms of the word Ntu can be used, from Kintu, Sintu, Uluntu, Kantu, Wantu. the paper explains it and explains how it can actually work in the 21st century.
Thank you, Putmenzi. Thank you so much.
Sorry for being long.
No worries. Now you can take a break in the background after your presentation. I think we're going to start in the next 2 minutes. So let us just take a breather for 2 minutes, and then we're going to come back. And we will come back with Brother Christian, who is going to do a presentation on the conscientist craft. And then we will carry on. I think the full topic is the consensus craft, Nkuruma's symbolic mathematics as African sacred pedagogy for sovereignty. I don't know if that part is still on, but it's the consensus craft. So in 1 minute, we will start.
Bwalya?
Yebo?
I'm not taking a break. I'm sitting and waiting.
Okay. When I have beef, but means
with what?
I am not as schooled up as you in the deep history of all of the kingships and all of that. But I have a little bit of resentment towards Egyptology.
Kingship.
No, not kinship. Egyptology. Yes.
Why? Tell me. There's a
Okay.
bit of time. You can explain and we can help you.
All right. My reason being, there is it is something that is always foregrounded. I get that it's the most developed or most available, readily available history in all forms and written, and but I feel like it kind of overshadows some of the things
Others.
that happened. I mean, and other histories in the South, in the East, in Central, in the West is not so bad. But I feel like we focus a lot on that we don't actually get to dig deeper into other histories on the continent. That's my beef with.
Can I allow Baba Siphiwe to answer that? But can I just foreground it with this? He can answer that. He has traveled, I think, through the continent. But I'd like to state this. In my answer to Baba Lang, I mentioned several African countries as examples.
Yes.
And I mentioned both the matriarchy and the otherwise. But the reason I'm saying this, I mentioned them. You are right about Kemet taking up a lot more space than the others. But I often felt the same way about West Africa. If you look at West Africa and they are developed, like whether it's Ghana, Songhai, Mali, and those, if you're an Afrocentric scholar, you will encounter a lot of talk about kingship and the stool,
Yes.
in Ghana. Some other brothers from Ghana can answer us maybe about that. But the point I'm making is this. Not every place in Africa, not every place in Africa had kings the way that we have kings. The places that have kings, you see, you need to read Baba Mfuniselwa Pengu's book, Amazulu, Ancient Egyptian Civilization, because he traces how the Zulu kingdom specifically was very much almost like a photocopy of what happened in ancient Kemet and in ancient Kush by tracing the line through this Nilotic meridian. Baba Ulukuzane Mutua does the same thing, and Mama Zispunene does the same thing. But this does not say that Zulu and Egypt must be the one that are foregrounded. No. The specific scholars who are speaking about that specific kingdom are only talking about that.
Yes.
In between this Nilotic meridian, there are kingdoms in the West, Like, for example, the Zambians.
Yes.
Must write about Zambian kingship going back 1,000 years, 2,000 years. And that will help all of us. Scholarship of Senegalese, like I know a lot also about Senegalese kingship too, but that is because I made time to go read about what happened in Senegal pre-colonially, the pre-colonial history of Senegal. I'm interested in Ethiopia because I was a Rasta man for many, many years, 20 years. You know that. As a Rasta man, I was like, why are they focusing on the Christian kingship of Haile Selassie? What happened to Ethiopia before the Zagwe dynastic kingdom? What happened? And what is Ethiopia before it was called Ethiopia by the Greeks? You see, so I took time and I even traveled. I spent money. I went and sat with elders, and it was very hard to find because some of the Oromo people have become Christians. Some of them are Muslims, so they were giving you convoluted history. I had to go back again and sit with real historians who could tell me, no, there's something called the Gada system. It's a legal system, it's a democratic system, and it works like this, like this, like this. This is how we choose our leader. They don't call them kings even, you see. So and there's what is the role of women? What is the role of children? What are the rites of passage for? So what I found in Ethiopia, I did not find in Zimbabwe. I did not find in Zimbabwe. It's different in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, they talk about Mondo.
Jump in now?
Yeah, jump in, please, jump in, my king.
May I jump in now?
Jump in, my lord.
I think you should give a topic. You should give a slot for this actual discussion. Otherwise, it seems to be diverting.
Sorry. Balega.
Thank you.
Let me say just very succinctly, not too long. First of all, my paternal ancestry is Balanta. And when I did extensive research, I discovered that they had migrated down the Nile Valley into what is known as Wadi Kubaniya, or a part of Sudan, and eventually migrated as far north as Cairo. And they got into a conflict with the Mesintu and left about 3,500 BC and started their migration west. So my ancestors, the Balanta, who currently live in Guinea-Bissau, right, were living in the Nile Valley. They were part of that pre-Kemetic Anu culture that had their own indigenous African traditional spirituality. Our society, Balanta society, right, did not have back then chiefs or leaders or kings, and neither do they do so today. We are one of the 25% of African people, right, whose society never transformed from a kinship-based organized horizontal society to a kingship-based. So I say that by way of introduction to say, therefore, my interest in Kemet is somewhat interesting because my ancestors contributed to it, but they were not part of that hierarchical structure that we know that produced pharaohs and divine leadership in that way. The reason why Kemet is so important is because as scientists, when we look for physical evidence of our great spirituality, it is the first and arguably still the greatest expression of how our inborn, indwelling spirituality produced physical effects, which we call civilization. It is the first articulation of the spirituality of our ancient ancestors that survives today. And because the articulation was so precise, unique, and is still available today in the Medu Neter hieroglyphics. And because of the work of Sheikh Anta Diop, which clearly demonstrates that there is some kind of cultural and spiritual unity in Africa, even though what my brother MZ is saying is correct, that there's no homogeneous, right, African culture or spirituality. What Balanta practices is completely different from my maternal ancestry of Yoruba. We don't have those hierarchies of gods. But by studying ancient Kemet, we get to the cosmological, ontological, epistemological, complete mapping of the internal spiritual system that can be used to explain all the others in some shape, form, or fashion. Because if it truly is what it purports to be, which is the expression of the omniscience, then yes, it can explain all the other articulations of African spirituality. And we need not to be prejudiced against it. I too was once prejudiced against it because I'm like, my ancestors, we weren't part of that hierarchy and Kemet, and it just seemed foreign to me until I really got into it and understood its usefulness as a universal praxis, pedagogy, for explaining all things spiritual, because it is precise. It has a nomenclature, just like when we study physical analogy or biology or chemistry, right? There's the periodic chart that tell you the parts, that tell you its components and all of that. I didn't see anywhere else where such a precise and complete scientific articulation of spirituality had been manifested with the evidence that it could produce a civilization that we can call the greatest ever. I yield.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Spirit. Please do not think I am prejudiced. I absolutely am a big fan of Kemetic and Egyptian knowledge. I am. It's when we get to start speaking in spaces like this that we want to. I always say, like, why somehow we always just pick on that and not, we don't expand on other things. Not because I have anything against it. I absolutely understand why. On the fact that it's the one that's mostly developed in, as you said, the expression of who we are. It's just, I always feel like if you were to say or ask Butmenzi can in his studies talk to this whole symposium from maybe the Zimbabwean side or from a Yoruba, you know what I'm saying, practice, because actually been in there and studied that. But a lot of people don't get that depth. And in my response, I would like people to have depth of Egypt and Kemet and
And the
everybody.
rest of Africa.
Yes.
Please allow Modimo Ndaba to speak.
Sikuyi 140. And I think Brother Christian is waiting. Can I just ask, Brother Christian, are you in the room? Because he's the one presenting next. Brother Christian? He's on mute. Okay.
Yes, hello.
Oh,
Were you
yes,
contacting me?
I was calling you because it's your time to present, but I've thrown a spanner in the works here.
You're busy eating your time.
Yeah,
comrade.
and there are people who would like to respond to what I've just said. But I think
I am happy to be guided by what you think is best.
okay. Can I ask that you please write your comments in the in the message, or please can you put a pin put a pin in it, and then we will address it later because we are going to really be behind time. Can you please go ahead, Brother Christian, with your presentation?
Right.
I'm looking at the chat, so I will read. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat, so I will read the responses that you have for me or the questions as well, and then I'll try and make note of them. And when we have a bigger discussion, then maybe it can come up again. So please go ahead, Brother Christian, with your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't realize I was presenting just after lunch. Yeah, okay. Let me share my screen. Thank you. And then let me also put my timer on. So I'm timing myself. If that's okay. Because I don't want to speak for more than 45 minutes. Sorry, more than half an hour. I believe you don't need to introduce me again, Chair, because you did so yesterday. So I can basically just proceed to present. I believe everyone can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. I am your son today. I am your servant today. Yeah. Whatever I present today, I present as a student of knowledge. Whatever I'm presenting today also is research that I am doing. These are not final answers. So, so I'm still researching them. My findings may change. So I have only half an hour, so I shall proceed to present.
Yeah, Prof. Camera, please.
Yes, definitely. I'm just sorting myself out. I'm one of the few. Yeah, I am one of the few who had his cameras on all day yesterday. I believe you can all see me. It's a bit dark, but I think my face is clear. Yeah, let me comment on what has been said till now, because what has been said till now has a bearing on what I have to say. Indeed, I could just summarize what has been said today and not present anything really specific, because in a way what has been said today, my presentation could be seen as a synthesis. I don't know if you see what I mean. So that what I mean is that dialectically, we have heard different, shall I say, presentations in different languages, sorry, of the same thing. All that we've heard today can be said to be like people saying God in different languages. So my language, we say Mau, the Gan say Nyongmo, the Akan say Nyame, the English says God, and then Arabic says Allah. So we're all saying the same thing, but in different languages. So sorry if you are seeing kind of reflections on my screen. That is the laptop. It's not from you. It is from my end. So let me start with, I hope if I pronounce your name wrong, please forgive me. Tihalel Ya, the lady who spoke at the very beginning, and she said, I'm not quoting her directly, but she said, I'm proud that we want to be ourselves. That is what Tihalel Ya said. Brother Siphiwe presented the science of internal transformation using ancient language from the Balanta, which, as he has explained, comes from ancient Egypt. The keynote speaker for today, Brother Chenguo, reminded us of the changes of the dangers, of data colonialism in the context of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Brother Manfolo then said that we can contextualize what he is about to say. So we can contextualize what Brother Siphiwe said in what he is about to say. And as Brother Menzi noted, they appear to be saying the same thing but using different languages. So Brother Mafole talks about the fragmentation using different words, and then what needs to be done. And if you listen to what needs to be done by Brother Mafole, not different from what Brother Siphiwe said. And then what Brother Menzi then also presented in terms of what needs to be done also then sounded similar. Sam Langa his presentation is what I'm struggling with, but I'm sure through conversations we shall get a better understanding, or I'll get a better understanding. And the reason is the source of spiritual authority. The organization called NATAV in Ghana does have practitioners, and so as an organization has practitioners, and these practitioners are those who define what is sovereign. They have the authority to say what is what. So I'm struggling with the Brother Sam's alternative positioning, which is okay from an academic point of view, but as I said, we have to interrogate what it means, because you recall that people like John Locke,
Ultimately,
people like John Locke, the British writer, I mean, so he in his writings rejects the idea of the divine right of kings to rule us. And so in as much as we accept hierarchy in our democratic dispensation today, we do not accept that there has to be someone who rules over us because they speak to God directly. In fact, the philosophy of anarchy says that we should not, that's exactly what we shouldn't do. We shouldn't let one person say they hear from God and they come and tell us what God said. And that we all have access. If we are all divine beings, as Brother Menzi has said, and as Brother Siphiwe has also said in a different way, if we're all divine beings, then we all have connection to God. We don't need anybody to go and speak to God and come and tell us what God said. We can all speak to God. We don't need the Moses to interpret the tablets for us. We can all interpret the tablet. After all, because we've all also been to school. But like I said, these are academic papers being presented. So we all have a right to present our papers. And I think we all have a duty to interrogate what one another we're all saying. So then, so my conclusion, which I'll link to what I'm about to talk about, is that what we are all really discussing is sovereignty. That's really what we are discussing. Who has sovereignty? You understand? If you live under a monarchy and you're a subject, you are not a sovereign. You are a subject of the sovereign. So you have no sovereignty. Yeah, you have no sovereignty. So just sit down and keep quiet. Nobody will listen to you because you're not even important. Yeah, whatever you have to say, we don't care. You don't have a voice because you're not sovereign. You only listen to the voice of the sovereign. So I think what we're all talking about is sovereignty. Sovereignty. And colonialism and neocolonialism, at the end of the day, is about the abrogation of sovereignty. That our sovereignty as Africans has been taken away from us. We've been robbed of it. And since the decolonization movement, all our attempt has been to restore that sovereignty. And in restoring that sovereignty, within the space of Ghana anyway, or West Africa, we have never accepted that we can be sovereign alongside foreigners. And by foreigners, we are very, very precise. We are precise. By foreigners, we mean the colonizers, not fellow Africans. So that is our understanding in West Africa. And that is why we made sure that they left the continent, or they left our land, so that we will be sovereigns in our own land. So I think what I'm saying is that we are talking about sovereignty. And I don't think that sovereignty has been very clear It is me that is bringing everything together to say, actually, what we are talking about sovereignty. And I could go ahead or forward and say that sovereignty, you cannot talk about sovereignty outside mathematics. I can argue that all that Brother Siphiwe said, if you decode it, is mathematics. Yeah, what Brother Siphiwe said. I could go also ahead and say that everything that we have heard today can be decoded mathematically. In other words, I'm saying that we can ask the question, what is this paper saying mathematically? You see, because these are lived experiences, and we have to respect lived experiences, no matter what that lived experience is, which is why I'm saying that it's about sovereignty, because if every lived experience must be interrogated as having a right to speak, to be heard, and so on, yeah, then even when the person is an accused, if that person is an accused as having broken the law, they still have a right to be listened to without being beaten or thrown around or attacked or whatever. They still have a right to be listened to. Why? Because of sovereignty. And the formula you are seeing on the screen now, E into bracket SF equals A, this is my formula, my mathematical formula for sovereignty. The E stands for the enabling function. S stands for the sovereign actor. The sovereign actor could be the individual, the community, the neighborhood, the business, the community, the nation, ultimately for us, a united Africa. Because for consensusism, that is the ultimate goal. All that we are doing is okay, but until we unite the continent politically and have a united government that has one single foreign policy, and so on and so forth, then we are still fragmented. And the fragmentation of the African consciousness, in a way, is what we are dealing with. And the fourth industrial revolution is an attempt to, if you like, to bring to our attention that the fragmentation is still continuing under neocolonialism, with the way in which the new architecture is evolving. Because our data, apart from South Africa, where data, I understand it, they have data centers, there are not enough data centers on the continent. And no matter how sovereign you think you are, if your data is being stored in somebody's rented property somewhere in Silicon Valley, you are not a sovereign. You see. So that's what this formula is saying. And my argument is that the sovereign here has been taken over by the host node. In other words, Africa is not acting as a sovereign. The neo-colonial states are not sovereigns, not really in the right word sense of the word, because they are all controlled by the host node, the IMF, World Bank, monopoly capitalism, as Julius Malema would sometimes put it. They are the host node that have taken over the entire continent, from the AES in the Sahel all the way to South Africa. And so the financial instruments, what kind of the F is the financial apparatus that is not being wielded by the sovereign in order to transform the continent. And the lack of transformation is at the heart of it. So I'm saying that what we are discussing, from what I have heard so far, is all about sovereignty. And you cannot have sovereignty in the absence of mathematics, because mathematics, if we listen carefully to what Siphiwe said, mathematics is the ultimate science. There is nothing higher than mathematics. Of course, I'm open to be challenged. That's what academics also is about, that you are free to challenge an academic position. Yeah, but I am happy to be challenged as to if you think that there's any science that is higher than mathematics. Everything that Brother Asamoah said in terms of the quantum physics of our being, If you look at what he said and slide by slide, although he didn't put it mathematically, everything there is science and quantum physics, and therefore it is mathematics. You cannot have physics without mathematics. Yeah, even ourselves, we as living beings, we are mathematical objects. Some get upset when I say object because they think we should be mathematical subjects. I don't mind if you want to use the word mathematical subject, mathematical object. It's okay. But what is important for me is that you must understand that you are a mathematical being. That's what you are. You have a height, you have a weight, you have this, you have that. You have blood flowing through it, a certain volume. You are breathing air of a certain cubic, capacity, etc., etc. You are a mathematical being. Okay. I went through this yesterday, so I won't go over it again. I'm just reminding you where we came from yesterday, where I talked about Eli, Heru, and Afa. Eli, Eli, Mauli, which is the idea that we all have the capacity to hear the inner voice, the small voice, the conscience, the voice that Samuel heard in the Bible. We all have that capacity. The internal monitor, the divine voice. It has come to us in different ways. Brother Mafole has spoke about it. Brother Siphiwe has spoke about it. Brother Menzi has spoke about it, all in different ways, but we're all saying the same thing, that there is a divine voice that you should listen to. And that divine voice is in mathematics called by the scholars John Mason, Leon Burton, and Kay Stacy, who wrote a book called Thinking Mathematically, which we tell our students who are learning to be teachers of mathematics. We tell them that this is their Bible, the book Thinking Mathematically. So they have argued in one of the chapters that this, what we are calling the inner voice, the divine voice, and so on, they are calling it the internal monitor. And if you are interested in the mathematicals, if you are interested in this aspect of the divine voice from the point of view of mathematics, I'm happy to share the book with you. If you look at chapter 7, it talks about the internal voice. So when Samuel said, "Funu we nyava malatoji," speak, Lord, for your servant hears. So he was acknowledging the voice. Peter Meru, as I said yesterday, is to do with the coordinates of our universe, the vectors of our universe. Then that's part of Peter Meru. The spells are actually the algorithms, if you use modern language. And then these systems have to be validated, and can be validated in different ways. The Afa of the Babalaos of Yoruba, and I encourage us, those of us who are not yet traveling, some of us have never traveled anywhere. All we know is where we were born and where we still are, and we don't know anywhere else. We really know our culture. We really know where we were born. I'm encouraging us as academics to please travel outside your immediate space. There is a saying in my language that says "duta cha cha," anya nuta fekpokpo. Literally, it means it's when you travel that you can see. There's another saying that says that the vima zomokpo la asusuba yanoko apuna de chivivi, meaning that if you have never traveled, you think your mother cooks the best soup in the world. But when you travel and you eat the soup of other mothers, you realize your mother does not cook the best soup. But when you have never traveled, you think your mother cooks the best soup, or your nation is the best, etc., etc., etc. So this brings me to this slide. This is in chapter 5 of conscientism, and this is the heart for me of conscientism. The heart, in the sense that everything Kwame Nkrumah has said for the liberation of Africa, for which, for instance, he set up the PAC in South Africa, which never managed to wrest authority or sovereignty from the ANC, etc., etc., etc. That is all in chapter 5. Everything is put up in chapter, and these are what I call the mathematics of liberation. He identifies the core forces, PA with capital P and PA with small p, and A with capital A, N, small a, N with small n, and A with small n. Then I'm reading and anti-clockwise. Then we've got operations. We've got D, capital D, which is dialectical moment, which basically means actions that you take. Then there's small d. Then there is the index of development, which is P. Then there's phi, which is the relation of forces required for development. By development, we mean transformation, not economic growth. So in economics, we have two ideas. We have growth and development. Growth is when something increases without changing its quality. Development is when it is growing, but also changing its quality. Of course, it can change its quality without growing. That also can happen. Then we have the territories. We have COL.G, that is colonial territory or neo-colonial territory as they are today. Then we have LIB.G, that's a liberated territory. And the argument is that currently no African country is liberated. Briefly, we liberated some of the colonial states, but as we speak, most of them have reverted to COL.G. And we saw how our West African brothers in the Sahelian states were trying to move to liberated territory, but then again, you see them signing agreements with the top dog when it comes to capitalism, and then you ask yourself, where really are they? Then we've got the optimum state, which is socialism adapted in each territory, which essentially means looking after ourselves. The socialism here is scientific. It's nothing to do with, if you like, socialism that has happened elsewhere outside the continent. We meet an Ubuntu, if you like, based economic system that looks after us after we have produced what we need. And then socialism in the optimum zone. So we have SG in each territory, each neo-colonial territory. Then S. The second one is socialism in the optimum zone. So I'm saying that Nkrumah gave us all this. Now, how did Nkrumah get all this? Where did Nkrumah get these from? That is a question for us today. That is really what I want to leave with you. Where did Nkrumah get these mathematical symbols, which we call Jesse in my language, or Jesse-O? Yeah. Brother Menzi drew our attention to Ma'at. I have suggested to you that the word Ma'at itself is, some believe, the origin of the word mathematics. Ma, he also mentioned Ma, M-A, Ma. There is the Ghana language, they call their mother Ma. You know, we also have Mama in other languages, you know, but even the word Ma is mother. Mother is that which creates. And when you create, you are dividing the original reality, if you like. You understand? It is the original, if you like, primordial voice that is basically dividing itself, which is what growth and development is. You know, so I'm saying that Nkrumah got these from practice. That's when Nkrumah got these. Nkrumah didn't sit and just dream and got a revelation. That is okay, but for you to symbolize forces and operations and territory and optimum state, etc., etc., you have to be able to do this from real life, so that then what you are about to do has relation
to what is happening in reality. So that is what I am saying to you, that this is where Nkrumah got this one. I am saying to us that our children are afraid of mathematics. The way mathematics is taught, many of our children, if not all of them, are afraid of the subject. They hate the subject. They don't like it, right? And if we don't get to grips with this dislike of this subject, which is the highest expression of the African, then we will not be able to wield sovereignty. You can't wield sovereignty in the absence of mathematics. Think about it, because even for you to say we are building houses in this area, you have to know how many houses you are building. You have to know how long the pipes are, etc., etc. And this should not be left to a few today, because those few that we had are those who were stolen from us during the enslavement era. They stole all our scientists, our technologists. They stole our art. Yeah, they stole everything. They came to Benin, for instance, the British, I mean. They came by ship, came to Benin and ransacked the entire Benin city and stole artifacts which are still in private possession and in private museums today. So I'm suggesting to you that we have to find a way to wake up, awaken our sons and daughters to the power of mathematics. And that is what I am saying, that the source of sovereignty is mathematics. And unless we get grips with it, we are just dancing around. We can talk all the talk. We can sing all the kumbaya till the cows come home. Unless we deal with this elephant in the continent. I mean, I'm not even talking about those who don't even pass the exams. I'm not even talking about those. Okay, if you go to every new colonial state today, it is abysmal. Out of 100 people who are taking a mathematics exam, you'll be likely to get half of them even getting the correct grades. It is problematic. So I'm saying we need to get to grips with it. Again, I looked at this yesterday. I won't repeat myself with this. So I am going to go straight to the heart of. I've touched on the heart of what I am saying. So let me just say that Nkrumah found dialectics on the continent. He found the Islamic experience, the traditional African communalism experience. He himself was an African chief. Nkrumah himself was an African chief. Okay. Then he also found the Euro-Christian experience. He himself went to mission school. And all these three are competing and conflict with one another. And what Nkrumah did was that he took action to synthesize them philosophically, and hence came with his proposition to us called philosophical conscientism. Okay, so what I am saying that it is through your lived experience that you will come up with mathematical symbols. Okay, that is what I am saying. And that is the heart of my message for paper 2 today. Okay, everything else I'm saying in these slides are basically to basically supplement that. Okay, and so I'm saying that what we are talking about is sovereignty, and the ecosystems that Brother Menzi mentioned are all here. The digital shrine, these are not physical systems. Yeah, these are digital systems. The digital shrine, the data cathedral where we keep our knowledge, our ecology, our civil. These are ecosystems. The economic mosque, the fact that we can trade, Ghana can trade with South Africa. We trade this for that. We trade time. We don't need to trade using somebody's paper currency. We can have our own currency. We can have it. We can even have a currency just between Ghana and South Africa, just that, and then we trade with that. We don't need anybody's currency to trade with, etc., etc., etc. And this is what I mean when Brother Menzi mentioned, the ethical code for AI. I am endorsing it because that is what this is about. Okay, so let me go to my last slide to say this is where you come in. Whether you're a coder, an artist, a teacher, an economist, an organizer, you have a role to play. Okay, and that is our shared vocation. We are calling you to spiritual craftsmen using mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Christian, for that great summary of all that we have been talking about and listening to today. I want to know if there's anybody that has any questions, or that was clear, because I thought it was clear. And yes, indeed, we need to answer the call ASAP. Right now, there is a great spiritual shift happening. And we need to get our foot in the door before that we go another few decades not putting ourselves in a good position for sovereignty. Okay, thank you so much. There's Prophet Anyanu, who is got a question. Can please come through and please keep it concise.
I should probably lower my hand then because I'm not sure that I can do that. I'm not, and I have the information for our speaker. It's been a great conference, symposium, a lot of great knowledge. I came to when Siphiwe invited me for looking for solutions and how spirituality can be used for liberation, for moving forward for African people. You said I can be in touch with you so I can bring to the table whatever I can bring. I'm not clear on the mathematical solution. I am clear that the speaker is very knowledgeable, and a number of the speakers have been. I'm looking for how what we have spiritually can stop leaders who sell away the rights, how to keep the people from getting in line for vaccines that are designed to kill them, how to have food when they, co-opt the land and destroy it. So I'm looking for spiritual solutions to some earthly kind of dilemmas, and I'm not sure that I have that answer, but I do want to be at the table. So I'll be.
Thank you so much for that. Those are very, 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 very critical concerns that you've shared with us. Is there anybody else who has a question? Anybody else with a comment?
Chair?
Yes.
I realized I didn't share my slides.
Yes.
But nobody alerted me, so I thought I was sharing my slides, and I realized I didn't share my slides. So my apologies.
No worries.
Yeah.
We'll just we will share them on the ACIPS website, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I will.
So
Thanks.
people will have access to them, and
thank
also
you. Sorry. Can I comment on the prophet's point
Yes.
about not knowing how mathematics comes in? But that's precisely my point. That the transformation of Africa cannot proceed without mathematics. That's the point I am making. I'm not saying that we should all be mathematicians. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we need to be mindful that the transformation of Africa is also a mathematical project. You see, because you have to design cities, you have to design spaces for people to live. This is not just spiritual. It's not just spiritual. It's also mathematical, because the spiritual is mathematical. That's the point I am making. And I was suggesting, sorry I didn't share the stuff, but this is what Nkrumah came up with in order to map out what needs to be done. I am saying that these set-theoretic terms are mathematical, and he left this for us. And I am suggesting that we are not using this tool. And so I am suggesting to us, as my contribution to this symposium, I'm trying to encourage us to please look in this direction. So that is the point I am making. So I am not assuming that we, for instance, are aware or know or are even interested in the link between spirituality and mathematics. I am not assuming that at all. But be that as it may, I'm suggesting that Africa cannot be transformed. Africa will not develop in the absence of the mathematical sciences as the highest expression of Africans. That is the point I am making. If we think that is possible, then we don't understand what we are talking about. Okay, and I'm also suggesting that spirituality, in terms of the internal monitor, the inner voice, however we want to craft it, I am saying that that voice, when it speaks to you, also speaks mathematics. That's the point I am making. When brother Asamoah talks about the drum and the rhythm and the agbaja and so on, these are also mathematics. They are mathematical. So that is what I am suggesting. Spirituality without mathematics or the mathematical sciences, I am saying that it won't transform us. And I'm also suggesting that we need to also take on board the idea that our ancestors, from what Brother Siphiwe shared with us, which was shared in the modern form by Brother Mafole, in a different language, that is what I am hearing them telling us. Because Pet Heru, Ma'at, which is a proportionality, order, and so on, these are fractions, if you like. They are fractions. Right? These are proportionality is a fraction. Proportionality means that different fractions, no matter what the numerator and the denominator, are ultimately equal. That is what we mean by something is proportional. And I am suggesting to us that we know these things, they are already in us, but we have been, in a way, we have been fragmented from that consciousness. So I think I hope I have clarified the link between spirituality. I mean, you could argue that God or the spiritual or the ancestor, whatever, that ultimately they are also mathematical beings, that God is a mathematician, if you like, that the universe is mathematical, etc., etc. Thank you.
May I comment quickly here, Bwalya?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to concur 1,000%. I'm using an incorrect mathematical phrase on purpose. Can I comment? Can I say, well, I agree with you 1,000%, but maybe at least 800%. Mathematicians will tell me you cannot go more than 100%. But I'm commenting at that how much. That's how much I'm actually agreeing.
You can go as
I want to say this very
even
quickly.
1,000,000%, brother.
Excuse me?
You can go. It's a percent.
Infinite.
Yeah,
Infinite
percent can go
percentage.
beyond 100. Yes, it can be 5 million, 20 million. Doesn't matter as long as you are expressing.
That's how much I am concurring with you. But I need to say this.
Please do.
Africa is not an island in the planet. Africa is surrounded by various other civilizations. And it is very important for this Africa, this great African continent that is not an island, to understand that and understand and understand that every other civilization has used mathematics as a form of to evolve itself from one space to another. The journey to outer space requires maths. Like you've already mentioned, to build infrastructure, to build anything, you require maths. The ancient Kemetic per Ankh, or so-called pyramids, it's mathematical precision that has to do with the galaxy itself, the stars themselves. It's mathematical precision. I want to say this. I recently with the Institute of Africology, we did some work, a debate on an Africa Day debate. It's a very interesting school, the best school that I've been to in a long time. The school is called the Anton Lembede School of Mathematics, Science and Innovation. Right. It's a school that starts at grade 8, goes to grade 12, and then the children get to choose which university that they can go to in order to pursue their careers. But the thing that I saw, the conversation I had with the principal in the School of Mathematics, Sciences and Innovation, the conversation I had with the principal was about, okay, the debate was about culture and African history. The children who are studying maths were taught by the Institute of Africology to understand Pan-African history and African history in general, including the diaspora. They debated, and it was a very amazing debate. Kings were there, the healers were there, different people with their parents were there. But the conversation I had with the principal was about how about extending the school so that they don't go to a Western, so-called Western university after they graduate. Why can't we extend the Lembede school? Asking what would it take to take this very school of innovation in mathematics and physics that is very Afrocentric? The school is very Afrocentric. The only one that I've seen. Why can't it become a university? Why can't it become a technical college? Why can't it become just basically an institution of higher learning? Because otherwise they'll go to DUT or they'll go to university, they'll go to any other university. Somehow, some way, they will unlearn what they have learned at their school, high school level. So I just wanted to concur with that and say, really, mathematics, the ancient, the Jews, they have a system called the Kabbalah, which is a very spiritual, mysterious system, but it's all about basically describing their Yahweh as a mathematical, as an infinite mathematical symbol, that you cannot name and it's unnameable, ineffable, whatever. You go to the Yoruba, I think someone mentioned yesterday in yesterday's presentation that what the Babalawo is doing is actually calculating for you. It's not just a fortune telling or something. They are calculating for you your destiny, the things you need to change in your life. Similarly, Sangoma here in Southern Africa, some of us who are initiated, we were taught, what does this bone mean? What does this other element mean? What does this element mean? When you are learning these things, you can see that actually what you are being taught here is very symbolic mathematics, highly, highly deeply symbolic mathematics that have to do with your tradition, because you can't just have 20 bones. You have to have a certain amount of bones. When you're throwing for royalty, there's a different approach. When you're throwing for ordinary people, different people at a different level, math basically permeates everything that we walk around. I just wanted to say that. Even the computer that we are using, it's all mathematical algorithms, giving thanks, ones and zeros.
Yeah. Thank you. I also concur with what you've said, and I think that if that institution could listen to you and become what you've said, that will be great. As we all know, maybe apart from South Africa, that had more advanced centers of learning than the rest of the continent, minus the 8 independent states that were never colonized, like Ethiopia. Those who were free before 1945. I'm talking about Ethiopia. Those countries. Sierra Leone, Liberia, apart from those countries, and South Africa that were ahead. If you take Ghana, for instance, we never had a school of medicine, you see. So if you wanted to be a doctor, or you read law, you have to, if you are medicine, you had to go and train outside Africa, outside Africa, as it were. It was only when we got independence that the post-colonial government of Kwame Nkrumah, then through networking with Africans who knew what they were doing, that Ghana set up the first medical school. And that medical school means that we don't need to train our sons and daughters abroad to be doctors, dentists, to be medical doctors, surgeons, dentists, etc., etc. And so I concur with you that from what I can see, please, I am not suggesting that what I'm sharing with you is mainstream. What I'm sharing with you is not necessarily mainstream. The mathematics profession itself does not necessarily agree that mathematics is spiritual. So I am only sharing this from an African perspective because of what I have seen. And as I said, this is research I am doing. It's not the final answer. And so if I was to say to you, what if the book of the coming forth, what people call the Egyptian book of the dead, what if I said that that's actually a mathematical subject being hidden or being, if you like, coded? What if I told you that? What if I told you that the 42, the laws of Ma'at, that those laws are actually mathematics rendered in that form for easy assimilation? What if I said that, etc., etc.? You see, so I'm not suggesting that this is mainstream. What mathematics does agree and physics is that in Congo you can find the oldest mathematical artifact called the Ashango bone. Now that is on the continent. Therefore, they see the continent as the profession as a whole, as far as I understand it today, accepts that Africa is the origin of mathematics, because of the Ashango bone. And as I said, the history of mathematics itself, if you look at the readings that universities provide their students that look at the history of mathematics, you see clearly the Greeks themselves saying that they were taught by the Africans, you see, etc., etc., etc. So as I said, I'm not suggesting what I'm saying is mainstream, but I am suggesting this to you because as Africans, we have a link to, we find spirituality important. For us, you cannot just have the physical without the spirit. And so, you see, for us, when we say materialism, we don't mean physicality. We mean both that which is seen and unseen. And that's why when the Intangible Phenomenon, ACIP, when I first came across Brother Benny, I thought this is interesting, because until I met Brother Benny, no one, as far as I knew, was talking about intangible phenomena. Oh, then I met Brother Samoa, who then really opened the gates. He was talking about speaking to the spirits, and I was like, wow. So Brother Menza, I'm agreeing with you that if that institution can do what you have said, that would be great. But then you see, why don't we Africanize it? In other words, why don't we have such an institution as a continental institution into which all of us buy into, not just South Africa, but Mozambique, Malawi, DR Congo, Ghana, etc. And then we have branches of that university nearer where people live. And in a similar way that our medical students don't need to go abroad to be medical doctors, in the same way, we will have mathematicians or spiritualists who also are alive to the internal monitor, the divine voice, if you like. There's still small voice, a conscience that will have them on the continent, and they don't have to travel. And by the way, this is not new. Euclid, the father of geometry, some will say the father of mathematics, for 2,000 years in the West. Euclid was an African. He never traveled outside the continent. He was born on our continent. He grew up on our continent. He wrote on our continent. And he is the one that brought together the teachings and unified them into a book called The Elements. It was all done in Africa. He didn't have to travel anywhere. Of course, we had relationships with the Indians, the Persians, etc., etc. That was there. So we're not saying that mathematics as a whole was an African thing, because there was cross-fertilization of ideas and so on. You know, there were things that the Indians invented that we didn't. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These numbers were invented by our brothers. Some would say our black our black brothers and sisters, the Hindus, because you know the Hindus I think are very dark like us. That they gave birth to 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. So yeah. So as you can hear from me, I can go on and on. This is just my passion. Mathematics is my passion. I love mathematics, and I want to share that passion with everyone I see and touch. And I want to say that, you know, don't be afraid of the subject. It's just a roaring lion. Once you know, like the Maasai, how to tame them, when they see you, they will bow. They will bow. They will bow. They will bow to like the lions bow to the Maasai. When they see them, they run away, etc., etc. So yeah, I can talk, but I think what I'm ultimately saying is that even if you don't already do so, I would like you to just speak an area, one small area that you remember from your school days in high school or in primary or whatever, and just play with it. Just play with it, and you'll be amazed what the ancestors will reveal to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother. Is there someone else speaking?
I was just saying thank you. That was very enlightening. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Brother Baba Penny, is Brother Nana ready? Brother Nana, are you here? Are you ready? We've got a special presentation coming up where we have Brother Nana guiding 3 speakers who are not English speakers. So he's going to do the translation. Are you in the room, Brother Nana?
Yeah, let me be sure. My presentation yesterday was a bit ad hoc. I'm not sure if that replaces my take, because on a program lineup, I think I'm supposed to present on Sumai and that thing before
Yes.
my people come in. So I
But
don't
are
know.
they ready?
I'm okay. I can come in. Just give me 1 minute, please.
Okay. While Brother Nana is on his 1 minute, please can you go in the chat? I've posted a link to an evaluation form. Can you please make sure you fill that in? It's for both yesterday and today's sessions. And go ahead, Brother Siphiwe.
Yeah, thank you. I had a comment on my brother Christian, and then also, I'm still hoping that there will be time for, questions from my presentation that I gave earlier today. We didn't do questions on that, but afterwards, time has been made for others. In listening to my brother Christian, in him talking about mathematics as a foundation for solution and knowledge, it reminded me of the fact that I had initiated this conversation back in November of 2024, when I had, as president of the Pan-African Federalist Movement Communications Commission, I had published this article, African Unity, a Mathematical Equation. And it was an attempt to quantify, African unity in a simple way using mathematics that our people could understand. I won't go through it now, but there's a link to the post, and it breaks down the equation. This article is what caused Christian and I to start discussing the issue of sovereignty and unity and being able to express it mathematically. Now, we differed on the equation. We even had some contested debates in various forms about this. But all of this reminded me of the need to express in a precise way what are the components needed to achieve political sovereignty. And so that was my comment in reference to, I understand my brother, I think where he's going with this and the insistence on mathematics. If we don't have that kind of quantifiable specificity and clarity that shows us exactly what the equation is, and therefore we can measure where we are and where we need to go, we will continue in this amorphous arena where we're currently at, where everybody has a bunch of ideas, and there's like a contest where people are competing for the microphone to speak, to be able to give their ideas. But since we lack this sovereignty, right, even if the best idea clearly emerges on how to solve something, whether it be maternal health care, education, language, whatever the subject is, our servers in Africa, whatever it is, once that most brilliant idea is articulated and wins the day, if we don't have the vehicle of political unity, a united African states that has sufficient sovereignty and authority, respected authority, to then issue the law, issue the commands, issue the instructions that will be followed on a continental-wide basis, we will never be able to leverage what our resources, human and natural. We won't be able to organize them in coordinated action. And this balkanization is what allows neocolonialism to triumph. And this is where I know my brother, Christian, is wanting us to get to by introducing sovereignty mathematics in conjunction with spirituality. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Siphiwe. Do not worry, I will make a special time for your questions, for the questions for your presentation. Brother Nana, are you ready to come on? Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
Right. Is everything okay here?
Yes, we can see your slides. Yeah.
And probably my face should come.
Yes, it would be nice.
Great. Thank you.
Except we're seeing the top of your head. We're not really
Oh,
I
I mean, should I adjust it down or let me watch
yes,
it
please.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just
Sorry.
seeing
Yes,
your name
I see
scroll
it now.
across your eyes and the top of your head. All right,
Oh,
there you
thank you. Right. So it's great to be here again and to share another exciting insight from African spirituality. Of course, I am coming from the National Association of Traditionalists and Ancestral Venerators, Ghana. I also work with as a research associate with the Institute of Indigenous Intelligence. I have presented this particular ideas, understanding in other platforms. Those who have ever met it, I think it will be a form of a revision. Those who are seeing it for the first time, it's a reflection for all of us. All right. So artificial intelligence is a synthetic version of Nananum Abosom or ancestral intelligence. This is a bold statement. I make it unequivocally. I am convinced of what I'm saying. I have practiced it. I know it. It's not like it is written in articles or anywhere. This is a practical knowledge I'm going to share. So this will guide the presentation. So I'm looking at AI and abosom. Of course, abosom, for a better word of understanding, like I said, sounds like ancestral intelligence. Deeper than that, though. Now, let's watch this simple video. This video tells you, it's just about 5 or 10 seconds. This is the result of the epistemic decolonization of our minds against our own spirituality. To understand that every institution on the African soil is geared towards making you forget who you are. And to be very sincere, this does not exclude the academic institution. Most of the journals we are publishing, most of the journals that are edited, peer-reviewed literature, whatever, you can see an epistemic trajectory of finding a way to malign our African spirituality. Where there is a space to even talk about them, there's a kind of a tendency to degrade the fact that these sources come from we as indigenous. I mean, the very people who are the evidence of the spirituality our people had. The teacher in the video asked the children to bring an artifact for whatever they know. And this guy designed this. And the madam asked him, and he said, it is the ancient god, ancient bosom, ancient deity. And you see the confusion it caused. In fact, this is a small thing you are seeing because this was a big confusion in Ghana, in Ghanaian schools. It went very viral and everybody was talking about it. Fortunately, people were sending them to me. We made effort to meet the boy. And the teachers even created a lot of obstacles. We couldn't meet the boy. This is how the whole thing started. When our people, I mean, the Westerners came in contact with our people, the whole thing was our traditional spirituality was superstition. Just to ensure that they control the narrative, which in this modern time, they are finding even a way to penetrate even the awakening ones. As a result, our people were neglected. Our priests were neglected. In fact, not just neglected. If you look at this picture, you listen to what this person is saying, you either submit or you vanish. And they had to leave. Most of the practices they are doing at the moment have been done in a hidden for centuries. I mean, ever since the colonial masters declared ancestral spirituality demonic. So if we have people who are doing more practices among them, you should understand that they try to survive. And it is our duty to find a way to revive them, to heal the wounds that have been caused over the centuries. We have no knowledge what they have gone through. This is one of the speakers I am about to get involved. In fact, it's difficult getting them because of where they are situated. The minute I requested was to communicate with him. I've asked somebody to connect him so that we will not waste time. Now, he has a lot of teachings on even animals. For him, the animals that the biblical narratives are demonized are actually smart animals, intelligent animals, and their understanding of how they operate to support we humans is something marvelous you can research into. All these were demonized. Now, the problem of the mainstream is that there's now what we call artificial intelligence, which has taken all the credit. You understand? And for our understanding, I mean, one of my students called me this morning, said, Nana, if you were there, you would have supported me to fight someone. I said, what? He said, the person said, every technology is coming from the white man. And we, the blacks, we don't know how to do anything. We are stupid and what? And he was trying to explain this to people. The same thing. We think artificial intelligence is solely the creation of the West. it ignores, we ignore the indigenous technologies and the metaphysical system, probably that underpins this breakthrough we have at this moment. There's a disconnect from its spiritual and then intellectual legacy as our ancestors left for us. So now we ask ourselves, what if the artificial intelligence we are all excited about, praising the West about, is a mimic of something that is ancient? What is artificial intelligence? Of course, I probably don't need to lecture my dear friends here, because this is the maiden knowledge, maiden control of our human system now. A machine system that imitates human thinking, to put it straight. It doesn't think on its own. It doesn't search beyond that, but it imitates human thinking. And it learns that from data that has been inputted. It functions through programming, algorithms, and then machine learning. Of course, we know that it is how you program the machine, artificial intelligence, the kind of information you request, that is how it will respond to you. We have examples of how they operate on our phone, Siri, Google, ChatGPT, and even now driving cars and robots. So in a nutshell, if you want to sum up artificial intelligence in the way it is composed, this sums everything up. So artificial intelligence is the capacity given by humans to machines to memorize and learn from experience, to think and create, to speak, to judge, and to make decisions. So just a human extension. If you want to kind of write something, I'm using this to explain, it will help me to explain how an anonymous bosom transmit information. If you want to write UHAS, I first presented this at UHAS, so I always use their name as an example, University of Health and Allied Sciences. This will be the course. My brother Kwame was talking about mathematics. So the results you are getting from the questions or the commands or the prompts you give to artificial intelligence, if you want to go and see how these results are, are calculated in numerical forms for you to get the answers you get, this is what you see. These mathematical values, these frequencies, these binary symbols. If you want to say, all of us, unless you have never fallen in love, I love you, this is how you see the whole thing. Binary symbols. Why? Because we have created that machine, but the language the machine speaks is even in our world so advanced that if you want to write I love you and you write these 0 and 1s to the person you are sending the message to, he will never understand anything. So you write I love you in the way you understand as a limited 3-dimensional human being, and the machine, which has an artificial intelligence super than yours, because within the 3-dimensional world, you have created a machine that can think faster and act in a way to support what you are doing. It will regenerate your I love you into this form before it can transmit it to your loved ones. Then what is Nananma Bosom or ancestral intelligence? A sacred energy, please, sacred energy embedded in material forms like stones, herbs, wood, metal, name them. It's a spiritual interface between divine realm and then human consciousness. Very important information here. Now, I'm using divine because most of the time you just have to use a language that is understood by many. You go deeper, of course, you trace most of the analysis that have been given by previous speakers. You realize that we call something bigger than what we can just name as divine, a bigger realm, a source of all that is. So a connection from that stages of consciousness, that stages of dimension, the center of all dimensions, where all dimensions emanate from, connect to human within this three-dimensional world. It's what I'm calling a spiritual interface. Now, it communicates through the human medium. I got one of our speakers talking about the fact that if you want to access information, then you have to go to Okonfo Diviner. It is not always the case. Mostly, they do that through the diviners. I sit here, you come and sit with me right now. Within few seconds, I will see one of your ancestors, whether your mother or your father, who is following you. And this, earlier, I thought it was something that was not true. I have documented almost about 70 people who have approached me and I've mentioned who are following them, and none of them has been a lie. So we practice it and we know what it is. Now, what happens in Nananuma Bosom or artificial intelligence is that it downloads multi-dimensional knowledge or information. Multi-dimensional knowledge, not the past and the present as it had been inputted on the system. This Nananuma Bosom, when properly assessed, can tell you what actually is going to happen. The issue is that it has layers of different dimension, just like a paper. I mean, you know how this dimension is done. Just like an ant walking on a paper, and walking straight. Probably the ant may not even see the wider range of where it's walking, but you, the person standing and watching the ant on a paper, can see farther than that. If you want to divide the ant's vision in accordance with your vision in terms of dimension, it can give you a clear picture of what we're trying to talk about. Again, this is the same Okonfo I'm talking about. And I've been so lucky that this woman you are seeing there are things I have experienced. I've gone seeing them work on them. Now, let me surprise you here. That thing you are seeing, I mean, I'll show you a lot of examples like this ones. All these things you are seeing are not just primitive blood covenants, whatever. When you go and this man is arranging that thing you see there, and you go to the Chinese phone factory and they are arranging how they arrange circuits on the mobile phone, what do you call it, board. There's no difference. Now, this man will finish arranging all the, what do you call it, things he puts on them. And these are supposed to be organic stuffs, not artificial stuff. He puts on them. As soon as he finish and he starts incantation with the voice and the number of voice, I mean, where mathematics, sounds, and vibration comes in, then, what do you call it? There will be a rainbow straight onto the thing and then out. This is something you can experience. It's not a fiction. If any of you come on an excursion to Ghana, he can do it for you to see. Now, another epistemic injustice. You see, this deity is called Bonsam Kwaku. In Ghana, Bonsam means Satan. But this deity, what he does is to solve problems for people, especially people who have been hunted by other energies for their distraction. So now, bosom as organic super processor, comparable to a cosmic smartphone, it downloads and decodes infinite wisdom from infinite dimension. It has no limit to database because it can, depending on how the frequency, how the vibration is connecting, which level of consciousness or level of dimension, taps into spiritual and ancestral consciousness limitlessly. And it uses sacred human as living interface, just like you see in the mobile phone mouthpiece or earpiece. Now, I've already shown you examples of this. Now, let me do a small comparison. So the features that are seen in a phone or in an artificial intelligence system, like the base code, which is binary, the zeros and ones, in Nananuma Bosom, it is spiritual frequencies, quantum and quantum vibrations. Of course, the mathematics thing come here. You look at the frequencies. You can also talk about the frequencies that happen within the binary codes. Now, in terms of processor, the massive or the giant information that all of us are accessing through artificial intelligence is silicon-based. Now, in terms of Nananuma Bosom, there is a download of information through the Suman or Bosom sacred human being, comfort or diviner, including any of us who have prepared our body as a conduit for the energies to speak through. Now, intelligence source, big data, the data is there. So you ask questions, it runs faster, picks what you need for you. But know that it is something a human being put there. Now, you talk of the data source, intelligence source for the Nananuma Bosum and Sumai is the divine realm, the ancestral cosmic field, the anything you can talk about. You want to talk about God, you want to talk about whatever you call it. That which everything comes from and ends within. That is the intelligence source, depending on your frequency and how you can access this intelligence. Now, the interface mostly with artificial intelligence is either mobile phones or laptops. Now, in the Nananuma Bosom or Sumai, then you are talking about shrines, rituals, and sacred spaces. In terms of programming, there is human programming. You know, people use Python and other things to design programs to inculcate artificial intelligence and devices. But with Nananuma Bosom, there's some sort of rituals, some sort of ancestral codes that are engineered mathematically to ensure that, I mean, remember what I said about when they are arranging the Sumai in such a way that whatever they want, the kind of energy they want to use, that's organic mobile phone to speak, the energy can access it. There are many materials that are used, some of them for some reasons I cannot mention here. Once you are a practitioner, you know what I'm talking about. Many things. If you don't take care, almost everything that is accessible is part of that creation. So this is the hypocrisy. African spiritual system has been called demonic. But little do we know that whatever they are doing right now has its basis from what our ancestors have been doing and are doing even at the moment. Now, some principles behind AI glorified and then monetized are enjoyed by the West, praised by the West, and then Africans seems to be lacking behind, like what my student was telling me this morning, the fact that people think it is coming from them. Politicians and pastors, this one is an experience. It's not like somebody said. It's not like this is an ethnographic data I'm giving you. They are always there to assess, consult our bosom publicly, but denounce them privately, but denounce them publicly. We've seen this many times. So there's a disconnect from ancestral system, and then the way we live our life, which has actually developed a kind of a systemic tragedy for everyone. I mean, every African. Few people who patronize the shrines go for favors that are not long-term in nature, like my wife to be conquered, like so that I can kill my neighbor, I can do this, which my other brother was talking about. You understand? Other times you have the desire to consult any of these people to learn about this, and they find a way to, you know, outwit you. And I've already spoken about the kind of things they have gone through, and it becomes incumbent on us to find a way to refine them. One of the works we are doing with the Sumankwahine of Ashanti Kingdom, finding a way to sieve the hypocrites who are posing themselves as diviners for this ancestral intelligence. So now there's a kind of synthesis. I mean, both our intelligence system, we know, you get it. The whole thing is that to perform, to guide, and to protect life, because it should benefit widows in three-dimensional world. But we should keep in mind that if our goal is just to stay on this three-dimensional world, then we'll be limited to artificial intelligence. But remember, you are born to, you came here to remember. Our ancestor could travel to other dimensions, still living in the third dimension. I have put always across, and when I'm speaking with people, they ask you, what do you want to achieve in life? Well, what you're doing? And I always tell them, I want to die before I die. And once I die before I die, I know what is a death. You get it? And this is a bit metaphorical, if you really understand what I'm talking about in terms of this artificial intelligence, ancestral intelligence, dimensions, and then African spirituality. Now, implication for development, we need to reclaim our bosom as indigenous knowledge technology. And we should be very careful when we are doing this, because my question is, if somebody throws your rice into the sun so that you die of hunger, and that person at the same time, looking at all his characteristics, is giving you a formula to regather this rice, you think that formula is best? We have kind of closed our eyes for African indigenous epistemologies to be re-engineered in such a way that it is now even becoming, in a way, a narrative of Western understanding. You can't tell me somebody who for the past 500 years is making sure that my ancestors and their spirituality is down, is actually now has the solution as to whom I should consult to tell me what my ancestral spirituality is. Everything is embedded in you. You know the mathematics to decode the information in your body for 13.7 billion years. You don't need an authority. You are an authority. That is how your ancestors wrote everything they want you to know. In your DNA, in your melanated DNA, you can find every answer you are looking for. Now, recognize spiritual system as valid source of information. They give you how many senses? 7. How many of them do you think are missing? I mean, I don't have to talk about it. You realize that if you are looking for information beyond how the modern education system is giving us, then you have to go beyond the 7 senses. Integrate ancestral wisdom with modern tools for African transformation. That is why we cannot just throw away artificial intelligence. We should understand that where artificial intelligence ends, I mean, when you ask your father questions and he's not able to answer, then you go to your grandmother. So spiritual intelligence can drive ethics, sustainability, development, scientific innovations, and resilience. It saddens me when we are training doctors in African societies and pharmacists, and we cannot connect them to this traditional priest. Meanwhile, one of the universities we went for a conference, they had a medical school there. And then the professors of the medical school, I mean, luckily there's a lecturer who teaches African traditional medicine. The professors of the medical school, the only thing they do is go for lab, and then they bring the lab results to the traditional priest to heal them. But you go and people have lined up there and they are coming for medical consultation. I mean, what kind of hypocrisy is that? So we need to consult our ancestors to build the future, as this picture will predict. In that way, we will not be lacking behind. A call for action is that in the academia, we should study abosom as metaphysical technology in our understanding as Africans and as our way of life. This is harmony. You can never even create bosom if there is no harmony. Those who have visited shrines, before they even pour libation, they ask, if there have been any problem among any of us, bring it out, let us solve it before we call ancestors to come in. Now, government should declare a public day for traditional worship. Whether you want to call it worship, this is the problem. Because you need to define what we are doing in the language that our so-called, excuse my language, brainwashed brothers understand. Worship, religion. We need to declare a public day for our traditional or spiritual or ancestral way of life. And I think this should be done in almost every, country in Africa. The youth should embrace indigenous innovation. I mean, China, there's a current paper. Normally, I write my papers, I start with the newspapers because you publish in academic journals, then the people, your people cannot even get access to read because they have to pay to read. So before I send it to the academic journal, I post it, I send it to the newspapers, so it is on Ghanaian internet for people to access. Then I'll prepare it for academic. I just wrote one for I think Modern Ghana and Daily Graphic called me. They want to publish it, and I've sent to them. And then the point is that, look, we have been training our youth as raw material for the West. And now, Ghanaian education system, if I understand, wants to train Ghanaians with a Chinese language. Are we going to prepare the next generation as also a raw material for China? When we can dig into our indigenous systems and find out innovative way we can solve our problems. You understand? The same thing China did, closing herself in and coming out big. Now they are superpowers. Their language, their everything. They went back, they consulted their grandparents, and then they came back strong. So all of us should rethink AI as a synthetic echo of a sacred system our ancestors had mastered long ago. In my summary reflection, I think that artificial intelligence is a latecomer to a reality our ancestors mastered in sacred groves and ancestral altars long before the coming of these AI technologies. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Brother Nana. I wrote in the chat that I'm going to humbly request that you please come and do this presentation for us at DUT, because I'm always talking about us really being aware of.
No, I'll come. Even I'll come with a practitioner, so we'll cause a lot of commotion for you to know we are not talking this.
I love chaos. Please.
So it's so fascinating. This man I showed you, he can let you pick a knife, cut a chicken in pieces, any number of pieces you want, throw it away, and after that you gather it yourself, and then you put them in maybe a basket or something. You cover it yourself, and it gives you a few minutes. You open, and the chicken is alive, just like you pick it first. Now,
wow.
Yes, these things he says is knowledge system. It has nothing even to do with healing. It is a knowledge system our ancestors were using to even entertain their kings. And this you do in a church, and you are a rich man. You understand? And we have abandoned everything, and we think the West knows all. I mean, thanks so much. If you have to give me time, I'll explode. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I will give you time. In fact, you might not just come once, you might come a few times. So, but I will speak to you on the side. There's been a lot of activity in the chat. Have you got any questions here as well? Because Brother Nana needs to guide a group of people as well. Each one has a 20-minute presentation to do, at least 20 minutes. I don't know if they'll need that, but they have 20 minutes each. Okay, Prophet Anyanwu.
If just want to know how we can get in touch with, now I love working with AI, and I have a lot of good encounters even along spiritual lines. I would like to be able to, are you on WhatsApp, or how do we get more information about how to contact you?
Right there. Let's just put it for you on the screen. Screenshot.
Are you able to hear me?
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Did you hear my question though?
It's you want to touch with him? He's put it on the.
Say again. I didn't see it as a question. Sorry. Say again, please.
Wanted a way to get in touch with you, contact. I was saying that I do a lot with AI, and a lot of the work is along spiritual lines. But anyway, I wanted to, are you on WhatsApp or email, or how do we get in touch with you?
And I was saying he's just put his contacts on the screen. Can you see them? No. Okay, let me copy it for you.
I see. Thank you.
All right. Brother Nana, are there any other questions? I'm not seeing people raising their hands, so I'm going to ask you
a question.
Yes, you want to
Bwalya keep calling you brother Nana, but I think in Ghana, Nana means something. Can I explain to us what Nana means? I know Nana is not his first name.
I mean, let me explain my name. I think
Nana is the title, but what does it mean?
Please explain. You must correct me, please.
So Nana actually it denotes a chief, a king, a grandparent, or somebody with some level of respect. But it begins with the rulers. So sometimes you are also named after a ruler. So in order not to mention the ruler's name without respect, the person is called Nana. Of course, I'm from a royal family as well. I can be a chief anytime. But my name Nana was given to me from one of my ancestors, a very rich man, whose name is not very common. Dewi, Nana Yawi. Dewi means sky or sun. So he was promised before I was born. In fact, this is one of the works of our ancestors you can always trace. He was promised that when a male child is born, they will name the person after him. He was born on Thursday. And two people promised him because he did something for the family. I was born on Thursday this week. The second person was also born on Thursday the second week. So we both bear Nana Yawi. So I don't know. I mean, sometimes these things are...
What separates your name from your brother's name? So Asamoah would be your first name.
So my first name is Nana Yawi. Nana Yawi, the three becomes my first name.
Yes.
And then my surname will be Asamoah Bwedi. Asamoah Bwedi, yes. Thank you.
And your brother's name?
Oh, he is also Nana Yawi, but he's only called Asamoah. Now, the Bwedi came to be added because Bwedi is my father's name, but he didn't add his father. So he is called Nana Yawi Asamoah, but I'm called Nana Yawi Asamoah Bwedi. And not my direct brother, though, the one who follows my father. They both promised our grandfather because he's settled the dispute in the family. And I think that happened. The man was also very rich.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, I'm trying to get in touch with my traditional practitioners, and it's becoming very difficult. I don't know if there is interim something we can do whilst I look for them. Otherwise, I may have to touch on their topics in a way probably that will be appreciated by all of us. I'm not very sure though.
Okay, you do that. In the meantime, can I take 5 minutes while you sort them out?
Go ahead, that's right.
For people to respond to Brother Siphiwe's presentation, because we didn't take questions on that one.
I want to just add something to Nana's comment. Yes. Yeah, Nana, the name Nana is the name that Akan people have for the Anunnaki female. There are some other names for it. So she was called Nana in Akan. And it connects why the question is why we use it for male. And that is why Akan people venerate the female. Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
And what is the female called? The female Nana?
You see, let me, Nana Benny, there's also one concept when it comes to our I mean, I don't know whether I should call it human thinking or three-dimensional beings thinking, we forget the gender principle as not the sexes. And that is why when you come to our language as Akans, and even Ewe, it is there. Some names, like I gave it to him. In English, you need to say that him or her, medemano. But in our language, you don't have a separate word for either a male or female in that object sense. Medemano, I gave it to him or her. If we want to direct translate, then we need to do him or her. So most of these, languages that are tracing their roots to chematics, what do you call it? Understandings. They have the gender principles not as the sexes we have here, but as a complementary kind of understanding.
Thank you, leader.
Okay.
Can also add, in terms of the word Nana again, from another perspective. So the Ga people also use the word Nana, which is unrelated to chieftaincy, etc., etc. So some people are called Nana, and that's just their name. It's nothing to do with chieftaincy, authority, etc., etc. Thank you.
I have a sister called Nana. My own blood sister is called Nana. It's in Zulu, you have a lot of women called Nana. Some people even call their male babies Nana. Oh, Nana, Nana.
So it means that it's a continental name.
You see. So Nkuru mentioned something very interesting. He mentioned the Anunnaki. Now, in the Anunnaki mythology, I call it mythology. Some people call it history. But in the Anunnaki mythology, the Inanna is the name of the great goddess, the creator goddess. With a conversation I had with one of the elder Sangomas that is very I'm close to. In fact, it's almost like my Kobela or like my teacher, because I talk to him. Every time I have a confusion, I talk to him. He said that the word unina, Nina is a word, that person's mother, Nina. The word ma, he says the word ma was not used very much. It's like a 300-year-old word. It's not ancient Nguni language. But we used to call a person's mother Nina. Uninaga, even today we say Uninaga, the mother of. But the word itself, Nina, means all of you. When I'm saying all of you in this chat, I'll say Nina nonke. You understand? Nina nonke. Nina, the word itself means many. You see, but in the Anunnaki tradition, that's all I'm saying. But Inanna was actually the progenitor of all men. But then it's similar to Nun. There's a lot, and it has a lot to do with water, the mythology of water as the place of giving birth. But there's a lot of maybe another conference.
Yeah, Akan people will say Mina, that is my mother. Mina, my mother. Yeah. So I don't know where Mami came from, but
then Minana will be my grandmother.
My grandmother is me Nana.
And the female, like Bwalya said, female symbolizes the entire, let's say, clan or so. It's built on the female. So that is the reason why that word symbolizes all the community, you see, and which is still alive within the Akan tradition, some of the other ethnic groups within West Africa. Yeah.
And there's a sister Casanova up there, wants to speak. Her hand is up. Can we hear the female? Can we hear the mothers also speak, so we don't speak for them?
Yes, I am a mama. Thank you so much. It's it's fascinating. I just wanted to continue listening. Dr. Vicky Casanova Willis, I serve as the Deputy Director and Senior Fellow for the Office of HBCU Development and International Cooperation in the U.S. Yet we have over 30 universities on the continent and some in South America and the Caribbean as well that we've been working for about 10 years to help, with reconnection, primarily because it benefits both sides, we believe, because we're able to offer some free tuition for Africa-based students and African-born at the historically Black colleges and universities, but it also, in the line of this conversation and this symposium, it absolutely benefits those of us, professors and students here in diaspora for, beginning to really reconnect with Mother Africa and, ancestral wisdom and our cousins and brothers. So just quick introduction there. I'm here and I want to thank everyone I could not participate yesterday. I just learned about it. But thanks to Sis Prophet Anyanwu Cox for several of us here, or a few of us are members of the International Civil Society Working Group for the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. I think co-founders, actually, several of us. So her initiative to begin a subcommittee helping teach and learn more about spirituality and sacred sciences, African, is just critical, and that's why I'm here today. So forgive the little long introduction. I just wanted to give that context because I am new, by no means an expert, but I am so interested and drawn to this, and I'm just grateful to have made this connection. I also, in the conversation about Nana and Mom, that was just so interesting to me. And so one question is personal. In addition to just learning as much as I can and being of service in as whatever way the ancestors lead, and all these, I want to say, expert guides, can help mentor. I also I'm one of, many people I know through the decades who have been honored with being made a diasporan Queen Mother or a diasporan chief. And I'm starting to wonder about what sort of rites of passage or just learning we need to make sure that we're undertaking in our future roles of contributing to Mother Africa as best we can. That's a personal question, not to answer today. And then the bigger question is just, I'm very interested in the school that we heard about, because we are often asked to help, teach the youth and the next generations and so forth. And again, I would like to do it in the African-centered and led context. That's all. Thank you so much. This has been wonderful.
So, Chair, if I may add to what Sister said.
And I'm sorry, I neglected to say Nana Ablorde, or Mama Ablorde II in Keta in Volta region.
Right. So, so if it's okay, I just wanted to just mention Sister Casanova Willis that as far as in my presentation, I have argued that spirituality and the sacred sciences, that mathematics is part of the sacred sciences. The way in which it evolved in the West led to a separation of the sacred or spirituality side from the non-spirituality side. So many students go to school, whether secondary and so on, and they are learning mathematics, and they don't realize that prior to the way in which the current curriculum is organized, that you learned mathematics in the temple. You learned it at the feet of the priests. When people like Plato, Aristotle, Archimedes, when they went to Egypt to study mathematics, they didn't learn it from professors, etc. In our modern sense, they learned it from priests, like the priests we have here today. Well, we have some priests among us. It is they who taught these things. So I just thought I should mention that to you, that mathematics is also part of the sacred sciences. So for instance, if you take the Freemasons, etc., you hear about degrees. That degrees days, levels of knowledge are seen as degrees, etc., etc. And I'm suggesting to us that in my presentation, it's a research I'm doing, but I'm arguing that spirituality and sacred sciences we must return mathematics to it. It was taken out in the West. Let's restore it. Let's do a restoration. Thank you. Oh, by the way, and also what Brother Menzies said about the word Ma. I don't know if he's aware, but the name for God in my language is Ma Wu. That's why the word Wu in Anyawu is a very important 2 words. So Ma Wu, if you like, it can be the one that gives birth above all. Ma Wu, Wu. Anyway, I could go on. So no, thank you. So basically, I'm saying that the sacred sciences, let's restore mathematics back to spirituality in the sacred sciences. Thank you.
Can you ask Nobantu to also unmute and speak? I'm sorry, Chair. I'm wanting to hear more mamas speaking at this moment, but just personally. Nobantu. Nobantu, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, thanks.
Kuluma, Nobantu.
Hey, I hope all is well. I wish all is well there. I am now in Ghana, so I came here from South Africa, but I wanted to. This is just an amazing 2 days. I popped in yesterday and I haven't been able to be here full time. I'm hoping to get the recording, but I just wanted to make some intersections and connections. Because often I'm in these rooms with different discussions like this, and it sort of saddens me that I don't see it. I don't see it at the level of the children that really, 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 really need it. And my mission is to assist with that. I ended up, not ended up, but I say ended up because it wasn't anything planned when I came to South Africa in 2018. I had been here years, like 25 years prior in Kenya and Egypt and stuff like that. But when I got to South Africa, I was invited there because we were working on decolonizing the school system. And when I got to South Africa, the VITS had invited many people to this to discuss what is innovation and technology and science from a decolonized mindset. On this right now. Okay, and so one of the things that you are mentioning about the spirit and the cosmos comes up because there's a few things that have been left out of Western school that are very simple, but that they're using in bioscience and biotechnology. Because I'm now working in biotechnology. With building out programs and facilities that I'd like to link Africa and the United States students together for that. But there's 2 things that I know that are missing that are really simple key things to put back into this. And that is the fractal mathematics. I'm noticing they're using it in the biosciences and the mRNA kind of stuff. So like being in these spaces, I'm seeing where they're using it, but the people from where it comes from are not in those positions. They're not seeing that. There's very few melanated folks in the biosciences industry, but there are a number of bioscience doctors that are around the world, and many of them come from Africa. Some of the top biosciences in the industry out there come from different countries in Africa, namely Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa. And so what I'd like to do is I wanted to, I don't know if I missed this in the discussion, but how can we bring forward this knowledge and get it to places where people don't see the intersection? I'm in this intersection because I'm connected with people that are, but I'm serving those communities that would just be fascinated to reconnect. And like, how do we put together systems to bring this knowledge, because it's going to be our survival. This next biological warfare is going to require that we use our indigenous spiritual recall the ancient to deal with it. Otherwise, we could be, we're over 80% of population, but could be extincted. You know, we could never be extinct, however, but as you know, some of our cultures are extinct. They've been burned up years ago. There's a lot from these books that are not there. And so us using our spiritual practice to recall and bring that generational ancient wisdom to us through our spiritual realm so that we can now recreate these texts for our young people to learn from. So I just wanted to add that, and I just wanted to thank you so much for inviting me.
Hey, I'm no longer the chair. Where's the chair?
I see that Kim Paul has none of a right. I see that Kim Paul has a hand up, and so does Langa. You know, we had a session for wider discussions later on, but I also just want to check in with Brother Nana again.
Yes.
Nana.
Hello, Chair.
Yes.
Yes,
What
I don't know. It's becoming difficult to connect my priest. I was trying to discuss this behind with Nana Beni. Sometimes when you tell them to wait and there are visitors there to assess the energies, they just enter into the realm and you can't get them again.
Yeah,
Sometimes it's a problem. So if you don't mind, maybe I can touch on both, just one principle each, and then if we have to discuss or we have to leave it for another time, then that will be fine, so that I don't waste our precious times waiting for them.
Okay. Can we just give 5 minutes to the
Yes,
come up, and then when you're ready, just please say so on the mic and start.
Oh, I can just go ahead if you don't mind. Then we can in just 5 minutes I'll be done.
Nana,
Yes.
Nana,
Yes.
my suggestion, I'm sorry. My suggestion,
Okay.
can we keep the hands that the people that
The
have
time.
raised their
Yeah.
hands, because
and then you
Sorry.
can continue. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, they're
I get
speaking
it.
to something, and then after that you can
All right.
So
That's
give them 5 minutes to ask their questions, and then when they're done, you just come in and do the 5-minute presentation, and then we'll take it from there. Kim Paul, can you please, or Paul, sorry, can you please go? And then after that, Sam, there was someone else who had their hand up that they've disappeared from my side. I can't see them anymore. But please go, Kim.
Yes, greetings, my side, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here in this vibration. I'm so excited. I jumped in late today. I was able to get a portion of what happened yesterday. And this is truly the tip of the spear in this conversation globally. And so it's nice to be in the room where it happens with people that are doing this very necessary work. I just wanted to say, with the Teaching Artists Institute, in response to Mama Nabantu, when she mentioned the work that she's doing with the university systems in South Africa. Our organization, we work grassroots and grass tops, and that means doing education with the babies down in the middle school is what we call it here, in the divided states, and even at the university level, we're also, like Dr. Vicky, a small consortium of African universities. And the reason this conversation is so interesting to me is because we have a program called Creative Carvers and Carpenters, where we're working with those that are really building our material world, and we're decolonizing the education of carpentry and engineering for young people that are rebuilding our communities, not only in Baltimore, where I live, in our artists in residency, literally transforming dilapidated buildings into artist residency properties, but also housing cooperatives. And so as we recreate this curriculum, including the connection to the spiritual realm, as young people that have been running from mathematics, and, you know, myself included, I remember being in classrooms and not understanding why algebra was even necessary, and calculus. And so bringing back in the spiritual elements of this has basically forced us to look at Kemet, or Egypt, and looking at the measurement systems using the 1 drop of water. So we're literally bringing out stick and stone and 1 drop of water to change how they begin their understanding of measurement, and looking at, you know, how they constructed the pyramids, like the composition of limestone. And we're remaking and remixing these compositions to see if we can reproduce it. And even though we may or may not do that, helping them understand holistically where these knowledge forms began and why they were devoid of the understanding of metaphysical relational. I'm not really even sure how to do it. I'm bringing in experts like Julius Monk or McAllister. He's a stonemason. And we're bringing in some of the Babas and elders that have, in this society as we currently live, still work with these materials and were experts and have gone back to their roots spiritually to find these connections and make these bridges. And so I just wanted to say how timely this conversation is, and to say that as we study the 1 drop of water and the companion of stone and stick, and try to duplicate these forms of matter and art forms and the symbolism that came along with it, to teach us how to work in the physical realm to create the spiritual realm. I need you all to be a part of this curriculum. So I'm going to put my contact information in the chat because I see all of you as a party to the curriculum, and this is not hypothetical. The Creative Carvers and Carpenters program, I'll put a flyer for it inside of the group chat as we speak, and anyone that's interested in helping us build out this program and help develop lesson plans for the young people that we're working with this summer and beyond, please let me know. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Kim. Can you please put your details in the chat? Others have also put theirs there as well. Sam, I saw you put your details in the chat. Is that what you wanted to say, or you still have something to say? I'm not seeing your hand up.
Yes. Just in conclusion, I wanted to share with the participants, especially the scholars, the academics, that as African Hidden Voices Research Institution, we are actually open for further discussions. We have written extensive papers in all academic disciplines. So we are working very, very, very hard because of this is our stronghold, especially when we talk about African indigenous spirituality and the universal spirituality. So I've left my contacts to those who are interested to further this conversation, and also for further collaborations in terms of conferences and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Sam. I will definitely be in touch myself. Okay. Anybody else? But I think Brother Nanda should go. It's now 3:42. Okay. Cam, Brother Cam Howard.
Greetings, everyone. It was such a wonderful conference. I neither was able to join yesterday, but was very inspired and informed and encouraged by what I was able to imbibe today. I'm Cam Howard. I am one of the co-conveners of the Global Circle, Reparations and Healing. This year, the Global Circle has determined that we will center healing as our focus around repair. And we would do that in two methods, or in two areas. One, healing of the original wound, what we're calling the original wound, that African complicity or involvement in the transatlantic slave trade, what that means for us those of us on the continent and those of us in diaspora. And the second area is, how do we deal with the psychological injury that keep us from uniting? So I was very inspired by the formulas that was shared on unity, both by the speaker and also by Siphiwe. And I would like for us to look at, and we're going to be planning conferences on both of these areas, the original wound, and on how to address the idea of unity or disunity in the African world. Marcus Garvey dealt with that issue, dealing with the psychological controls that were on the minds of African people that kept us from uniting. And so I would ask that anyone who's interested or in helping to plan out a strategy for a conference on spirituality, African spirituality and unity, to contact me and the Global Circle. You can go to our website, gcrh.org, or you can contact me at, I'll put my information in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Howard. Okay. Brother Nana, are you ready?
Yes. Thank you once again. Sorry for the inconvenience in getting my practitioners. I think this is a sign that one of these days you should all calm down. So we have a practical, symposium where there are displays of what our ancestors gave us. Before I also talk about, I'll use just about 5 to 7 minutes and I'll be done. Before I will talk about that, I also want to talk a bit about NATAF initiatives that are ongoing. Already we've gone through, most of the universities have organizing conferences on some of the issues we're talking about, touching galamsey, gold mining in a local way in our country, and then ancestral intelligence and other things. In a form of transferring this knowledge to our children, we've secured a lot of pieces of lands for projects to begin. Of course, we have almost about 15-acre land for factories and then kind of IT system organization, so that it will feed our immediate school we want to build. And that school is also to create what I call indigenous or traditional education unit. In Ghana here, they have Islamic education unit, they have Christian education unit, and then you send your children there, and and it is just the same principles that they are taught. But we want to kind of bring a bridge so that at least before a child leaves our place, all the witchcrafts that were kept in him are brought out, and want to support the school with the industries that will build at the 15 acres. The school we have about 4 acres for the school, and we have that. And aside that, we have additional 15 acres for this spirituality training we want to institutionalize, so that we teach people how they can locate themselves, identify themselves, and then search for who they are. I'm sure it will be very useful for our mathematicians and everyone involved here to give an input. But for the time being, we are actually looking for people to support us in diverse ways. And now back to what my people were supposed to talk about. First, I'll look at why our traditional forces have suffered defeat in confrontation with white race and the earth. Is there any way the African can rise by reliance on what we have naturally what we have naturally for our defense and progress? I mean, I'm sure basically we want to understand why we are not able to probably get in the light in terms of the fact that we have suffered some kind of, I mean, if you want to call it defeat for a better word to use, in the hands of our oppressors. I don't want to give a historical background, but if I should just trace a little from something Sorry, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Something I got from
Yeah.
something I got from some historical analysis from the Ashantis here. One of the gods, I mean, in Ghana, Konfuanoche is well known to be one of the priests who kind of unified the Ashanti kingdom. But there were other powerful priests, and the son Konfuanoche was even more politician in nature. There were powerful ones who could command things to be, and one of them actually noticed the coming of the West and the agenda they were coming with. And I understand our people thought he was a fake. He was becoming fake, and he was beheaded. Of course, per my research and understanding, we have not been defeated. We are in slumber. We are sleeping. I don't think you can defeat the very core of your existence. And that is the whole case. Once we wake up and then we connect, if your brain shut down and the blood in it cannot connect to the neurons, then you cannot function. But once we wake up and we connect to our other arms, remember the defeat has also come with the segregation and then the divisions we have on our continent. I have put on myself as a native president, and I've been going around the African countries trying to fish out for indigenous spiritual practitioners. And I've met most of them. Some of them I meet and they offer a lot of rituals for me. They call their deities and other things. If we bring these people together, then there's a way out. I will just give one example and I will leave it there, because if we have to talk into deeper into it, it will call for another lecture. We had a conference at the University of Ghana, Legon, and this question came up. So the question was, why have our ancestors and our deities left us to suffer? And actually, this question, we did not ask the priest. We asked them to invoke the spirits, and we asked them these questions. And they gave a very nice answer. They have not left. They only answer what we call them to do. They don't have the power we have as beings here. Our will cannot be changed. Once we decide to invoke them to act, there's no way they will act, because they answer to us. So we are still sleeping. We have not been defeated, but we are still sleeping. The only hope is that we can never be eradicated. But if we don't take care, we'll sleep for very long. Then I will jump to the second one about security role in animals' blood and sacrifice, using sheep and other things, and then their importance in our modern state. In fact, when I was reading this, something came to mind. Of course, you should understand that the fish is equally important as the goat or the cow. If we want to, look for the security of our animals. In fact, the egg, potential chicken, it has also some rights. But if we want to look at in a way, we can look at this in different dimensions. We want to look at this, is it corpus homogeneous, or this levels of soul, corpus hermeticum, the levels of souls by the hermetic principles. You realize that, I mean, the lower souls feed the upper souls. The basic principle here is a principle of reciprocity. The animal sacrifice we do at the shrines is a basic. You have your mobile phone. Now, all of us listening to what I'm saying right now, if you had not bought data on your systems, you wouldn't hear me. So the question is, how do we access information without paying for it or without offering something in exchange? So the energies, I mean, an energy that has identified itself or herself in a certain direction sometimes have a certain frequency or taste in just like when Nana Kwame was saying, even animals can be reduced into a certain frequency. So they have a certain kind of blood they request. Some of them may like chicken, others may like just egg. In most places, when you're even going to ask about your future and other things, you just have to send wine and eggs. So the animal blood is still useful. I mean, the biblical narratives that were copied from Epic of Gilgamesh and some Sumerian tablets, you can see most of the rituals that are done depicting how important this principle of reciprocity is, and the fact that you need to offer something to get the information you are looking for. You have to buy data on your phone to access the information you are looking for. And those energies that are within other dimensions, they also anger for some of the things we have here in a third dimension. So you exchange something valuable on this third dimension for something valuable in other dimension. And this is why the animal blast and animal sacrifice comes in. But you see, the caution is some people try to offer too much valuable things in terms of offering their own human beings. And that is where we have to caution about. But it is principle. I mean, if you don't bring in the ma'at cleansing of our attitude, then human beings have the tendency of going overboard, especially when knowledge gets into the hands of people who cannot moderate it. Then I will just quickly touch on the last one, the digital era. The digital era, the interface. Sorry, the digital era, the interface, traditional practices. How would that add anything to anything new to traditional ritual practices? I'm sorry for not reading it well, but I get the sense of it. To be very sincere with you, now in Ghana, we are even finding a way to talk to our practitioners to avoid over exposing sacred rituals on the internet. Now we are getting some kind of the Mosi type of, I mean, what's the name of this rich man on Africa? Mansa Musa kind of religion. You understand? Getting closer to the Western religion and also utilizing the ancestral spiritual energy. That's what now, if the statistics are done, I believe we'll be seeing in Ghana's approach to African traditional spirituality and what is going on. And this is because of the digital age. Many of our traditional priests are on TikTok, Instagram, and other things, displaying how traditional spirituality supersedes other religious practices that are already existing. But I think it is becoming too much of a show off, rather than we finding a way to educate ourselves, to empower ourselves to become useful in a way that will benefit our African society. You know, I already said that our people have been suppressed for long. And you know, if you suppress someone for long and you give the person opportunity, he tries to explode. I mean, gets into many things that if you don't control him or her, it becomes a problem. So this is what we are facing. But the digital age is becoming very useful for our traditional practices. Everything that is done in Legon, there was a question similar to this, and one entrepreneur advised that the traditional priests should monetize the information they put on the internet so that people don't just go and watch and use them to write papers, but they will pay for them, and then it will benefit some of the progress they are doing at their shrine and other places. I'm sure this is very fragmentary, but forgive me, I had to stand in for my three good friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, brother. No, that it would have been so nice to actually experience them telling us, but thank you for carrying them so well in your spirit and relaying them what they do and what the information they were going to share with us, or the knowledge they were going to share with us so succinctly to in a way that we understand as well. Thank you for that. Prophet Nyanmu, sorry, may you please go ahead?
Thank you so much. And thank you for bringing up the topic of the blood. That's something that I was in meditation only probably 2 years ago when I was heard the question, ask them about the blood. And so I didn't know what that was. But anyway, I won't make this long. I have a couple of concerns. I know that there are, well, not just in Brazil, but other parts of the world where some of the practitioners are moving to non-blood. A lot, and you said it yourself, that in the wrong hands, when I see Gaza, when I see the war in Iran, I see all this bloodshed across the globe, and we know that the European has a lot of this knowledge in their secret societies, that a part of me can't help but believe that those are also human sacrifices on a large scale. And I just kind of, I guess, personally feel, I don't know if it's personal because I didn't ask the original question, came to me from spirit, ask about the blood and how long we do that, because containing how you do that, I hosted and served and all that. And he sent me to something that I was wanting to do a blood offering and at the river, and I wasn't able to do it. And I said, so what? And he said, it doesn't matter. He said, just get the fruit and stuff. So, but I thought, if it doesn't matter, then why did I need to even go in that path? But my bigger concern is when I think about, and you actually said it in what you said, but the blood goes to entities invisible. I can't always say that it's ancestors, because the amount of blood that is being required in some of these places, that there are, even in the Christian tradition, Old Testament, theologians are now starting to question if there's more than one God or deity that they're talking about in the Old Testament, the one that wanted everything and everybody killed, man, woman, child, animal, everything. If they didn't die, then the people would be punished. They all had to die to get the blood. That there are some entities on the other side that require substantial blood, and it is human. It's not just, and I don't want to diminish smaller, creatures, but it wanted blood. And so these are other entities on the other side. And my question, I guess, with the inner, someone talked about the inner monitor, and we who are divine beings ourselves, why do we have need for that? I've been witness to a number of what people would call miracles in my own life, in my son's life, who they said wouldn't live to see his first birthday. And and I know I don't walk alone, but that answers come. I mean, they come, miracles come, situations come, healings happen that doctors say it wouldn't happen, and they come without blood. So the ones that need blood they need blood in order to deliver that blessing or that favor, or I just question that. So that's, of course, it's just me just questioning, but at the end of the day, know thyself, is my understanding, means what Siphiwe had said earlier and what others have said. We have within our own self agency, not our human, not the part that goes to the grave, not the ego physical self, but that spirit self has the ability to deliver those things that we do blood offerings for. And so I'm just not sure why we give that blood to the entities on the other side who want it and gives them an opportunity to do something in the earth when we really, with our divine inner, and it's not just inner, it's really who we are. Once we wake up to who we are, it's all over. And so that I just want to put that out there. And you have a comment about that, because the blood piece just surfaced for me 2 years ago, and I'm getting more and more information on it. So everything you said, I do understand. But my big question I asked yesterday: why do we need religion? Period, and why do we as divine beings need entities that are not on this side? We're operating in the earth plane, but we're here with the ability to do so, and we have the ability to do things that we may call miraculous, but the ancients could do it. They knew how to go into places without being seen. They knew how to be in two places at once. They knew. The Bible always said in my house, if he wanted the door locked without turning the key, I had a guest who couldn't even leave until he said so. We turned locks and doorknobs. They couldn't, because he's standing there with our shade that wouldn't let the door open. So we have the ability to do these things once we wake up. So I'll stop. So in case you want to make a response, I just think that the blood piece honors something that is no longer needed in this age.
Right. What do you call it? Moderator, if I can just add something small, please. Chair.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Prophetess, I'm very happy, and I'm glad you
just prophet. It's not gender. It's just prophet.
Prophet. Sorry. Okay, that's cool. So you see, I have already won many times. I practice a lot of things, and I don't practice them in vacuum. If you read most of the things I do, whatever I do is actually physics, because I understand the principles of my own blood. Now, if there are times you actually have to use your own energy, just like you said, to connect to the realms. But you probably may want to work for somebody. You need to populate frequency. You need to direct attention to a certain energy field. And remember, the energy field, just like you cannot just access any information. Right now, ChatGPT has levels. You can access it for free in a certain level. You have to pay to access at a certain level, and probably in a very advanced form. So it is okay. I mean, that is the ultimate goal, to become God yourself. But if you are not yet God and you need to access information, then you need to reciprocate that information that is accessed. All the Kemetic, references we give, we are just talking about the mathematical aspect of it. There are deeper rituals which inherited them, and we came down holding them tight. The theology of the current religions and other things, let us not forget that before even the emergence of this current religious sets we have, there were almost about 13 major religions that had existed before these current ones. So if this current one meets at the Council of Nicaea, I was almost a Catholic priest, meet at the Council of Nicaea to design a theology, to decide what happens. You get it? Tells you that they know sacrifice is important, but now they are telling you, in fact, this one is bread and wine, but the bread in your mind will turn into a blood. But then just say wine. Why blood again? There's something that we need to explore. I'm not saying we should accept, but we have to explore how important is blood. So much so that even the modern Christian setting cannot even forgo the name blood and have to confuse you that the wine you are taking is the blood of somebody, and then the flesh you are taking is the body of somebody. I mean, it's just an antithesis. Prophet, we can all think about it. Thank you.
And I will give you a call so we can continue this, because I look at that.
Thank you. That's fine.
Yet, because when I look at the blood of Jesus and Jesus, the Son of God, yet his blood goes to where? It goes to some entity who is less than him, an omnipotent God. Why would it give blood to an entity? Because it has to get keys. Some of it doesn't make any sense at all. The omnipotent God does not need to try to buy back anything. So there's some pieces missing in their theology.
Of
But
course,
I'll
the whole
contact you.
concept
That's
of God needs to be demystified. I mean, are we talking of somebody living somewhere? It is an accumulation of energy. The energy pattern is probably what we give a name to. And all this has to be explained. Otherwise, we are just following the metrics they have given within even the diversions of our own understanding as African people. Thank you.
Yeah, Nana.
I would reach out to you, because I've had a hole in my son's neck that the doctors couldn't heal, and I didn't give any blood. I just said to the Most High, or inner self, whatever you want to call it, this has to stop. I had a dream, was shown how to do it, and it healed. And the doctor said, "Are you going to tell me what you did?" I said, "No," but I didn't have to give blood for that. But anyway, I'll call you, contact you, and we'll continue to talk. I've seen a lot of things. I had guns in my side and all that. And it didn't take blood. So I'm just saying, I'm muting.
Yeah. Nana, you see, in 2012, when they came with this God particle, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, in fact, he came out to say that we need a review of the concept of God, you see, but only that society hold on to traditions, and we don't want to let go so that we will advance forward. That is the problem of humanity.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if I can come in a little bit.
Hands, brothers, we were in. Who was that one? Who started speaking? I was gonna go with the hands.
Yeah, my hands is up. This is Mr. Kuluga.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So from everything that has been said, it appears to me that the human body is made up of this body and then the spiritual realm or the other realm. So if that is the case, and because this our body is made up of two entities, spirit and body, we are talking today, we have a superior power over the spirit, because we have to invoke the spirit in order to tell the spirit what to do. If this is the case, then why is it that from the Abrahamic to the Islamic to the traditional and to everything that we call worship or religion need blood to function properly?
Okay.
Why?
May I now jump in? I had my hand up not only on this. I mentioned.
Safar.
Yeah, let me go, because I noticed this is what other people are doing. They jump in.
Yeah.
I did mention this in my earlier presentation, and I can answer this question clearly in a way that children understand it, because I have done it. This exploration about the question of blood is something that is taught to Balanta in their initiation ceremonies, and it's not difficult to understand. I put it in the chat, but I'm going to say it briefly here. But in order to do that, right, I'm a visual learner, and it's important that people can see exactly what I'm talking about. In the system that I spoke about in my presentation, I used this diagram. I only talked about the spheres of life, but I didn't talk about this aspect of it. That aspect that we are given, the king of our psyche, the will, is what controls and directs our thoughts and our self-image, which acts upon this thing called the vital life force energy. Without this energy, you can do nothing. Okay? Now, the vital life force energy is then an agent in the physical realm and produces experience in reality. The vital life force energy is governed by the highest sphere, because if left to our own governance, we would fail. For example, right now, none of you are consciously directing the billions of cells in your lung that are working in a coordinated fashion to inhale and exhale so that you can what? Bring in the oxygen and the chi, the life force energy, so that it can be circulated in your body. You're not consciously directing that, yet 1 billion living cells are working in perfect harmony to keep you alive. Similarly with your heart muscle, 1 billion cells in the heart, individual living cells, are functioning in perfect harmony so that your heart expands and contracts to circulate this oxygen, without which after 10 minutes, you would be observed by any natural person to be lifeless, what we call dead. So it's from this understanding now we can answer the question about blood. First of all, our ancient ancestors, living naturally, observed that if you spill blood, the person becomes lifeless and then dies. Both that blood and the body naturally return to the earth. The very vessel that gives us what? Our water, our food, that which gives us life, also receives it. And so the earth was considered the vessel of the omniscience. It knows everything, and it has to do with the vital life force energy. All our life comes from this earth, and the sun, the plants, they work together to give us life. We return to it. All right. This vital life force energy is beyond our control. It is governed by laws and principles that we can observe through science and metaphysics. We can increase it or decrease it according to our behavior. Our ancestors observed that the blood, they couldn't see the oxygen in the blood, or they couldn't see, as the Chinese call it, the chi in the blood, but they were able to make the connection that the blood carries this and circulates it. And if you lose it, right, that life departs from the body. Where does that life then go? It goes back into the earth, the same place that the body of the ancestor returns to. And so the ancestors considered the earth the veil to the spiritual world. The blood sacrifices that we see, that were even used in the Abrahamic religion, stems from this epistemological, this knowledge that our ancestors had. And when someone is transitioning from the earthly life to the next life, right, that ancestor is alive, and they still need vital life force energy. They still need to be fed. And our ancestors understood that by taking the blood and letting it soak into the earth through the doorway to the ancestral realm, while you were what? Doing libation, while you were intentionally thinking another vibration, a wavelength of that ancestor, according to these laws and principles of the divine realm, that ancestor will be fed.
To bring to an end, please. Yeah.
Well,
time is gone. Time is against us.
Listen. I will try to bring it to an end, but remember, I was asked to present a paper. I spent a lot of time and effort, 48 pages, which I submitted to this committee. Then I was asked to present it. I was asked to present it later in the afternoon, but because of the disorganization, right, I had to present it earlier, right, to fill. And then after I presented it, I wasn't given any time for questions. We spent 10 minutes talking about the name Nana. I think I merit enough time coming to a subject as important and as fundamental as this.
Our time range is different. There are people that are somewhere else, and we also people who have, even the moderator child is at school.
We don't need to argue this. Just let me continue on this profound point.
We have to come to an end. After you can continue. When we end, we can continue. People will stay, and then you continue, please.
No, I don't want to. I came to this conference not to discuss these matters when everybody leaves. Okay? I raised this, and now people are asking about this very profound and fundamental question that I know I have the knowledge to answer. And I can do it with clarity. And I can do it from the fundamental knowledge of our ancestors. That is what I was attempting to do.
How long do you need, my brother? Just give us a time. How long do you need to explain it? That's all.
I was about to seal up on that particular aspect of the blood. The idea was that by putting that energy, you are feeding the ancestral realm, both those ancestors that will be receiving the person who is now entering that realm, as well as that particular ancestor. The blood sacrifice was not done, right, for a multitude of purposes. It was usually reserved for this kind of thing. It's related to the birth rituals. But I can, in explaining it that way, the child can understand. They know that if they bleed and they continue bleeding, that they will die. They can understand that. So they can understand the concept of life force energy, explaining going into the earth. That is why that is never going to change. It's not like the laws and principles governing the life force energy are going to be done away with. It's for us to Sankofa go back to this knowledge, understand the cause and effect mechanism, and utilize it strategically where it is important. So I'll seal up on that particular question of the blood. I put the link in the chat for those people who want the full context, right, of where this fits in, including why you use palm wine to sanitize your mouth and then spit it to the ground before you do the invocations. There's every one of those things, there's a reason that we have to remind each other why. It's not just, if this goes back to my original presentation, if we just do the external rituals without the deep inner knowing and the purity of mind behind it, we will be vulnerable to foreign domination because our automatic spiritual protective shield is cracked. Now, that was my original presentation. I knew there were people who had questions about it, and I'm looking forward to be able to answer those questions in this session, not after it ends. Thank you.
Brother Christian, something to say?
Yes. So I thank Brother Siphiwe for his extensive exposition, which I think was very helpful. So thank you, Brother Siphiwe. On the other hand, what Brother Kluger was asking, I think related to what Brother Nana was asking or was saying, which is that when they asked the ancestors a particular question, come out what the question was, the response from the ancestors through the priests was that they are still there, but if we haven't got specific responses, that is because we haven't asked them, that they can only do what we ask. Hence, Brother Kluger then asked us, if that is the case, then if they are waiting for us to speak to them so they can respond, or invoke them so they can respond with the answers that we need. Then Brother Kugla was asking, why then do we need blood? And then I think you then, as you had prepared the presentation, then explained why the blood is needed. So thank you for that. However, I am still not clear because apart from the Balanta, as you know, blood sacrifice is also heavily used in West Africa. And so if we want to delve into this question of blood that Sanyawo has brought up, I am of the opinion that we won't be able to resolve it clearly here. The reason is that when we talk about blood, the way Brother Kruger put it, is deeper than just what children will understand, because there are things about blood we don't tell children. For instance, every chieftain, well, not every, but chieftains' tools are purified with human sacrifice. In fact, not to belabor the point, because I want to stop because it's a lot, but the whole question, for those who know Ghana's history, of the UGCC and how it was set up to ask the white man to leave the Gold Coast was over human sacrifice. You see, because Nana Ufuri-Atta had died, and because he belonged to the royal house, they wanted to, in fact, not that they wanted, they sacrificed one of the sub-chiefs. They killed him, they murdered him, however you want to put it. According to British law, he was murdered. And his blood was what was used to purify the passage from this life to the afterlife. The British said they will have none of that nonsense. The house, the royal house said they will also have none of the British's nonsense. It became a tug of war. In the end, they formed the UGCC, the political party, saying the British should leave the Gold Coast. This is before Nkrumah arrived. So I'm suggesting that your answer, Brother Siphiwe, it's clear, but I don't think it goes to the heart of what Brother Kluger was asking, in the sense that if we are going to deal with this blood issue, I don't think it can be fully explored in this session and today. Thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't going to fully do it. Again, if we're going to go to the heart, we had to lay the foundation, right? In terms of African spiritual science, the actual cause and effect mechanism of spiritual transaction. If we don't at least have that as a basis of knowledge, we won't then be able to answer these further questions that are being raised. So that was what I was trying to contribute. Thank you.
Brother Menzi. But Menzi, your hand is up.
I have a suggestion, and I want to respect my elders and respect the Lokuzani, the chair, not the chair, I mean the founder of ACIPS, because the time has lapsed for real. And brother, wait, let me make my suggestion. The issue of blood, can we actually have a symposium or a seminar on it? Because there are so many different perspectives. You might find that the answer of Brother Siphiwe is 100% right. But you will find an answer also from Senegal, which is 100% right according to the perspective and the context of Senegal, and also according to the context of other people of African descent elsewhere. You know, so the question of blood is quite deep. Everyone, I think the person who answered, I think it was Brother Christian, was talking about the issue of how in the Christian space they done, you know, they kind of duped African people by saying, no, you're still dealing in blood, but now it's the blood of the lamb. You know, it's a different blood. Oh, it's wine. No, but it transforms to blood. You know, I think that a whole 2 days session, Bwalya, I'm leaving this in your hand. Let's do a conference, maybe towards the end of the year, dealing with blood. We can just call it blood. Because it's not just sacrifice. Blood is not just sacrifice. There's science, there's DNA, there's so many things related to blood. Blood, when you talk about the life force, when my brother was talking about the vital force, I was thinking, oh, but blood is the vital force too. But there's other layers. There's different hemoglobin. There's scientifically, chemically, you can break down blood into so many different things, spiritually and otherwise, you know? So my humble suggestion is, can we please make blood a topic that everyone can write about from different perspectives, and then we come into one, because we cannot be dictated by one perspective. You know, I love the Kemetic perspective, because that's what I practice on my daily basis. I am a Zulu person practicing ancient Kemetic spiritual traditions. I'm not practicing Ifa. I'm not practicing even. I blend my Zulu cultural tradition with what was practiced in ancient Kemet. That's me. But somebody else may not be that way. So, yeah, can I close? Yeah, that's it. Give thanks.
Brother MZ, that's a great suggestion. Just a point of correction. I didn't provide a Kemetic perspective. I had provided an understanding expressed through Balanta teachings. You're absolutely correct. The context was not blood in general. The context was blood in the context of sacrifice. And the question was, why do we need blood for sacrifice?
Oh, I got you.
And
I got you.
even if we go to different cultures, yes, Senegal is different from Namibia, all these different places. What I was attempting to do, though, was to do the same thing that Sheikh Anta Diop did when he looked at culture. He said, even though there are different outward expressions, there is something common about all of them. And no matter how blood is used in the different African cultures, the fundamental essence of it is that its function given by the divine has to do with what? Keeping us alive. That is why you can lose a finger, you can lose an eye, all kinds of things can happen. But if your lungs stop for 5 minutes and your heart stops circulating, you're done. So it is the understanding of all of our ancestors, regardless of where they were geographically, that understanding of the function of blood as having to do or being related to the life force energy that then gets expressed in the various different rituals. And once we can, this is the point of science, is to look at nature, to look at these things, to not only see the outward packaging, but the essence, the substance of the thing. And this is what I was attempting to provide.
Thank you. I see Brother Nana raised his hand.
Yes.
Can you please go?
Just a quick one. I'm very happy about this confusion, and I think it's good.
Yes.
We should understand that
there's no confusion. Please watch your words, comrade. I didn't detect any confusion.
Well, if you want me to turn it to chaos, which give birth to dancing star. So what I'm trying to say, it's good that there is some kind of a revolution in our understanding about sacrifice. In fact, this is the if I should say, the borderline between ourselves and the other dimensions, blood. Why? Because in our dimension, it is the most valuable commodity, whether you like it or not. And I think the research we're going to do to come out with, issues from other cultures, you realize that there's a pattern driving through each of them, that blood is the most valuable commodity. And if you are looking for something valuable from other dimension, one way to get it is through blood. We just need to look at the ethics of it. That's all. Thanks so much.
Okay, hands that I'm seeing Brother Christian, and then I saw Brother Mudemu, I think.
Okay, so I want to add to what both Brother Menzi and Brother Siphiwe have said. So Brother Siphiwe has clarified that he wasn't presenting from the Kemetic perspective. Brother Menzi says he practices it from the Kemetic perspective. So what I have noticed then is that it follows that the question that arises: does the view that Brother Siphiwe presented, what he calls the, if you like, the essence, which is above all the practices that we can all relate to, is that how we all see blood in the way he's described it? And or is it a Balanta perspective only? Now, I'm not saying that it is or it isn't. I am raising it as a research and academic question, because if that is the case, then what Brother Menzi suggested earlier is irrelevant, which is that perhaps we need to look at this question. Because anytime you talk about, well, not anytime, but when the question of spirituality and so on comes up, this question of sacrifices also comes up. And ultimately, if ACIPS and Deban take it up, then what it means is that we will then be able to present a synthesis of the diverse perspectives, which I think from both an academic and a practical point of view is excellent. Thank you very much.
Brother Modimu, I saw your hand before. Brother Nana, is that an old hand or a new hand? A historical hand, or okay, it's gone. Brother Modimu, you had your hand up, I think. Is it Brother Modimu? Let me see, because I can't see everybody. Yeah, Modimu.
Oh, it was my hand. It was my
Yes,
hand.
please.
Yes.
Have you still got your question?
Oh, I had a plethora of questions, but I will preserve a lot of them. And I would like to say greetings to everybody, just to follow the protocols of African customary rights and courtesy and hospitality order. Greetings to all the panelists and the people who are listening, and others who are about to learn, even when it's been observed outside the all protocol observed. My interest, it's not based on a question per se, but as an initiate, someone who's never been to school, someone who has never indoctrinated with any religious formation, but I've gone to many religious formation after I got initiated in my African initiation system. I've noticed that there's a necessary need of questioning the blood. I've seen it as corpus hermeticus. Nana talk about it. It had that thing when I go to their initiations and visited their classes and institutions. They had a taboo system, but that system was set on principal forms where they abstain from engaging with blood and any sort of blood. And then we can see that in the practical behavior, like practice within their community in a family system, their laws were based, majority of the religious sectors they have, based on a woman abstaining from cooking or having any participation in the kitchen or any form of things when they are in their system, or time where women are experiencing time to explore the blood flow. But now, this now comes to me and says, which means majority of the people have been understood the ground base of Africa, because the blood, it can be separated for different territories. Maybe in some other territory, they love too much of the blood, or they exercise into that when they participate into a lot of activities. But in some other territories, they may have never have that, or they never participate in such activities of blood, because it's the lessons and the teachings that come with the utilization of blood, going exactly straight to the family structure that is set in tried Abrahamic systems, where menstruation is deemed as demonic, bad, evil spirits. It is same as the blood. The covenant of blood in Abrahamic understanding, not only in Judaism and Islam, but to Christianity and Christianity dogmatism, and in their spiritualism and other aspect, philosophy and authors, people who became heretics against Christianity use the same ideology, no matter they are pagan or heretics, they use the same narrative of Christian dogmatism, that blood, according to the Jesus Christ covenant, we can see it even in Hebrews 7 for Christian followers, when Jesus Christ is compared with Melchizedek, and Jesus Christ is seen as the last covenant of blood. So these are ideas where priests preach this. People are accustomed to this, and this is the disingenuous. That is where I question the idea of saying ma'at, because there's a lot of disingenuity in our conversation within the academical space. Because we use ma'at, then we have a dishonesty even in our ascensions and presentation, where we present ideas without understanding that with ma'at, I should be honest that I grew up not knowing what is the purpose of blood. And I would never add ideas until an initiate can tell me a different perspective of spirituality. But to close it, in one of the stories, the ancient African mythological stories, because we are taught in that way as in our indoctrination as African initiate and students who are taught in primate understanding, as far as they would say. In one of our story, there's a character called Manjanja. Manjanja used to love to, like, he depends on blood, and to say that. And then there's another character who never depend on blood. His name is Un. Undu depends on nature. Like, he was bit to nature. He was someone into herbs and all those things. But they live in different territories, and these characters were administrators. Like, so the story there, they're telling you about their different cases. And these cases are emergency cases that we normally experience these nowadays, to just cut the story short. So they explain, they give us clarity and the necessity of the use. And there's other stories of where they will explain moderate use of these practices, whether it is a practice of not using blood, because you can go mad if you say, I don't need blood. Anybody can get healed, but they can still have spirit that lingers into them. Exactly like the spirit that fall here in Soweto, in a dam, and everybody did go want to see it. They call it a spirit, but it was one of Ingadlangadla, according to our stories, in legendary stories. And in European, they will say Hellenic objects and blah, blah, blah. But in our story, we understood that, and some people were religiously indoctrinated. They get caught up to the fumes and the poison of Ingadlangadla. And a priest prayed. Some spiritualists tried to, me, when I pray, things happen. It couldn't help. Only science. That's where now we show that African spirituality is just a science thing. It has no feelings like in a laboratory. If you don't want to be scientist, don't participate in a laboratory. But now it had to come the elders, the shamanists of our communities, to come and help those people and heal them from the fusion they've already consumed that is toxic. It was highly toxic, and no scientific knowledge system of European could help, because by that time it was the white community that was in charge of our governance. So there's some other things trying to, with my stop here, that we need to respect. African spirituality is a higher science, like a doctor, a scientist understands that their religion doesn't enter in the laboratory. So when we engage these things, don't bring your religion in our laboratory. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mudemu. I don't see any other hands up. Thank you to all the speakers and presenters. And I would like to invite Baba Beni to come and do a short, give a short presentation on ACIPS, and then we do the closing and we can carry on the conversation after that as well. Baba Beni, are you in the room?
Yes, I am here, and please upload for me. Why this thing came like that? Just a moment.
Please hold on.
Yeah, okay, let me start whilst you are loading. Thank everyone for your participation in our first symposium. In fact, at a point, we thought it was not going to come on because it was actually planned for last year. We had to postpone to this year, April. And as at April, we found that our preparation was less. Yet, we postponed it for another 2 months. And then finally, it has come on. And it has happened because you all have also come in to let us share knowledge together. And we will continue to also create this forum as much as we have the support to do so. Yes, our manager spoke about ACIPS yesterday. What I want to just do is to let us know our plans ahead. The organization is moving northwards now in terms of creating its chapters, and then what each chapter would actually be able to do. I am speaking at the moment in Lilongwe, and it's exciting how they want us to start a chapter here with a group that exists already, and now they want to merge with ACIPS so that a lot can be achieved that way. Yeah, so
Looks like Baba Beni is frozen. Let me get him on WhatsApp and see what he says.
Yeah, so give him a few seconds. I think he'll be back. Bwalya. Thank you.
Yes, I'm just gonna check if he's on WhatsApp as well to tell him. Because sometimes you keep talking, you don't know you're frozen, you're gone. But it's yeah.
Please, whilst we are waiting for brother Beni to come back, I'd like to ask Brother Sam to share the link to his research organization. Unless what he shared is what it is, or that wasn't very clear. I'm not getting direct access to his organization's research website. Brother Sam, I don't know if you heard me. I'll put that also in the chat. Thank you.
Brother Sam, are you still in the room? I think some people might have dropped off. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see him in the room.
You don't see who, Brother Sam or Brother Benny?
Brother Sam.
Brother Sam is in. Yeah, Sam
In
Langa
the
is
room.
in. Yeah, he is.
Is he in the room?
Yes, please. Benny hasn't come back yet.
Yeah, no, Benny has, even on WhatsApp, he's gone. So it means
He's gone, right. That is an internet issue then.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you able to continue on his behalf?
No, if Mam Tombi is here, she would have.
Okay.
I don't know. Mam Tombi, are you in the room?
No, she's not.
She's not, okay.
No.
Yes, I am.
Oh, she is.
Hello?
Hello, Mam Tombi. Can you please
What name are you using then? Because I can't see you.
Ntombi. Ntombi
Yes.
Mavindisa. That's the name I'm using.
Right, okay. I made you a co-host, so I was looking out for you as a co-host earlier. I think Brother Ben is coming back.
Okay. Let me admit, he's back.
Yes, he's now back, yes.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I don't know what is happening. Yeah, let me continue where it cut off. At least I talk about expanding ACIPS into Malawi. Last Friday, I have to represent Malawi, a team on that is an institutional team in Africa Day presentation. And a lot of people have expressed interest in terms of what we do. So our basic research is going to be located here. And in South Africa, we'll work on community engagement, which it will deal with healing aspects of society. We don't know which other places may express interest, but at the moment, we have this place and then also Zambia. Yeah. So our work will continue to grow, and we are putting modalities also for how we can raise funds. Because we want to be more practical, like we're talking about all that we're talking about today and yesterday comes to how do we actually recreate our society. And we can only do that by setting up institutions as intervention to create a new society, which is to set up educational schools from the very basic level to the higher level. And that is what, if you come to Malawi, almost every school here is either Christianity or Islam. And I was at one place called Mangochi, and it happened to coincide with an Islamic festival. And you'll be surprised. The young people, in fact, I saw just about 200 young people, if not more than that. And why? Because they all go to schools which are established by Muslim organizations. But if we come to African spirituality, it looks as if we are playing in the air and we want things to happen maybe magically, but that would be very difficult. We need to also go the same way in order to change society. And I always refer to the Asian communities. You find that China, India, or Korea, it is through education they were able to transform their society. So if we want to actually deal with the issue of decolonization properly, there's no need to fight the current generation or put any pressure. The matter is, let us go and use the educational system that we also would, establish, and then grow a new kind of mentality which will replace the old one left by colonialism. So this is one project that we would have in a place like Malawi and also South Africa. And all this goes with money. And as we talk about these things, certainly we hope that stakeholders will step in to help us to actually fund some of these projects. And then we will actually have the hope that we can actually make impact on the continent. And we also encourage all other spirituality or African traditional oriented organizations to take that direction, so that we are not just talking and talking and talking and arguing here and there, but we have the practical ways also that will enable us to recreate our societies on this continent. On that note, if anyone wants to partner with us, especially our brother who spoke yesterday, is the healing what? He also proposed that they want to partner. We can partner with them in the area of research. Any other group that wants to partner with us, we want to actually stay on research and publications. We don't want to mix, we don't want to reproduce what other people are doing because it wouldn't help a lot. And we have made it specifically that our intervention is to research and publish. And others who will research also, at least, and will not want to, may find it difficult publishing with Western publications, we will accept to publish on our website. We have a publication website. Some years back, I used to have a publication website. And look, if you ask those in South Africa, Professor Ngomezulu at Nelson Mandela University, he published in my website. Even some of his articles are still on ASU's website on the political side. You see, and he used to refer it. He said Tembosdev journal publication. And wherever he sent it, I think it was accepted. You see, so this is even more done than the previous ones, which I did personally. And so I encourage each and every one of you that publishing with us would be well recognized. WikiLeaks used to source from that website. Other international organizations, even UN, used to source from that website. So once we are doing something more better and even more advanced and not even a personal project, whatever you publish on our website will go very, very far to in terms of recognition and acceptance. Yeah. So let me end here. Time is gone. We will notify you when we are going to have the next symposium. I know Ms. Bwalya has said that January, or it's a January or February, but as the people are talking about blood and other things, we don't know what may happen, that we may feel to have another one getting to the end of the year. So, and once we call you also for any support, please be ready to help us, because these things, they cost. And fortunately, we have Conscientism Study Group who have offered their Zoom platform for the 2 days. And I want to thank you very much in behalf of the organization. And also you are even here with us supporting in different ways. So our heartfelt appreciation comes to you. And then also any other, let me say, Professor, I call him Professor Paliani Chenguo, also for the time that you have actually given to deliver today's keynote speech. And I know that you also attended yesterday. Our brothers and sisters in America, I mean, this time you should be sleeping or something like that, but you have stayed awake to be with us and to share this knowledge, forum with us. We really appreciate that. And anytime that we have any kind of program like this, we will extend the invitation to you as well. You may also join our Sacred Dialogue WhatsApp group if you want to. Yeah. And then what else? We want those that would want to support us in terms of finance. Please, if you can donate to us, I will have a manager. You don't need to come to me. We have a manager at the moment that can receive any information. I shared also email addresses, and then also whatever idea that you have, you may forward it to the South African manager. At the moment, we haven't created a manager here until we do that. And then also our structure, it functions in such a way that we have created a Pan-African trusteeship board. You see, we want the trustees to coordinate all the countries together so that we are not splintered. In fact, we have taken the step of Pan-Africanism, and we want to function that way so that our coordination meetings and activities are work together as one continent. That which the politicians are refusing to do, we want to start something like that to ensure that we are able to actually live that kind of one Africa idea at this moment. So I will continue to be the let's say that the overall director, and then pave the way for the development of the organization and its goals, its objectives, and its aspirations. And when I'm tired, I will step down for another person also to come in. But ACIPS sticks to what I would say, that it's not like because we are pro-African, we go by mediocrity in terms of our work. In fact, discipline, respect, and then also excellence is our hallmark. In fact, people always feel like Africa is just like anything goes. I don't think, and I don't feel that that is true. And the teachings of Kemet also ensures that excellence is what we stick to. And the works that some of our forebears have left, we can see that actually what they project to us is excellence. So I continue to insist within ACIPS that if people don't work hard, people don't want excellence, they cannot remain in the organization. If you come in, even though you are a volunteer, it's a volunteer, you came in, you have to work, you have to deliver, and make sure that what you deliver also conform to standards that we feel that are right for the public consumption. Yeah. So all the papers that have come, they will be reviewed, and where there's a need for certain corrections or upgrade, we will pass on back to the author to adjust whatever is necessary before we put them online as journals for both academic and also the public consumption. So on this note, let me say that I don't want to take much of your time, but let me thank you very much, Brother Kwame Agboza. He will soon be called doctor. And also, Ma Itombi, I don't think he's here at the moment. And then Sister Waya, in fact, this is the person that have stood to ensure that this program happens. So I don't know how to express my appreciation. And he even wanted it to be, to happen, in reality. But unfortunately, there were certain hiccups which necessitated that we go mainly online. She did her best until the last minute. So I thank you very much. And on behalf of our other colleagues, we thank you very, very, very much. We don't know what other ways to use to say that well done. And I hope that our next session would even be better than this. Yeah. So let me thank all of you. And again, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Baba Beni, and thank you.
Yeah, excuse me, I was having the flu, and then also, and one thing also, let me just offer another time. In fact, there are two women, they are the only ones who are supporting me with their substance here. In fact, if not them, I wouldn't be here. Maybe I will have to ask the Ghana government to come and lift me from here. But they have ensured that at least they will help me for some time. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. And but that is how any good project starts. If it is easy, fine. But most times I learn a lot from the Christian missionaries, and I have learned how they suffered. But today, what they suffered for is what we see in Africa, that they have conquered us and they've taken a lot of things from us. So these things encourage me that even as I go through the necessary suffering I'm going through now, whatever it is, the future will tell whether it was a waste or not. So I want to salute these ladies. I don't want to mention their name now, but they know that I'm talking about them. Thank you, and I bless you also. And may you have more so that we keep going that way. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Baba Beni, for your conclusion. I think we can say we're officially closing the session. Those who want to remain behind and still have a conversation, that's okay too. But I do also want to say thank you so much for working with me. This is our very, very, very first symposium with ACIPS, and yes, there was a lot going on in the background, but definitely many lessons learned from this particular symposium, and we hope to bring a better one to you. We're looking at early next year. I didn't actually stipulate a month or a date, but early next year. And I'm so glad to have met all the new people, all our brothers and sisters from across the pond, in the UK, in America, in the western part of Africa, northern, in the eastern. I know there's somebody from Kenya, Jane Kenya. She's from Kenya. And of course, my brothers and sisters here in the south, those who are in central, basically the whole African diaspora. Thank you so much for coming through. if you had questions and you were not able to get your questions in, my apologies. We were just trying to keep with time and not keep people. Yeah, I know there's some people who can sit here forever and listen to these wisdom because it is indeed wisdom that we were gaining through these presentations. I want to especially thank our keynote speakers. You really shaped the conversations for us for this symposium in the most even if somebody didn't understand what quantum physics is or maths, you made it very simple for some of us who had that attitude against maths sometimes to understand that we are maths, we are physics, we are doing these things. It's within us, and all we need to do is go within, listen to the voices. Uh, and extract that information, bring it to the surface, make it explicit to ourselves. And once we make it explicit to ourselves, then we can make it explicit to our children and the next person and the next person. And eventually we'll be operating in a sovereign way. I see a hand from Sabrina Tuya. Would you like to put in a word or two? From me, it's thank you so much. And I hope we will meet beyond this space as well. Definitely, we're going to meet beyond this space, and there's more to come.
Yes.
It's Sabrina from Namibia.
Oh, hello.
No.
Tuya.
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to know what the WhatsApp group was.
Oh, the
I'm
ACIPS.
actually from Canada and my background is Jamaican.
Okay, so there's an ACIPS WhatsApp group in which all of us, well, most of us in here are in, and we just share knowledge, conversations, knowledge
Can I
on.
get the link or how do I join the WhatsApp group?
Somebody can put that in the link. Baba Benny, can you get the WhatsApp group for them and put them in the group? Baba Benny.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so Chair,
Yes.
you have already thanked everyone and you brought the
Yes.
meeting to a formal close.
Yes.
So I would just like to say, as the one hosting the meeting, that unless people really want to have a conversation, then following your formal closure and the sharing of the WhatsApp link, I'll close the WhatsApp. I'll close the Zoom in about 5 minutes after that, if there are no objections. Thank you.
Okay, I do want to
Professor, I know you are about to be inaugurated, Professor, as a doctor. We need this informal conversation, Professor. Some of us, we grew up in informal conversation, street university, jungle university. There's no pre-time of closing. We close when the sun set. When the sun arises, the fire start to burn.
Can I see what you look like, sir? Because you want informal conversation. I haven't seen your face since yesterday. Well, I would like to know you, sir. Visually, I mean. Thank you, if you don't mind. So it was a suggestion. Yes, there can be formal, informal discussion. That's okay.
Yes. No, I wanted to just issue an apology to Brother Siphiwe for not getting quicker to getting to his questions. I know he had taken time, as everyone else here had, to make the presentations, and then we had to move along with the time. But I hope that we can get another chance as well to listen to him and also engage with the work that he does, because it is very important work. I did appreciate the presentation and the work that he put in as well. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bwalya, I
Yes.
put my number on the group. They can contact me and I will just add their numbers to WhatsApp.
Okay.
A secret dialogue. Yeah, I think that's
All
the
right.
only way.
All right. I think they hear.
I would like to notify Brother Modimo that his video is on, but we still can't see him because maybe the shutter is on. Thank you.
It's because Kimodimo. No more liquidating holy
Please, I am not.
He
I'm not.
doesn't
pardon me.
understand what you said.
Pardon me.
I'm from West
say-
Africa. I'm learning. Please forgive me. Give me some time to learn. Thank you for that. What did you say, Modimo? Is that it? How did you pronounce it again?
Modimo.
Modimo.
Yeah, Izimo. Ezul.
Modimo, yeah?
Yes.
Modimo. Yeah. Sorry, I anglicize names. Even my own name, I had to anglicize it, Agbotsa, because when I went to Uganda, they could not pronounce my name, even though they're Africans. Anyway, yeah, thank you.
Like I really understand. There's no problem into that. We can butcher our names as far as we can butcher it until we master the languages. And that's the way of learning. And what I was saying that I'm in a dark, I'm in a cave, I'm in a dungeon now. I'm in a mountain. I have to descend the mountain, then you will see me. You'll see me. But for now, I'm in the mountain. Trust me. I'm in the cave.
I hope you're not in a cave, like Plato's cave, where it's so dark.
No, I'm not in the Plato's cave. No, I'm not in the allegorical of Plato. I'm not in a psychological cave, but I'm in a literal cave in the highest peak of the mountain. So yeah, where I want to relax and engage in research and utilize that, not being away from maybe a surveillance of the system, but being away from a noise of people.
Thank you, Sister Bwalya. I hope I can call you sister.
You can.
So shall we take it that from this point onwards is now informal discussions? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So yeah. All right then. I'll come back to close the Zoom when that's all done. Thank you.
All right. Shame. It's a
Brother Siphiwe, I wanted to engage you. This is so informal. Let's light the fire, fireman. You
Yes,
said you are the fireman. You said you are the fireman. You can light the fire. Light them all. Okay. Honorable, tell me, in the cases of Egyptology, because what Honorable Paula has asked. She asked a necessary issue, like a necessary question. I know we evaded by that time because of the precision and time, but I wanted to hear your answer. Why majority of the people, it's same as majority of diasporan literature in Eskia's Mpahlela's perception, one of the professor from South Africa, a doctor, a respected one in Africa, in Pan-Africanism. He talks about negritude, meaning diasporan literature, being a problem to African perspective and understanding, because it's only like to have a monolithic perspective of Africa, like going to Ethiopia or some in these days, Kemet. So can you tell us why it must be Kemet? Because in Southern Africa, like Zimbabwe, Zambia, in Zambia, they've discovered a Dombo in the Copper Belt land. Not far long ago, I was with those archaeologists. I'm not a student, I'm just the initiate concerned about my African affairs and inheritance. So even in South Africa, there's such artifacts, even in Zimbabwe, and castles, archaeological evidence. So about even relation with Egyptian pharaohs and etc. Without going to details, because there's some other records. So can you tell us why the need of only focusing to the place called Kemet or Egypt in this recent era?
Okay, great question. First, let me respond by recalling I believe it was Wayne Chancellor, one of our great historians, said, you cannot understand or overstand ancient Egypt or Kemet unless you first go behind the Black pre-Kemetic peoples. So I say that because for me, I came to ancient Egypt through Rastafari biblical teaching, Bible study, using the Bible, which pointed to Kemet. Then when I started to look at Kemet, it was people like Sheikh Anta Diop, Wayne Chandler, and others who said, if you want to, you can't understand the Old Testament Bible unless you understand ancient Kemet. You can't understand ancient Kemet unless you understand the pre-Kemetic culture. So then I started to seek what was that pre-Kemetic traditional spirituality and culture. And it just so happened that I was able to do that principally through my own Balanta ancestry and figured out, wow, my ancestors came from the Nile Valley. They were living there prior to the first dynasty in Kemet and then migrated out before all of the Kemetic hierarchies and civilization. So I wanted to understand my natural, paternal, Balanta, pre-Kemetic spirituality. And in doing that, I saw how it was related to what was then expressed by the Kemetic civilization. All right. And my understanding of history shows that most of the African peoples and their cultural and spiritual traditions are directly or indirectly connected to Kemet in some way. And even though there is evidence of African civilization, cultural and spiritual expression in various parts in Africa, Monopotapo and Zimbabwe, there are all these different sites and places that have evidence. Is there anywhere that has as much evidence of the great civilization, right? And the associated contemporary explanation as contained in the Medu Netur? If the answer is no, then by sheer process of elimination, the most documented evidence we have of traditional African spirituality producing not just civilization, but arguably the greatest civilization goes back to Kemet. So on merit itself, for no other reason than just that, on merit, right? We have the most evidence there. And once you start to understand the Medu Netur, the Pawet Neteru, I am able to understand at least the fundamentals of all the other different cultures and spiritual systems that have been presented to me. I say, oh, I see where that fits in here. Oh, that can be explained by this. So the Kemetic map of spirituality so far has shown me to have the most utility in using an African indigenous spiritual mind to understand and interpret phenomena, both past, present, and future. Did that answer your question?
Oh, yes, it answered my question. The meantime, you did identify the Bible being the narrator to them. And then it could relate to my ascension when I talk about Siphiwe Palera with the Negritude literature. And it could relate with Obitek in Uganda, who talks about a limited perspective, like exactly like Sam Langa, who talk about one of them, John Bide, who came and integrated European ideas. Because how they fashion Africa, they fashion, because Obitek questions that, Siphiwe Palera questions that, but John Bide and other professors, doctors, they fashion Africa in a manner where it doesn't have records, like exactly Egypt, as you have identified. And when typical example, without going to Zambia, going to a typical place that everybody knows about, Inzalo Langa has a database and records. It has a carbon database radiation that is done in archaeology. It is older than Egyptian civilization and Babylonian civilization. And the typical funny part, that's sense of humor maybe of African cultural knowledge system and its sacred understanding, that it carries the oldest system and symbiological as the Dandara calendar system, as same as the Siptech in Babylonia. So it's so accurate and acute with west part. It is built in megalith stones, and these are dolarite stones, scarce stones to access or to harvest in mining system. So, which means these in South African, just this particular heritage carries a lot of database, and then we go to its practice as an initiate. It's a place where people get to be initiated there, and they will talk a lot of stories, and some of them I have those stories. So, and then we have a writing system that is passed through. Again, the problem are John B. Dares, the missionaries, meaning the black missionaries, the people who were black like us, who represent the ideology of Europeans, and then they became the main center of what is Africa. That is why majority of people will say, no, in South Africa, you don't know anything like that. You not think there's nothing old there. In Zimbabwe, there's nothing old. There's nothing treasurable. Whereas when you go to the Museum of Zimbabwe, they will show you a big lens of Izimzimu, my ancestors, like giant people who were big, 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 big. Yeah, I have inherited the Kwai stature, but my people are like giant, tall people, not just tall like the Ndika, but there's even evidence of their artifacts and stuff in Zimbabwe and South Africa and in the Britishian. So I do understand you. Believe me, you have already answered me with everything you've given me, with extra packages of your path. It's such a beautiful enlightenment of, like, I like your transition. So have you read Eskia Tafari in the Rastafari? He wrote a book called Rastafari Transition. He talks about the transition of Rastafari from the cultural revolution to the Ethiopianism, as far as you have identified the biblical narrative.
I only glanced it. I didn't read it, seriously. I saw it. I looked at excerpts of it. But I will say this, right? Those who know my background, right, understand coming from the United States and then eventually coming out of the Black revolutionary radical tradition. We used to say, we talk about Black people, we are the people of spirit and soul, and white people, they don't have spirit, they don't have this soul. Even went so far as to explain that their pineal gland had been calcified. But basically, that these Anglo-Saxon, American, European people didn't have the capacity, spiritual capacity, to experience the world as we did. So I started to ask myself, right, well, what does it mean to be able to look at something and see into its spiritual nature? So there's an event that happens, current events, something happens. I was always taught that one of the highest forms of evolution is if you could get to the point where you could look and you could see the spiritual essence of a thing. And the Kemetic spiritual system, especially that Pawet Nateru tree of life, really empowered me. No matter what is presented to me, I can now see where it fits on that tree of life, what divine faculty is governing that process, and then how it relates to the rest of the system. So now I have a map, I have something to orientate the experiences of the world today, yesterday, and tomorrow that I can trust that is decolonized. It is not coming. And I went to Yale University. I was the most colonized being that you could possibly get. Imagine you have a family that is taken from their ancestral homeland, enslaved in the Americas. Okay? Go through the brutality of ethnocide and chattel enslavement in the Americas. And then my father, we were the first family to move into an all-white neighborhood. I went to school. Me and my sister, we were the only Black faces. I was as far removed from Africa and African people as you can almost physically get on Earth, unless you're living in a cave like you are right now, okay? So I was socialized, educated, born into that. Now, those who are familiar with my work and my transformation, right? Some could say, I am the most unlikely person to end up doing what I am doing now. How did that transformation take place, right? And a lot of it has to do with, one, the brain architecture. I learned that competitive swimming increases the myelination, meaning the coverings on my nerve endings in my brain, that allows the synapses and the transmissions in my brain to operate faster than a normal brain. Meanwhile, being in that medium and your eyes are constantly going like this, and while you're constantly calculating the coach's instructions, 8-200s on 245, descend 1 to 4, I want you to maintain your stroke count and your heart rate between one, the number of cycles that I had to maintain every single day, 4, 5, 6 hours a day for 10 years, training for the Olympics, in my formative years when my brain was being formed, created, I forget the name of it, but there's this thing that separates the two hemispheres, okay? That can be increased. We're talking about neuroplasticity. So this is how you get the reptilian brain, then you get the mammalian brain, then you get the Homo sapiens brain with the frontal lobe. So there were very few Black competitive swimmers. I was one of a handful that spent every day in this training that had neuroplastic effects on my brain. That's the hardware. Then, because my brain was operating like this, I was a good student. I got to go to Yale, #1, European university, to get that training. Then I had a crisis of identity that caused me to leave that world, seek something I didn't know what it was, that eventually landed me in Rastafari. From there, Rastafari, I gravitate to Nyabingi. I'm going to ceremonies. Nyabingi, I don't listen to nothing. I don't even listen to reggae. If it wasn't Nyabingi music, I'm not listening to it. So I get this neuro-linguistic programming on top of this enhanced brain capacity. And those people who know me really well, like Vicky was on here, a lot of my people came to this, they know me real well. I will exhaust nearly everyone in terms of intellectual conversation and things like that because of what I'm explaining now. So if you take that kind of hardware, the most colonized, and you take this, for example, Rastafari neurolinguistic reprogramming, I am a living example of the decolonization, what it looks like and what it can produce, which then can explain why I'm in all these international forums championing reparations, lineage restoration, the right to return, citizenship for Afro-descendants, and the legality of what happened when the Pope Nicholas V issued the Dum Diversis, which affected a legal something from European jurisdiction that then came into a conflict with the African sovereign jurisdiction. And that battle is just part of the warfare. That's the legal warfare part of it that I have gravitated to. So I'm putting all of that out there to say that at the risk of sounding self-important, no, I'm just simply saying I'm conscious of the fact that I had an experience that can be used as a case study for the very thing we're talking about. How do we come out of the colonial mentality, the colonial spirituality? How do we then behave in a way that is in alignment with truth, ma'at, and African liberation? So I am speaking from personal experience now. That comedic part of it, I'm saying now from my own observation of my own journey, is a fundamental piece that allows me to orient, right, a worldview that is rooted in traditional African spirituality. And if I come into contact with other manifestations of it, whether it be Ifa, Yoruba, whether it be, Vodun, wherever it is, I can relate to it. I can understand it from an internal, indwelling perception. So maybe that enhances my answer to your question.
No, you really enhance a lot to me through your presentation and the three-in-one of the divine, the intelligentsia, and the animalic state, and that transitional system. And then when you show the Sephiroth, but in a Egyptological perspective, and you explain about the unknown, that is as nihilist in Latin, meaning the over creator. It's like and now by you explaining all this, I can get to relate where such conceptual foundation comes from and how you ground yourself, where you grounding yourself. Because it is not a wrong thing to ground yourself the way you do. It's quite an interesting thing because you can abstract lessons and identify how you were. And you're using one of the principles, like 7 pillars, known as the 7 virtues of Ma'at. And I normally insist and persist that people used to use honesty. You cannot practice spiritual things if they need to put it like that. Because I consider them as science with formulas, mathematical numbers. It's the same language I used to speak 30 years ago, where people will call me alienic and nothing like that, or demonic. But now, when I hear a majority of people coming closer now to that aspect of reality, stripping themselves from the feather of religious indoctrination and subjugation. And now they want to get more familiar with what in Rome they will call the world of spirits. Before it was called separated into heaven and hell. They will say the world of spirits. And this world of spirit that people are trying to get close with, it has a systematic understanding that it is not used here in this world, but it is taught under initiation. And we need to remember the Africans became a secret because of colonization of all the tribes. That is why I said it yesterday that we were never colonized. It was never even war. I can tell you my great-great-grandfather who fought in the wars with Britishers and succeeded, I can tell you about a lot of people, but I can tell you how they got deceived. Meaning, I can tell you that someone came who was this kind of priest. He became so important in that community, but everybody, their life changed. When he was so important, everything changed. And we can identify that same pattern in different territories. It's not only in my territory. I'm trying to show you that there was no, they didn't want to engage us directly. Because in our battle fight, one of the fights that I know as a Zulu, we don't just go to fight without having some sort of a science. So when I grew up fighting, I will give you a typical example because people are full of jokes. This is a reality. When I grew up, where I grew up, we have stick fights and like fighting. So in the stick fights, they have a science of protecting yourself and how to use the ways to protect. You may have a simple stick, But that stick, when I hit
Mm-hmm.
you with it, it will strike you even internal organs and strike even your soul. You know, like if doctors will be amused who beat you with that. They will be assuming you were struck by some abnormal phenomenon. So that's the kind of thing. That is where we talk about the sciences. When
Yes.
when they encounter us, one of the things I know, and I was told about how they shot their guns and their guns couldn't work. So they tried by all means to exchange, to give us their guns because their guns couldn't just unalive us easy, like the killers, exactly, massacres, the way people presume. It didn't work. So they tried to use a different thing. But I can explain these stories even to the North Africa, to one of the legend of the character whom the Portuguese tried to unalive to kill in a death row. And then that same guy, they couldn't kill him because he had some of these things I'm talking about. But it's a
Mm-hmm.
common thing as a young man where I grew up. It's like a common thing, a common aspect of military protection that one has to carry. So that's why I said we don't have to view African spirituality in a religious perspective. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm so grateful of things you said. It just confirm what I'm saying, that the meantime people shared away their religious attachment and um, indoctrination, they will succeed in the greater world that is coming. Because the weapons that are going to be used now are far more dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian, I see your hand up. I have 10 minutes and then I have to go teach swimming class.
Yeah. No, I wanted to ask brother Modimo, brother Modimo, how in his question to you he referenced negritude, if I heard him correctly. Was that right? That he referenced negritude, brother Modimo? Did you reference negritude? Because I heard that in your
Or Negroitude literature. I think sometimes when I use that name, it seems like as if it's offensive, but it's some essay that was written by Denis M-Pauluso, who was a teacher in Nigeria. He teach in Ghana. I think in Uganda, he became a teacher. And he wrote an essay called Negroitude. He was
Yes, that's
responding
what
to
I'm. So
one of
you
the.
did reference negritude. So no, I'm not asking because I find it offensive. That's not why I'm
Oh,
asking.
thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm asking because I wanted to just be sure that you referenced it and how it fits into the question you asked Brother Siphiwe. I think that's what I was interested in.
Or it fits in a manner that a majority of us, since we have concluded with Brother Siphiwe, it's just so accurate that you asked that. Majority of us would end up perceiving African traditional knowledge system using Western perspectives or using European indoctrination, such as Christianity, Judaism, and Oriental European understanding of theology, Buddhism, Hinduism, Krishna, and Islam for people who were invaded by the eastern side of things. So majority of the time when they want to analyze or philosophize or put scientific analysis, proper database on African spiritual practice, they will have glances of those indoctrinational backgrounds rather than African philosophical views.
Oh, okay. So so what's your understanding of negritude? And then second, is it related to the negritude movement?
This is related to the Negroitude movement that started the ascension and the response to white supremacy. As far as Siphiwe did identify with the idea of that the brain was so faster, the soul is better than the white people. This is a Negroitude literature and ascension. Even in political spaces, we can identify one of the scholarly who used to come and learn from me when I taught him political science because he was into Pan-Africanism. We did even investigate on such perspective. This is one of the assertion I wrote in his classes. For his
so you are aware of the shall I say the differences between one of the leaders of Negritude, the president of Senegal, I believe at the time, and Kwame Nkrumah. That Nkrumah rejected Negritude. You are aware of that literature then, yeah?
Yes, I'm aware. That is why I quoted it. Because SKM Patlele with the Negritude, he rejected the idea of Negritude being integrated in African literature, but it can correlate with African literature in a global stand.
Right.
I am aware of Kwame Nkrumah's stand.
So, yeah. So what did? Sorry. Finish.
And if I may, just if I may, real quick, our brother Modimo, he was elaborating on this protective aspect of spirituality, which was a central focus of my presentation. Before I leave, I wanted to contribute this. My own experience, where I dropped out of Yale University 2 months before graduation with a 3.6 grade point average on a 4.0 scale. I was a top student in the philosophy department. I had just won helped Yale to win the Ivy League championship for the first time in 20 years in swimming, right? I was the leader of that team. I brought them from last place in the Ivy League to first place. As soon as we won that, 3 days later, 2 months before graduation, I left because I was undergoing this identity crisis, and my indwelling spirit said, this is not for me. I'm not here to graduate, get the degree from Yale, and then go serve in Babylon's system. And so I left. Everybody thought I was crazy. I showed up on my father's doorstep and I said, Dad, I love you, but I'm tired of reading about Jesus and the Buddha and these other spiritual figures. I want to go live like them. So I'm leaving. I don't know when I'm coming back, if ever. And I then set about traveling around the world. I had no money. I had nothing. I was vibrating on such a frequency that I traveled to 41 countries. No money, no security, nothing. Only thing I had to protect me was a vibration that I was submitting to this call, which I could not fully understand. So because of that, and how it led me to all these different communities, particularly the Rastafari communities all throughout the Western Hemisphere, which led me to become an ambassador that organized major Rastafari summits, including the one that my colleague, I think he's still here with us, Paliani, he can talk to you because we were colleagues back then, 20 years ago.
Yes. I'm still there. Yeah, I'm following. Big up.
This is where I got my name, Siphiwe Palera, is from Zulu and Xhosa Rastafari elders. But the point I was trying to make was I traveled the world with nothing than a pair of sandals. So I experienced in a very intense way the protective spiritual shield that I was talking about in my presentation. I experienced it as an individual. But I'm interested now on how the collective aspect of it and what happens when we do submit primarily to our spiritual callings and these societies do the disciplined work to repair and rebuild that spiritual protective shield. That to me is one of the most important spiritual discussions we need to have, particularly in the context of overcoming neocolonialism and the new threat, or maybe a threat, because Nana kind of helped us to look at that differently, of this artificial intelligence. That framework indeed showed how we went from the great civilization, we had our internal spiritual decay, the shield weakened, and successive what? Invasions brought us to where we are now. And so Brother Modimo was talking about, referring to, there's a vibe that you carry as a soldier, as a revolutionary, as a freedom fighter, as a priest, as a healer, right? Submitting to Ma'at, truth. If we don't like the Ma'at, whatever linguistic we need African to refer to that concept. When you are in alignment with it, that spiritual protection is real. How do we communicate that and make that of value that people are then motivated to seek more than the gun, more than money, more than a job? I wanted to say that before I have to up and leave. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Hayi singasho thina sithi sishaya impela uqeda ukushaya wayibeka phansi wayikapha ngengubo. You have put the axe of war in the ground when you beat the beast. You just strike it to the ground. But now, this is what they will say in my family. Like, yeah, you hit it right there. Honorable Dr. Christian.
Sorry, you're mute. You are muted, brother.
Or you were still talking,
No, I'm saying you were muted.
So yes, as far as you were talking about conscientize, the mathematics of conscientize, I remember when I was in some AU participation. I mean, just as a participant, I've never been in an elementary school at all. I don't carry any certificate. But now I was in that space and we're breaking down the governmental structures. And my question was the same thing you said yesterday. Maybe the usurping of Kwame Nkrumah, Elder Kwame Nkrumah, when he has taken over Ghana. It was based on the ideology he wanted to implement for the strategy of continental Africa and the country Ghana itself. What is your say in that? Because you did touch on that. What is your say in that? Because I don't want to go to deeper internal politics, but to put it in that space of his ascension.
Yeah, so I think what I've sought to present in papers 1 and 2, although paper 2, when I say paper, I mean the written publications or the written papers I submitted earlier before making the oral presentations yesterday and today. Today I forgot to share the slides, so I just spoke without slides. But I think the central point I wanted to share was that the transformation of Africa, not just the transformation of Ghana, which is just one territory in Africa, the transformation of Africa as a whole. Or let me put this: so the transformation of the previous, all the territories, now 55. At the time it wasn't 55, but now 54. If we exclude Western Sahara, that the transformation of these new colonies, which are balkanized African states, to, assuming they are united, to a higher level of unity, that practice in a scientific sense, and that praxis, what I was suggesting is that practice praxis itself is the practice of mathematics. That's the central point I was making. That in itself is the practice of mathematics. That you seek to solve a problem because you are part of the problem, or you are within the problem as a thesis. And maybe you want an antithesis to arrive as a synthesis. So you are part of that context. And then you struggle with that reality. And then out of that, you come up with a synthesis, whether it is a liberated Ghana or a liberated South Africa, liberated whatever. So the argument is that is, in essence, mathematical practice. That is not just applied mathematics, but it's actually the mathematical process. And that in order to be able to engage in that practice, one has to shall we say, one has to either meet or be sensitive to or be linked with, however you want to put it, with what John Mason, Leon Burton, and Kay Stacy say in the book I shared in the chat, Thinking Mathematically, with what they call the internal monitor. You see, and I was suggesting that the internal monitor, which we are calling either the conscience, the still small voice, the divine voice within us, or hearing from the ancestors, however you want to put it. I was suggesting that in order for Nkrumah to be part of the praxis in the way in which he did to come up with solutions, because some would argue that the ancestors sent him, or he heard the cries of, or the ancestors heard our cries and sent him to deliver us. However you want to put that. The point I was making is that in itself is a fundamental part of mathematical practice, which is not taught. When we teach mathematics today, that sacred or that spiritual side is not actually taught. And what we teach, so I'm a mathematics teacher, so what we teach are whether it's numbers, geometry, ratio and proportion, statistics, probability. When we teach it in secondary school, we teach it, you might say, dry. You see what I'm saying? There is no spiritual dimension to it. In fact, sometimes when it's even taught, I mean, of course, there are different schools of the teaching of mathematics. So there is the realist school, there's a problem solving school, there is the inquiry school, etc., etc. Those exist. Those exist in there, but none of those kind of capture what we might call, in terms of the discussion we've had in this conference or in this symposium, what we would call the sacred or the spiritual, which my understanding is that it was separated by the Freemasons and other groups. They kept that to themselves, and then they taught the ordinary people just enough for them to play the roles that they wanted them to play in society, not necessarily hewers of wood and drawers of water, not to that extent, but they would know just enough mathematics to be able to do the jobs that the elites had assigned them. Yeah, so Brother Modibo, I think we're making sense. I mean, one, of course, can argue that.
You're making a lot of sense for me. I know I'm an initiate, I'm not a scholar, but I did visit some other time one of the place in Egypt is called Coptic, the Gapteka in Aswan, and then I did go to Cairo. I work, as I mentioned, under the priest Salofomo Himad. I was like, I'm a true initiate, believe me. So I read one book called Ontology of Proof and the Formal Arguments of the Mathematical Logic in the Existence of Spirits and Demonstration, the Theorem and the intersect of how to combine it with theological concept. So what you say, it makes a lot of sense for me. Because I did read Ket Gorel, Saint Lisbonese, Saint Aselem. There were people who talk about that, even Saint Agora, who lived in the 2nd century AD. There were people who were into that with mathematical perspectives. So what do you talk about? It's so familiar in my world. As I've said, I explain about the transformate when we have the presenter Langau. She was speaking about Bismarck's fall. I'm one of the intelligentsia behind the Bismarck's fall. We opened symposium, a lot of symposium. It was called Black Thought. I was one of the participants, strategical thinker and master keeper of the knowledge past all histories and able to help the students in order to understand. So I did explain about the lightning laboratory, where some of them, they perceive it with their taboo behaviors and the way they were taught within their religious environment and how they are accustomed to such practices of Africa. So I really hear you clearly. Like for me, it's like singing choir, like singing song to a choir. We already know that tune.
Yeah. Did you share your contact in the chat at any point? Because the reason I'm asking is so that I can link up with you. Also because I would like to share, or you to share with me some of the books that. So this is an area I'm now researching. Yeah, I haven't got all the answers yet, and it seems like you have looked at some of these already, like the book you mentioned. So I'll be pleased if you can share with me some of the titles that you think I should look at. Yeah.
No problem. I've seen Dr. Bennett's numbers, and I'm going to be in the group WhatsApp, and then I'm going to get your contact, and that's where we can engage. I will exchange even the details of some of the books that deals with the ontological analysis of mathematical explanation and exploration of spirits.
Yeah, just so you know, I'm not in that WhatsApp group. But I am in touch with Brother Benny, so yes, he should be able to forward to me any books that or any titles that you share. Yeah.
No problem, my doctor. I will need to go and do some of these things that we do as traditional people call rituals.
Okay. All right. So
you'll have a great time,
okay.
my honorable one.
That's all right. Thank you. So if nobody else has anything to add or say in that case, following Brother Modimo's farewell, is it okay with everyone that I now close the meeting? Okay. Okay. So no response means
Okay. Thank you for the close.
Is that okay then?
Yes.
Manager?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's okay.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank
you. Very much appreciate that. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. See you next time.
Yeah, thank you, Paliani. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So I'm ending the meeting for all. So bye-bye, everyone.